Title: Time's Convert. Author: Deborah Harkness. Also by Deborah Harkness. A Discovery of Witches, Shadow of Night, The Book of Life, The World of All Souls, Viking, an imprint of Penguin Random House, LLC, 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York 1014. PenguinRandomHouse.com. Copyright 2018 by Deborah Harkness. Penguin supports copyright. Copyright fuels creativity, encourages diverse voices, promotes free speech, and creates a vibrant culture. Thank you for buying an authorized edition of this book and for complying with copyright laws by not reproducing, scanning, or distributing any part of it in any form without permission. You are supporting writers and allowing Penguin to continue to publish books for every reader. ISBN 939-564512, hardcover, ISBN 939-56452, ebook, ISBN 935-56134, International Edition. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents either are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, businesses, companies, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. Version 2. A long habit of not thinking a thing wrong gives it a superficial appearance of being right, and raises at first a formidable outcry in defense of custom. But the tumult soon subsides. Time makes more converts. Thomas Paine. 1. On her last night as a warm blood, Phoebe Taylor had been a good daughter. Freya had insisted upon it. "Let's not make a fuss," Phoebe had protested, as though she was just going on holiday for a few days, hoping to get away with a casual farewell at the hotel where her family was staying. "Absolutely not," Freya said, looking down her long nose. De Clermonts do not skulk around, unless they are Matthew, of course. "We shall do this properly. Over dinner. It is your duty." The evening party Freya put on for the Taylors was simple, elegant, and perfect, right down to the weather, a flawless example of May. The music. Could every vampire in Paris play the cello? The flowers. Enough Madame Hardy roses had been brought in from the garden to perfume the entire city. And the wine. Freya was fond of Cristal. Phoebe's father, mother, and sister showed up at 8:30 as requested. Her father was in black tie. Her mother wore a turquoise and gold lehenga choli. Stella was in head-to-toe Chanel. Phoebe wore unrelieved black with the emerald earrings Marcus had given her before he left Paris, along with a pair of sky-high heels of which she and Marcus was particularly fond. The assembled group of warm-bloods and vampire first had drinks in the garden behind Freya's sumptuous house in the 8th arrondissement, a private Eden, the likes of which had not been carved out of space-starved Paris for over a century. The Taylor family was accustomed to palatial surroundings. Phoebe's father was a career diplomat, and her mother came from the kind of Indian family that had married into the British civil service since the days of the Raj. But de Clermont privilege was on an entirely different scale. They sat down to dinner at a table set with crystal and china, in a room with tall windows that let in the summer light and overlooked the garden. Charles, the laconic chef whom the de Clermonts employed in their Parisian homes when warmbloods were invited to dine, was fond of Phoebe and had spared no effort or expense. "Raw oysters are a sign that God loves vampires and wants them to be happy," Freya announced, raising her glass at the beginning of the meal. She was, Phoebe noticed, using the word vampire as liberally as possible, as though sheer repetition might normalize what Phoebe was about to do. To Phoebe, happiness and long life. Following that toast, her family had little appetite. Aware that this was her last proper meal, Phoebe nevertheless found it difficult to swallow. She forced down the oysters and the champagne that accompanied it and picked at the rest of the feast. Freya kept up a lively conversation throughout the hors d'oeuvres, the soup, the fish, the duck, and the sweets. Your last chance, Phoebe darling. Switching from French to English to Hindi between sips of wine. No, Edward, I don't believe there is any place I haven't been. Do you know, I think my father might have been the original diplomat. Freya used this startling announcement to draw out Phoebe's circumspect father about his early days in the Queen's service. Whether or not Freya's historical judgment was accurate, Philippe de Clermont had clearly taught his daughter a thing or two about smoothing over conversational rough edges. Richard Mayhell, you say? I believe I knew him. Françoise, didn't I know a Richard Mayhell when we were in India? The sharp-eyed servant had mysteriously appeared the moment her mistress required her, tuned in to some vampiric frequency odd-inable to mere mortals. Probably. Françoise was a woman of few words, but each one conveyed layers of meaning. Yes, I think I did know him. Tall, sandy-haired, good-looking in a sort of schoolboy way. Freya was undeterred by François' dour Runhark, or by the fact that she was describing roughly half the British diplomatic corps. Phoebe had yet to discover anything that could put a dent in Freya's cheerful resolve. "Goodbye for now," Freya said breezily, kissing each of the tailors in farewell. A press of cool lips on one cheek, then the other. "Padma, you are always welcome. Let me know when you will be in Paris next. Stella, do stay here during the winter shows. It is so convenient to the fashion houses, and Françoise and Charles will take very good care of you. The George V is excellent, of course, but so popular with tourists. Edward, I will be in touch." Her mother had been characteristically dry-eyed and stoic, though she held Phoebe a bit more tightly than usual in farewell. "You are doing the right thing," Padma Taylor whispered into her daughter's ear before releasing her. She understood what it meant to love someone enough to give up your whole life in exchange for a promise of what it could become. "Make sure that prenup is as generous as they claim," Stella murmured to Phoebe as she crossed the threshold. "Just in case. This house is worth a fucking fortune." Stella could view Phoebe's decision only through her own frame of reference, which was entirely concerned with glamour, style, and the distinctive cut of Freya's vintage red gown. This? Freya had laughed when Stella admired it, posing for a moment and tilting her flaxen topknot to one side to show the gown and her figure to greater advantage. Balenciaga. Had it for ages. Now there was a man who understood how to construct a bodice. It was her normally reserved father who had struggled with the farewell, eyes filled with tears, searching his, so like his, Freya had noticed earlier in the evening, for signs that her resolution might be wavering. Once her mother and Stella were outside the gates, her father pulled Phoebe away from the front steps where Freya waited. "It won't be long, Dad," Phoebe said, trying to reassure him. But they both knew that months would pass before she would be allowed to see her family again, for their safety as well as for her own. "Are you sure, Phoebe? Absolutely?" her father asked. "There's still time to reconsider." "I'm sure." "Be reasonable for a moment," Edward Taylor said, a note of pleading in his voice. He was familiar with delicate negotiations, and was not above using guilt to tilt matters in his favor. Why not wait a few more years? There's no need to rush into such a big decision. "I'm not going to change my mind," Phoebe said, gentle but firm. "This isn't a matter for the head, Dad, but the heart." Now her birth family was gone. Phoebe was left with the de Clermont's loyal retainers, Charles and Françoise, and Freya, who was her fiancé's maker's stepsister, and therefore, in vampiric terms, a close relation. In the immediate aftermath of the fantasy and young adult fiction, bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. In the immediate aftermath of the tailor's departure, Phoebe had thanked Charles for the fine dinner and Françoise for taking care of everyone during the party. Then she sat in the salon with Frasier, who was reading her email before responding to it in longhand, writing on creamy cards edged in lavender that she slid into heavy envelopes. There is no need to embrace this God-forsaken new preference for instant communication, Frasier explained when Phoebe asked why she didn't simply hit reply like everyone else. You will soon discover, Phoebe dearest, that speed is not something that a vampire requires. It's very human and vulgar to rush about as though time were in short supply. After putting in a courteous hour with Marcus's aunt, Phoebe felt she had done her bit. "I think I'll go upstairs," Phoebe said, feigning a yawn. In truth, sleep was the furthest thing from her mind. "Give Marcus my love." Frasier licked the adhesive on the envelope with delicate laps of her tongue before sealing it shut. "How do you?" Phoebe looked at Frasier, astonished. I mean, what are you... This is my house. I know everything that happens in it." Frasier stuck a stamp on the corner of the envelope, making sure it was properly aligned with the edges. "I know, for instance, that Stella brought 3 of those horrible little phones here tonight in her bag, and that you removed them when you went to the toilet. I presume you hid them in your room. Not among your underclothes. You are too original for that, aren't you, Phoebe? Nor under the mattress. No, I think they are in the canister of bath salts on the window ledge. Or inside your shoes, those rubber-soled ones that you wear on walks. Or perhaps they are on top of the armoire in the blue and white plastic sack you saved from your trip to the grocer on Wednesday." Frasier's third guess was correct, right down to the plastic bag that still smelled vaguely of the garlic Charles had used in his triumphant bouillabaisse. Phoebe had known Marcus's plan to flout the rules and stay in touch was not a good idea. "You are breaking your agreements," Frasier said matter-of-factly. "But you are a grown woman with free will, capable of making your own decisions." Technically, Marcus and Phoebe were forbidden to speak to each other until she had been a vampire for 90 days. They had wondered how they might bend this rule. Sadly, Frasier's only phone was located in the entrance hall, where everyone could hear your conversations. It seldom worked properly in any case. Every now and again it gave a tinny ring, the force of the bells inside the ancient device so strong that they rocked the handset in its brass cradle. As soon as you picked up the receiver, the line usually went dead. Frasier wrote it off to a bad wiring job courtesy of a member of Hitler's inner circle during the last war. She was not interested in fixing it. After considering the challenges of the situation, Marcus had, with the help of Stella and his friend Nathaniel, come up with a more secretive means of communication: cheap, disposable cell phones. They were the kind used by international thieves and terrorists, or so Nathaniel had assured them, and would be untraceable should Baldwin or any other vampire want to spy on them. Phoebe and Marcus purchased them in a shady electronics shop located on one of the 10th arrondissement's more entrepreneurial streets. "I am sure, given the situation, that you will keep your conversation brief," Frasier continued. She glanced at her computer screen and addressed another envelope. "You don't want Miriam to catch you. Miriam was hunting around the Sacré-Cœur and was expected to return in the small hours of the morning." Phoebe glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece, an extravagant affair of gilt and marble, with reclining male nudes holding up a round timepiece as though it were a beach ball. It was 1 minute before midnight. "Good night, then," Phoebe said, grateful that Frasier was not only 3 steps ahead of her and Marcus, but at least 1 ahead of Miriam as well. Frasier's attention was devoted to the page in front of her. Phoebe escaped upstairs. Her bedroom was down a long corridor lined with early French landscapes. A thick carpet muffled her footsteps. After closing the bedroom door, Phoebe reached up onto the top of the armoire, Empire style, circa 1815, and snagged the plastic bag. She pulled out one of the phones and switched it on. It was fully charged and ready for use. Clutching the phone to her heart, Phoebe slipped into the attached bathroom and closed that door also. 2 closed doors and a broad expanse of thick porcelain tile was all the privacy this vampire household afforded. She toed off her shoes and lowered herself, fully clothed, into the cold, empty tub before dialing Marcus's number. "Hello, sweetheart." Marcus's voice, usually light-hearted and warm, was rough-edged with concern, though he was doing his best to disguise it. "How was dinner?" "Delicious," Phoebe lied. She lay back in the tub, which was Edwardian and had a magnificent high back with a curve to cradle her neck. Marcus's quiet laughter told her that he didn't entirely believe her. 2 bites of dessert and a nibble here and there around the edges? Marcus teased. 1 bite of dessert, and Charles went to so much trouble. Phoebe's brow creased. She would have to make it up to him. Like most culinary geniuses, Charles was quick to take offense when plates were returned to the kitchen with food still on them. "Nobody expected you to eat much," Marcus said. "The dinner was for your family, not you. There were plenty of leftovers. Frasier sent them home with Mum. How was Edward?" Marcus knew about her father's reservations. "Dad tried to talk me out of our plan," again Phoebe replied. There was a long silence. "It didn't work," Phoebe added, in case Marcus was worried. "Your father just wants you to be absolutely sure," Marcus said quietly. "I am. Why do people keep questioning me?" There was no keeping the impatience from her tone. "They love you," Marcus said simply. "Then they should listen to me. Being with youth, that's what I want." It wasn't all that she wanted, of course. Ever since Phoebe met Isabeau at Septours, she had craved the inexhaustible supply of time that vampires possessed. Phoebe had studied how Isabeau seemed to fully extend herself into every task. Nothing was done quickly or for the sake of getting through and checking it off one's endless to-do list. Instead, there was a reverence to Isabeau's every move. How she sniffed the blossoms in her garden, the feline stealth of her steps, the slow pause when she reached the end of a chapter in her book before she went on to the next. Isabeau did not feel that time would run out before she had sucked the essence from whatever experience she was having. For Phoebe, there never seemed to be enough time to breathe, dashing from the market to work, to the chemist's for cold medicine, to the cobbler to have her heels fixed, and back to work. But Phoebe hadn't shared these observations with Marcus. He would learn her thoughts on the matter soon, when they were reunited. Then Marcus would drink from her heart vein, the thin river of blue that crossed the left breast, and learn her deepest secrets, her darkest fears, and her most cherished desires. The blood from the heart vein contained all that a lover might conceal, and drinking from it embodied the sincerity and trust that their relationship would need in order to succeed. "We're going to take this one step at a time, remember?" Marcus's question reclaimed her attention. "First, you become a vampire. Then, if you still want me, I will." Of this, Phoebe was absolutely certain. "If you still want me," Marcus repeated, "we will marry and you will be stuck with me, for richer and poorer." This was one of their routines as a couple, rehearsing the marriage vows. Sometimes they focused on one line and pretended that it would be hard to keep. This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Sometimes they made fun of the whole lot, and the smallness of the concerns the vows addressed when stacked up against the size of their feelings for each other. In sickness and in health. Phoebe settled deeper into the tub. Its coolness reminded her of Marcus, and its solid curves made her wish he were sitting behind her, his arms and legs enfolding her. Forsaking all others. Forever. Forever is a long time, Marcus warned. Forsaking all others, Phoebe repeated, putting careful emphasis on the middle word. You can't know for sure. Not until you know me blood to blood, Marcus replied. Their rare quarrels erupted after just this kind of exchange, when Marcus' words suggested he'd lost confidence in her and Phoebe became defensive. Such arguments had usually been settled in Marcus's bed, where each had demonstrated to the other's satisfaction that although they might not know everything yet, they had mastered certain important bodies of knowledge. But Phoebe was in Paris and Marcus was in the Auvergne. A physical rapprochement wasn't possible at the moment. A wiser, more experienced person would have let the matter drop. But Phoebe was 23, irritated and anxious about what was about to take place. I don't know why you think it's me who will change my mind and not you. She intended the words to be light and playful. To her horror, they sounded accusatory. After all, I've never known you as anything but a vampire. But you fell in love with me as a warm blood. I'll still love you. Marcus' response was gratifyingly swift. That won't change, even if you do. You might hate the taste of me. I should have made you try me before, Phoebe said, trying to pick a fight. Maybe Marcus didn't love her as much as he thought he did. Phoebe's rational mind knew that was nonsense, but the irrational part, the part that was in control at the moment, wasn't convinced. I want us to share that experience as equals. I've never shared my blood with my mate, nor have you. It's something we can do for the first time, together. Marcus's voice was gentle, but it held an edge of frustration. This was well-covered ground. Equality was something that Marcus cared about deeply. A woman and child begging, a racial slur overheard on the tube, an elderly man struggling to cross the street while young people sped by with their headphones and mobiles, all of these made Marcus seethe. We should have just run off and eloped, Marcus said. We should have done it our way and not bothered with all this ancient tradition and ceremony. But doing it this way, in slow, measured steps, was a choice they had also made together. Isabeau de Clermont, the family's matriarch and Marcus's grandmother, had laid out the pros and cons of abandoning vampire custom with her usual clarity. She started with the recent family scandals. Marcus's father, Matthew, had married a witch in violation of nearly 1,000 years of prohibitions against relationships between creatures of different species. Then he nearly died at the hands of his estranged, deranged son, Benjamin. This left Phoebe and Marcus with two options. They could keep her transformation and their marriage secret for as long as possible before facing an eternity of gossip and speculation about what had gone on behind the scenes. Alternatively, they could transform Phoebe into a vampire before she was mated to Marcus with all due pomp and transparency. If they chose the latter course, Phoebe and Marcus would likely suffer a year of inconvenience, followed by a decade or two of notoriety, and then be free to enjoy an endless lifetime of relative peace and quiet. Marcus's reputation had played a factor in Phoebe's decision too. He was known among vampires for his impetuousness and for charging off to right the evils of the world without a care for what other creatures might think. Tradition serves a useful purpose, remember? Phoebe said firmly. Besides, we're not sticking to all the rules. Your secret phone plan is no longer secret, by the way. Freya knows. It was always a long shot, Marcus sighed. I swear to God, Freya's part bloodhound. There's no getting anything past her. Don't worry, Freya won't really mind us talking. It's Miriam who's the stickler. Miriam is in Montmartre, Phoebe said, glancing at her watch. It was now 30 minutes past midnight. Miriam would return soon. She really had to get off the phone. "There's good hunting around the Sacré-Cœur," Marcus commented. "That's what Freya said," Phoebe replied. Silence fell. It grew heavy with all the things they couldn't say, wouldn't say, or wanted to say, but didn't know how. In the end, there were only 3 words important to utter. "I love you, Marcus Whitmore." "I love you, Phoebe Taylor," Marcus replied. "No matter what you decide 90 days from now, you're already my mate. You're under my skin, in my blood, in my dreams. And don't worry, you're going to be a brilliant vampire." Phoebe had no doubts that the transformation would work, and blissfully few that she wouldn't enjoy being ageless and powerful. But would she and Marcus be able to build a relationship that would endure, like the one Marcus's grandmother had known with her mate, Philippe? "I will be thinking of you," Marcus said, "every moment." The line went dead as Marcus hung up. Phoebe kept the phone to her ear until the telephone service disconnected the call. She climbed out of the tub, smashed the phone with the canister of bath salts, opened the window, and threw the lump of plastic and circuitry as far as she could into the garden. Destroying the evidence of their transgression had been part of Marcus's original plan, and Phoebe was going to follow it to the letter, even if Freya already knew about the forbidden phones. What was left of the device landed in the small fish pond with a satisfying plunk. Having rid herself of the incriminating evidence, Phoebe took off her dress and hung it up inside the armoire, making sure that the striped plastic bag was once again out of sight on top of it. Then she put on the simple white silk dressing gown that Françoise had laid out for her on the bed. Phoebe sat on the edge of the mattress, quiet and still, resolutely facing her future, and waited for time to find her. Part 1. Time hath found us. We have it in our power to begin the world over again. Thomas Paine. 2. Less than naught. 13 May. Phoebe stepped on the scale. "My God, you are tiny." Freya read the numbers to Miriam, who recorded them on something that looked like a medical chart. 52 kilograms. "I told you to gain 3 kilos, Phoebe," Miriam said. "The scale shows an increase of just 2 kilos. I did try." Phoebe didn't see why she was apologizing to these two, who were on the equivalent of a raw foods plus liquids diet. "What difference does 1 kilo make?" "Blood volume," Miriam replied, trying to sound patient. "The heavier you are, the more blood you have. And the more blood you have, the more you will need to receive from," Miriam continued. "We want to be sure that she gives back as much as she takes. There are fewer risks of rejection with an equivalent exchange of human blood for vampire blood. And we want you to receive as much blood as possible." The calculations had been going on for months. Blood volume, cardiac output, weight, oxygen uptake. If Phoebe didn't know better, she would think she was on trial for the British national fencing team, not the de Clermont family. "Are you sure about the pain?" Freya asked. "We can give you something for it. There's no need to experience any discomfort. Rebirth need not be painful, as it once was." This, too, had been a topic of much discussion. Freya and Miriam had recounted hair-raising tales of their own transformations, and how agonizing it was to be filled with the blood of a preternatural creature. This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Vampire blood was thuggish, beating out every trace of humanity in its effort to create the perfect predator. By taking blood in slowly, a newborn vampire could adjust to the invasion of new genetic material with little or no pain. But there was evidence that the human body also had a greater opportunity to reject the maker's blood, preferring to die rather than change into something else. The rapid transfusion of vampire blood had the opposite effect. The pain was excruciating, but the weakened human body didn't have the time or resources to mount a counterattack. I am not bothered by the prospect of pain. Let's just get this over with. Phoebe's tone indicated that she hoped to put an end to this conversational avenue forever. Frasier and Miriam exchanged glances. "How about a local anesthetic for the bite?" Miriam asked, turning clinical once more. For God's sake, Miriam. When not feeling like a potential Olympian, Phoebe was convinced she was in the most thorough preoperative consultation ever conducted. I don't want anesthesia. I want to feel the bite. I want to feel the pain. This is the only birthing process I'm ever going to have. I'm not going to miss it. Phoebe was quite clear on this score. No act of creation has ever been painless, she continued. Miracles should leave a mark so that we can remember how precious they are. Very well then, Frasier said, brisk and efficient. The doors are locked, the windows are locked, Francoise and Charles are standing by. Just in case. I still think we should have done this in Denmark. Even now, Miriam couldn't stop reanalyzing the procedure. There are too many beating hearts in Paris. Laguerre has nearly 15 hours of daylight this time of year. Phoebe wouldn't be able to stand so much sunshine so quickly, Frasier argued. Yes, but the hunting, Miriam began. What would follow, Phoebe knew, was a long comparison of French and Danish fauna, in which the nutritive benefits of both would be considered, taking into account variability in size, freshness, farmed versus wild, and the unpredictable appetites of the infant vampire. That's it, Phoebe said, headed for the door. Maybe Charles will change me. I cannot go over these arrangements one more time. She's ready, Miriam and Frasier said in unison. Phoebe pulled the loose neck of the white dressing gown aside, exposing rich veins and arteries. Then, do it. The words were barely out of her mouth when Phoebe felt a sharp sensation. Numbness, tingling, suction. Phoebe's knees buckled and her head swam as the shock of rapid blood loss overtook her. Her brain registered that she was being attacked and was in mortal danger, and her adrenaline rose. Her field of vision narrowed and the room dimmed. Strong arms caught her. Phoebe floated in a velvet darkness, sinking into folds of quiet. Peace. A searing cold brought her back to awareness. Phoebe was freezing, burning. Her mouth opened in a terrified scream as her body caught fire from the inside. Someone offered a wrist, wet with something that smelled delicious. Copper and iron, salt and sweet. It was the scent of life. Life! Phoebe snuffled at the wrist like a baby seeking her mother's breast. The flesh held tantalizingly close to her mouth without touching her lips. You choose, her maker said. Life or death? Phoebe used all of her energy to move closer to the promise of vitality. In the distance, someone was knocking, slow and steady. Understanding followed. Heartbeat, pulse, blood. Phoebe kissed the cold flesh of her maker's wrist, reverent and blindingly conscious of the gift being given. Life, Phoebe whispered before taking her first mouthful of vampire blood. As the powerful substance surged through her veins, Phoebe's body exploded in pain and yearning for what was lost, for what was to come, for all that she would never be, and for everything that she would become. Her heart began to make a new music, one that was slow and deliberate. I am, Phoebe's heart sang, not, and yet, now, evermore. 3. The Prodigal Returns, 13 May. If the ghosts are making that racket, I'm going to kill them, I murmured, clinging to the disorientation of sleep in hopes of prolonging it for a few more moments. I was still jet-lagged after our recent flight from America to France and had piles of exams and papers to grade following the end of the spring semester at Yale. Pulling the covers closer to my chin, I turned over and prayed for silence. Heavy pounding echoed through the house, bouncing off thick stone walls and floors. Someone's at the front door. Matthew, who slept very little, was at the open window, sniffing the night air for clues as to their identity. "It's Isabeau! It's 3 in the morning!" I groaned and slid my feet into a pair of waiting slippers. We were no strangers to crisis, but even so, this was unusual. Matthew relocated in a flash from the bedroom window to the stairs and began his swift descent. "Mama!" Becca wailed in the nearby nursery, capturing my attention. "Ow! Loud! Loud! Coming, sweetie!" My daughter had her father's keen hearing. Her first word had been Mama, her second Papa, and her third Pip for her brother Philip. Blood, Loud, and Doggy had followed quickly thereafter. Lightning bug, make me a match. I didn't flick on the lights, choosing instead to gently illuminate the tip of my index finger with a simple spell inspired by a song from an old album of show tunes I'd found in a cupboard. My gramarye, the ability to put my knotted magic into words, was coming along. In the nursery, Becca was sitting up, tiny hands clapped to her ears, and her face twisted in distress. Cuthbert, the overstuffed elephant Marcus gave to her, and a wooden zebra named Z were prancing around her heavy medieval cradle. Philip stood inside his own, gripping the sides and looking at his sister with concern. In dream time, the magic in the twins' half-witch, half-vampire blood bubbled to the surface, disturbing their shallow sleep. Though I found their nocturnal activities a bit worrying, Sarah said we could thank the goddess that thus far the twins' magic had been confined to rearranging the nursery furniture, making white clouds out of baby powder, and constructing impromptu mobiles out of stuffed animals. "Owie," Philip said, pointing to Becca. He was already following in Matthew's medical footsteps, minutely inspecting every creature at Les Revenants, 2-legged, 4-legged, winged, or finned, for scrapes, blemishes, and insect bites. "Thank you, Philip." I narrowly avoided collision with Cuthbert and headed for Becca. "Would you like a cuddle, Becca?" Cuthbert, too. Becca was already a skilled negotiator thanks to spending time with her 2 grandmothers. I feared that Isabeau and Sarah were bad influences. "Just you and Philip, if he'd like to join us," I said firmly, rubbing Becca's back. Cuthbert and Z hit the ground with petulant thuds. It was impossible to know which of the children was responsible for the flying animals or why the magic had left them. Was it Becca who had set them aloft, and the back rub had brought her enough comfort that she didn't need the animals anymore? Or was it Philip, who was quieter now because his sister was no longer in distress? Or was it because I had said no? In the distance, the pounding stopped. Yisaba was in the house. "Gam, Becca," began. Then she hiccuped. "Mare," Philip finished, his expression brightening. Anxiety wove a tight knot in my stomach. I suddenly realized that something had to be very wrong for Isabeau to come in the middle of the night without a phone call. The soft murmurs downstairs were too faint for my witch's ears to catch, though the twins' cocked heads suggested that they could follow the conversation between their father and grandmother. Unfortunately, they were too young to relay its substance to me. I eyed the slick steps as I shifted Becca to one side and picked up Philip with my free arm. Normally, I clung to the rope that Matthew strung up on the curved wall to keep warmbloods from falling. This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. It'd been limiting the magic I used in the children's presence for fear that they would try to imitate me. tonight would have to be an exception. "Come with me," the wind whispered, snaking around my ankles in a lover's caress, "and I will fulfill your desire." The elemental call was maddeningly clear. Why then couldn't it carry Yesebo's words to me? Why did it want me to join Matthew and her? But power could be sphinx-like. If you didn't ask the right question, it simply refused to respond. Cuddling the children closer, I surrendered to the allure of the air, and my feet lifted from the floor. I hoped the children wouldn't notice we were inches above the stone, but something ancient and wise had sparked to life in Philip's gray-green eyes. A silver moonbeam sliced across the wall, making its way through one of the tall, narrow windows. It captured Becca's attention as we floated down the stairs. "Pretty," she crooned, reaching for the slash of light. "Pretty babies." For a moment, the light bent toward her, defying the laws of physics as humans understood them. Gooseflesh rose on my arms, followed by letters that shone under the surface of my skin in red and gold. There was magic in the moonlight, but even though I was a witch and a weaver, I did not always see what my mixed-blood children were able to perceive. Happy to leave the moonbeam behind, I let the air carry me down the rest of the stairs. Once we were on terra firma, my warm-blood feet covered the remaining distance to the front door. A brush of frost on my cheek, the indication of a vampire's glance, told me that Matthew had spotted our arrival. He was standing in the open doorway with Yesebo. The play of silver and shadow made his cheekbones stand out and his hair appear even darker, while, through some strange alchemy, the same light made Yesebo look more golden. There was dirt on her tawny-colored leggings, and her white shirt was torn where a tree branch had snagged it. She acknowledged me with a nod, her breath ragged. Yesebo had been running fast and hard. The children sensed the strangeness of the moment. Instead of greeting their grandmother with their usual enthusiasm, they clung to me tightly, tucking their heads into the curves of my neck as if to hide from whatever mysterious darkness was impinging on the house. "I was talking to Freyja," Yesebo explained, a splinter of panic in her tone. "But Alan was concerned, so we followed him. Marcus seemed fine at first, but then he bolted." Marcus ran away from Sept Tours? It didn't seem possible. Marcus adored Yesebo, and she had specifically requested he stay with her over the summer. He took a path west, and we assumed he was coming here, but something told me to stay with him. Yesebo drew another serrated breath. Then Marcus turned north, toward Montluçon, toward Baldwin. My brother-in-law had a house there, built long ago when the area was known simply as Lucius Mountain. No, not toward Baldwin, toward Paris. Matthew's eyes darkened. Yesebo nodded. He was not running away. He was running back to Phoebe. Something went wrong, I said, stunned. Everybody had assured me that Phoebe would make the transition from warm-blooded human to vampire without a problem. So much care had been taken, so many arrangements made. Sensing my rising concern, Philip began to squirm and asked to be put down. Freyja said it all went according to plan. Phoebe's a vampire now. Matthew lifted Philip from my arms and put him on the floor beside me. "Stay with Diana and the children, Maman. I'll go after Marcus and find out what's wrong." "Alan is outside," Yesebo said. "Take him with you. Your father believed in having a second pair of eyes in such a situation." Matthew kissed me. Like most of his farewells, it held a note of ferocity, as though to remind me to not let my guard down while he was gone. He smoothed Becca's hair and pressed his lips far more gently to her forehead. "Be careful," I murmured, more out of habit than actual concern. "Always," Matthew replied, giving me one last long look before he turned to go. After the excitement of their grandmother's arrival, the children took nearly an hour to get settled back to sleep. Wide awake myself with nerves and unanswered questions, I went down to the kitchen. There, as expected, I found Martha and Yesebo. Usually, the sprawling set of connected rooms was one of my favorite places. It was unfailingly warm and cozy, with the old enameled iron range fired up and ready to bake something delicious, and bowls of fresh fruit and produce waiting for Martha to transform them into a gourmet feast. This morning, however, the room felt dark and cold, in spite of the illuminated sconces and the colorful Dutch tiles that decorated the walls. Of all the things I dislike about being married and mated to a vampire, waiting at home for news has to be the worst. I plunked myself onto one of the stools that surrounded the enormous pitted wooden table that was the center of gravity in this domestic sphere. Thank God for mobile phones. I can't imagine what it was like with nothing but handwritten messages. None of us liked it. Martha put a steaming mug of tea before me, along with a croissant filled with almond paste and dusted with powdered sugar. Heaven, I said, sniffing the aroma of dark leaves and nutty sweetness that rose from the cup. I should have gone with them. Yesebo had no effort to twist her hair back into place or remove the smudge of dirt from her cheek. It wasn't like her to be anything less than impeccable. Matthew wanted you here, Martha said, dusting flour on the table with a practiced gesture. She removed a lump of dough from a nearby bowl and began to knead it with the heels of her hands. You cannot always get what you want, Yesebo said, with none of Mick Jagger's irony. Can someone tell me exactly what happened to set Marcus off? I sipped at my tea, still feeling I'd missed something crucial. Nothing. Yesebo, like her son, could be miserly with information. Something must have, I said. Truly, nothing happened. There was a dinner party with Phoebe's family, said Yesebo. Frasier assured me it all went very well. What did Charles make? My mouth watered. Something delicious, I'm sure. Martha's hand stilled and she scowled at me. Then she laughed. Why is that funny? I demanded, taking a bite of the flaky croissant. There was so much butter in it that it melted on my tongue. Because Phoebe was just made into a vampire, and you want to know what she ate for her last supper? For a manja song, this seems like an odd detail for such a momentous time, Yesebo explained. Of course it does. You've never had one of Charles' roasted chickens, I said. All that garlic, and the lemon, divine. There was duck instead, Martha reported, and salmon, and beef. Did Charles make seigle d'Auvergne? I asked, eyeing Martha's work. The dark bread was one of Charles' specialties, and Phoebe's favorite. And for dessert, was there pommes? Phoebe loved her sweets, and the only time I'd seen her waver in her determination to become a vampire was when Marcus took her to the bakery in Saint Lucien and explained that the apple pastry in the window would taste revolting if she went through with her plan. Both, Martha replied. Phoebe must have been thrilled, I said, impressed with the scope of the menu. According to Frasier, she has not been eating much lately. Yesebo caught her lower lip in her teeth. So that's why Marcus left? Given that Phoebe would never eat a proper human meal again as a vampire, this seemed like an overreaction. No, Marcus left because Phoebe called him to say one last goodbye. Yesebo shook her head. They are both so impulsive. They're modern, that's all, I said. It wasn't surprising that Phoebe and Marcus had grown impatient with the Byzantine labyrinth of vampire rituals and do's and don'ts. First, Baldwin, the head of the de Clermont clan, had been asked to formally approve Marcus and Phoebe's engagement and her wish to become a vampire. This was considered an essential step given Marcus's colorful past and Matthew's scandalous decision to mate with Mia, a witch. Only with Baldwin's full backing could their marriage and mating be considered legitimate. Then, Marcus and Phoebe chose a maker from a very short list of possible candidates. It could not be a member of the family, for Philippe de Clermont had been strongly against any hint of incest among members of his clan. Children were to be cared for as children. Mates were to be sought outside the family. But there were other considerations as well. Phoebe's maker needed to be an ancient vampire, one with the genetic strength to make healthy vampire children. And because the vampire chosen would be forever linked to the de Clermont family, their reputation and background had to be above reproach. Once Phoebe and Marcus had decided upon who would transform her into a vampire, Phoebe's maker and Baldwin made the arrangements surrounding the precise timing, and Isabeau oversaw the practicalities of housing, finances, and employment, with help from Matthew's daemon friend Hamish Orsborn. It was a complicated business to abandon your life as a warm-blooded human. Deaths and disappearances had to be arranged, as well as leaves of absence from work for personal reasons that would turn into resignation 6 months later. Now that Phoebe was a vampire, Baldwin would be among her first male visitors. Because of the strong connections between physical hunger and sexual desire, Phoebe's contact with other males would be limited. And in order to forestall any possible hasty decisions made in the first flush of vampire hormones, Marcus would not be allowed to see Phoebe again until Baldwin felt she could make a prudent decision about their future together. Traditionally, vampires waited at least 90 days, the average time required for a vampire to develop from a newly reborn infant into a fledgling capable of some degree of independence before reuniting with prospective mates. To everyone's shock, Marcus had gone along with all of Isabeau's intricate plans. He was the family's revolutionary. I had expected him to protest, but he did not say a word. 2 days ago, everybody was completely confident about Phoebe's change, I said. Why are you so worried about her now? We are not concerned for Phoebe, Isabeau replied, but Marcus. He has never been good at waiting or obeying rules set down by others. He is too quick to follow his heart. It always gets him into trouble. Someone flung the kitchen door open, entering the house in a smudge of blue and white. I seldom saw vampires moving at unregulated speed, and it was startling when the inchoate blur resolved into a white t-shirt, faded jeans, blue eyes, and thick head of blonde hair. "I should be her," Marcus shouted. "I've spent most of my life wanting to feel like I belonged, wanting a family of my own. Now I have one, and I turned my back on her." Matthew followed Marcus like a shadow chasing the sun. Alain Lemerle, Philippe's former squire, brought up the rear. "Traditionally, as you know," Matthew began. "Since when have I cared about tradition?" Marcus exclaimed. The tension in the room rose another notch. As head of his family, Matthew expected obedience and respect from his son, not an argument. "Everything all right. In my life as a professor, I'd learned the usefulness of rhetorical questions that gave everyone a chance to stop and reflect. My question cleared the air, if for no other reason than that it was patently obvious that everything was not all right. "We didn't expect to find you still awake, mon coeur," Matthew said, coming to my side and giving me a kiss. He smelled of fresh air, pine, and hay, as if he'd been running through open fields and thick woods. "Marcus is concerned about Phoebe's well-being, that's all." "Concerned?" Marcus's eyebrows lowered into a scowl. "I'm out of my mind with worry. I can't see her. I can't help her." "You need to trust Miriam." Matthew's tone was mild, but a muscle ticked in his jaw. I should never have agreed to all of this medieval protocol. Marcus's agitation rose. Now we're separated, and she's got no one to rely on except for Frasier. "You specifically asked for Frasier to be there," Matthew observed calmly. "You might have had anyone from the family serve as Phoebe's supporter during the change. She was your choice." "God, Matthew, do you have to be so fucking reasonable all the time?" Marcus turned his back on his father. "It's infuriating, isn't it?" I said sympathetically, putting a hand at my husband's waist to keep him near me. "Yes, Diana, it certainly is," Marcus replied, stalking to the refrigerator and flinging open the heavy door. "And I've had to put up with it for far longer than you have." Jesus, Martha, what have you been up to all day? There's not a drop of blood in the house." It was impossible to say who was the most shocked by this criticism of the revered Martha, who took care of every family member's needs before we were even aware of them. It was clear who was the most furious, however: Alan. Martha was his sire. Matthew and Alan exchanged a look. Alan inclined his head an inch, in recognition that Matthew's need to discipline his son outweighed his own right to defend his mother. Gently, Matthew disentangled my hand. In the next moment, Matthew was across the room and had Marcus pinned to the kitchen wall. The move would have been enough to break an ordinary creature's ribs. "That's enough, Marcus. I expected Phoebe's situation to bring back memories of your own rebirth," Matthew said, holding his son in a firm grip, "but you need to exercise some restraint. Nothing will be gained by your flying around the countryside and storming into Frasia's house." Matthew captured his son's eyes, waited, and released them only when Marcus broke their mutual gaze. Marcus slid several inches down the wall, drew a shattering breath, and finally seemed to recognize where he was and what he'd done. "Sorry, Diana." Marcus looked at me briefly in apology and then went to Martha. "God, Martha, I didn't mean—" "Yes, you did." Martha cuffed him on the ear, and not gently either. "The blood is in the pantry, where it always is. Get it yourself. Try not to worry, Marcus. No one could look after Phoebe better than Frasier." Isabeau put a reassuring hand on her grandson's shoulder. "I could." Marcus shook off his grandmother's hand and disappeared into the pantry. Martha cast her eyes heavenward as if seeking deliverance from vampires in love. Isabeau held up a warning finger, which silenced any further comment from Matthew. As the only person present who was not fully enculturated into the de Clermont pack rules, however, I ignored my mother-in-law's command. "Actually, Marcus, I don't think that's true," I called into the next room, pouring myself some more tea. "What?" Marcus reappeared in a flash, holding a silver julep cup that I knew held neither bourbon, sugar, water, nor mint. His expression was indignant. "Of course I'm the best person to look after her. I love her. Phoebe's my mate. I know what she needs better than anyone." "Better than Phoebe?" I asked. "Sometimes." Marcus's chin was now jutting at a belligerent angle. "Bullshit." I sounded like Sarah, blunt and impatient, and attributed it to the early hour rather than to any genetic predisposition to forthrightness among bishop women. "You vampires are all the same, thinking you know what we poor warm-bloods really want, especially the females. In fact, this is what Phoebe wanted, to be made a vampire the old-fashioned way. It's your job to make sure her decision is honored and that the plan works. Phoebe didn't understand what she was agreeing to." "Not entirely," Marcus said, unwilling to concede the point. "She could get bloodsick. She could have trouble making her first kill. I would be able to help her, support her. Bloodsick? I nearly choked on my tea." "What on earth was that? I've never seen anyone so well prepared to become a manja-song as Phoebe," Isabeau reassured Marcus. "But there are no guarantees." Marcus couldn't let his worries go. "Not in this life, my child." Isabeau's expression was pained as she remembered when life still held the promise of a happy ending. "It's late. We'll talk more after sunrise. You won't sleep, Marcus, but try to rest." Matthew touched his son's shoulder as he passed by. "I might take a run instead. Try to wear myself out that way. Nobody but the farmers will be awake at this hour." Marcus looked at the brightening light beckoning through the windows. "You shouldn't attract any notice," Matthew confirmed. "Do you want me to come with you?" "No need," Marcus replied. "I'll get changed and head out. Maybe take the route toward St. Priest Suex. There are some good climbs along the way." "Should we expect you for breakfast?" Matthew's tone was a touch too casual. "The children are early risers. They'll want a chance to order their older brother around." "Don't worry, Matthew." A ghost of a smile touched Marcus' lips. "Your legs are longer than mine. I'm not going to run away again. I just need to clear my head." We left the door of our room ajar in case Philip or Becca woke, and got back into bed. I crawled between the sheets, grateful on this warm May morning that my husband was a vampire, and tucked myself into his coolness. I knew when Marcus set out for his run because Matthew's shoulders settled fully into the mattress. Until then, he had been slightly braced, ready to get up and go to his son's aid. "Do you want to go after him?" I asked. Matthew's legs really were longer than Marcus, and he was fast. There was plenty of time for him to catch up to his son. "Alain is following along, just in case," Matthew said. Isabeau said that she was more worried about Marcus than Phoebe. I drew back to look at Matthew's face in the dawn light. Why? Marcus is still so young. Matthew sighed. "Are you serious?" Marcus had been reborn a vampire in 1781. 200+ years seemed plenty grown up to me. "I know what you're thinking, Diana, but when a human is made a vampire, they have to mature all over again. It can take a very long time before we are ready to strike out on our own," Matthew said. "Our judgment can be faulty when we're in the first flush of vampire blood." "But Marcus has already sown his wild oats. The family was quick to tell tales of Marcus' early years in America, the scandals and scrapes in which he became entangled, the difficulties from which he'd had to be extracted by senior members of the de Clermont family. Which is precisely why he can't be allowed to supervise Phoebe's transformation. Marcus is about to take a newly reborn vampire as a mate. It would be a major step under any circumstances, but given his youth?" Matthew paused. "I hope I'm doing the right thing, letting him take this step." "The family is doing what Marcus and Phoebe wanted," I said, making sure that my emphasis registered. "They're old enough, be they cold-blooded vampire or warm-blooded human, to know their own minds." "Are they?" Matthew adjusted his position so that his eyes could meet mine. "That's a very modern notion you have, that a man just turned 24 and a young woman of about the same age would be sufficiently experienced to determine the course of their future lives." He was teasing, but his lowered eyebrows indicated that part of him believed what he said. "It's the 21st century, not the 18th, I observed. Besides, Marcus is not a man of 24, as you so charmingly put it, but 250+. Marcus will always be a child of that earlier time," Matthew said. "If it were 1781, and it was Marcus who was experiencing his first day as a vampire and not Phoebe, he would have been considered in need of wise counsel and a strong hand. Your son has asked every member of this family, and Phoebe's too, for advice," I reminded him. "It's time to let Marcus determine his own future, Matthew." Matthew was silent, his hand moving along the faint scars that had been left on my back by the witch Satu Jarvinen. Over and over he traced them, lines of regret that reminded him of every time he had failed to protect those he loved. "It will all be fine," I assured him, snuggling closer. Matthew sighed. "I hope you're right." Later that day, a marvelous air of quiet descended on Les Revenants. I looked forward to these rare moments of peace, often a mere 20 minutes, occasionally a blissful expanse of an hour or more, from the moment I awoke. The children were in the nursery, tucked in for naps. Matthew was in his library, working on a paper he was co-writing with our Yale colleague, Chris Roberts. They were scheduled to reveal more of their research findings at conferences this autumn, and were already gearing up to submit an article to a leading scientific journal. Marthe was in the kitchen, canning fresh beans in peppery brine while watching Plus Belle la Vie on the television Matthew had installed there. Marthe had insisted she had no interest in such technological fripperies, but she was soon hooked on the escapades of the residents of La Mistral. As for me, I was avoiding my grading in favor of my new research into the connections between early modern cooking and laboratory practices. But I could spend only so much time bent over images of 17th century alchemical manuscripts. After an hour of work, the glorious May weather called to me. I made myself a cold drink and went upstairs to the wooden deck that Matthew had constructed between the battlements atop one of Les Revenant's crenellated towers. Ostensibly, it was built to provide views of the surrounding countryside, but everybody knew its primary purpose was defensive. It provided a good lookout and would give plenty of advance warning if a stranger approached. Between our new rooftop eyrie and the cleaned and refilled moat, Les Revenant was now as secure as Matthew could make it. There I found Marcus, wearing dark glasses and lounging in the midday heat, the summer sun streaking his blonde hair. "Hello, Diana," Marcus said, putting aside his book. It was a slender volume, the brown leather cover stained and pitted with age. "You look like you need this more than I do." I handed him my glass of iced tea. "Lots of mint, no lemon, no sugar." "Thanks," Marcus said. He took an appreciative sip. "Delicious. May I join you, or are you up here to escape?" Vampires were pack animals, but they definitely liked their alone time. "This is your house, Diana." Marcus drew his feet from the seat of the nearby wooden chair that he was using as an impromptu ottoman. "This is the family's house, and you are welcome in it," I replied, quick to correct him. The separation from Phoebe was going to be hard enough without Marcus feeling like an intruder. "Any more news from Paris?" "No. Grandmère told me to not expect another call from Freya for 3 days at the earliest," Marcus replied, sliding his fingers again and again through the moisture collecting on the outside of the chilled glass. "Why 3 days?" Perhaps this was some kind of vampiric Apgar test. "Because that's how long you wait before you give a vampire infant any blood that doesn't come from their sire's veins," Marcus replied. "Weaning a vampire off their maker's blood can be tricky. If a vampire ingests too much foreign blood too soon, it can trigger deadly genetic mutations. Sometimes vampire infants die." "It will also be Phoebe's first psychological test to make sure that she can survive by taking another creature's blood," Marcus continued. "They'll start with something small, of course, a bird or a cat." "Uh-huh," I said, trying to sound approving while my stomach flipped. "I made sure Phoebe could kill something before." Marcus stared into the distance. "Sometimes it's harder to take a life when you have no choice," I said. Marcus shook his head. "Oddly enough, when it's no longer a question of sport, you can lose your nerve. Instinctive or not, it's a selfish act to survive at some other creature's expense." He tapped his book against his leg, an anxious thrum. "What are you reading?" I asked, trying to change the subject. "An old favorite." Marcus tossed the volume to me. Usually, the family's cavalier attitude toward books earned them a lecture from me, but this one had obviously seen worse treatment. Something had nibbled one corner. The leather was even more stained than it had appeared at first glance, and the cover was covered with ring-shaped marks left by glasses, tankards, and cups. There were traces of gilt in the stamped decorations, and their style indicated the book had been bound sometime in the early 19th century. Marcus had read the book so often that the binding had split, and there were multiple repairs, one made with yellowing cellophane tape. A cherished item like this held a specific magic, one that had nothing to do with its value or condition and everything to do with its significance. Carefully, I cracked open the tattered cover. To my surprise, the book inside was decades older than the binding suggested. Common Sense. It was a foundational text of the American Revolution. I'd expected Marcus to be reading Byron or a novel, not political philosophy. "Were you serving in New England in 1776?" I asked, noting its date and Boston publication. Marcus had been a soldier and then a surgeon in the Continental Army. That much I knew. "No, I was still at home." Marcus took the book from me. "I think I'll take a walk. Thanks for the tea." It seemed Marcus was not in the mood for further confidences. He disappeared down the stairs, leaving a trail of discordant threads shimmering in his wake, red and indigo tangled up with black and white. As a weaver, I could perceive the woven strands of past, present, and future that bound the universe together. Normally, the clear tones of blue and amber that made up the sturdy warp were visible, and the colored threads of individual experience provided bright, intermittent notes in the weft. Not today. Marcus's memories were so powerful and so distressing to him that they were distorting the fabric of time, creating holes in its structure to make way for some forgotten monster to emerge from the past. The gathering clouds on the horizon and the pricking in my thumbs warned me that stormy times lay ahead, for all of us. 4. 1/13 May. Phoebe sat before the locked windows in her bedroom with the plum-colored drapes fully open to the view of Paris, satiated with her maker's blood, devouring the city with her eyes, hungering only for the next revelation afforded by her new sense of sight. The night, she discovered, was not simply black, but 1,000 shades and textures of darkness, some gossamer, others velvet, ranging from the deepest purples and blues to the palest of grays. Life would not always be so easy. Now there was a knock on the door before the gnawing had a chance to start eating away at her belly. Phoebe would have to feel her hunger eventually so that she could understand what it was to covet the lifeblood of a creature and manage her urge to take it. Her only urge now, however, was to paint. Phoebe hadn't done so for years, not since a casual remark from a teacher, cutting, dismissive, had sent her into the historical study of art rather than its practice. Her fingers itched to pick up a brush and dip it into thick oil paint or delicate watercolor pigments and apply them to canvas or paper. Could she capture the precise color of the tiled roof across the garden, blue-gray touched with silver? Was it possible to convey the inky blackness of the sky high above and its sharp metallic gleam at the horizon? Phoebe understood now why Matthew's great-grandson, Jack, covered any surface he could with chiaroscuro renderings of his memories and experiences. The play of light and shadow was endless, a game that you could watch for hours without ever feeling bored. She'd learned this from the single candle that Freya had left burning in a silver holder on the dressing table. The undulating light and the darkness at the heart of the flame were mesmerizing. Phoebe had begged for more candles, wanting to surround herself with the pinpricks of brightness that dazzled and dipped. "One is enough," Freya said. "We don't want you light-struck on your first day." So long as Phoebe was fed regularly, sensory assault was the greatest danger to her as a newly made vampire. To prevent any mishaps, Freya and Miriam carefully controlled Phoebe's environment, minimizing her chances of getting lost in feeling. Immediately after her transformation, for example, Phoebe had wanted a shower. Freya judged the needle-like fall of water too severe, so Francois drew her a warm bath instead, strictly timed so that Phoebe didn't become consumed by the soft slip of water against her skin. And all the windows in the house, not just those in Phoebe's bedroom, were locked against the alluring sense of warm bloods, the neighbors' pets, and pollution. "I'm sorry, Phoebe, but an infant male went mad in the Paris metro last year," Freya explained when she asked if one window might be open just a crack to let in the breezes. The fumes from the old braking system were irresistible to him, and we lost him along Line 8. It caused no end of delays for morning commuters and made the mayor very cross. Baldwin, too. Phoebe knew she could break the glass with ease, along with the window frames, and even punch a hole in the wall if escape became necessary. But resisting these temptations was a test of her control, her obedience, and her suitability as Marcus's mate. Phoebe was determined to pass the test, so she sat in the airless room and watched the colors flicker and drift as a cloud crossed the moon, or a faraway star died in the heavens, or the turning of the earth brought the sun fractionally closer. "I would like some paint." Phoebe said it in a whisper, but the sound echoed in her ears. "And brushes." "I'll ask Miriam." Freya's reply came from far away. She was, based on the endless scratching that tickled Phoebe's nerves ever slightly, writing in her journal with a fountain pen. Occasionally, Freya's heart gave a slow thump. Even farther away, in the kitchens, Charles was smoking a cigar and reading the newspaper. Rustle, puff, silence. Thump, rustle, puff, silence. Just as a Paris night had its own colorscape, so every creature had his or her own rhythmic accompaniment, like the song Phoebe's heart had made when she first drank from Miriam. "Do you need something else, Phoebe?" Freya's pen paused. In the kitchen, Charles stubbed out his cigar in a metal ashtray. Both waited attentively for Phoebe's response. It would take her some time to get used to holding conversations with people in different rooms, never mind entirely separate floors of a large house. "Only Marcus," replied Phoebe, wistful. She had grown accustomed to thinking of herself as part of a we, not as a solitary me. There was so much she wanted to tell him, so much she wanted to share about her first day of being reborn. Instead, they were separated by hundreds of miles. "Why not practice walking?" Freya asked, capping her pen. Moments later, Marcus's aunt was at the door, the key turning smoothly in the lock. "Let me help you." Phoebe blinked at the change in the room's atmosphere as the soft glow of the candlelit house seeped across the threshold. "The light is a living thing," Phoebe said, awed by the realization. "Both wave and particle. It is astonishing it took Warmblood so long to figure that out." Freya stood before Phoebe, hands outstretched in a gesture of assistance. "Now, remember not to push on the chair with your hands or against the floor with your feet. Getting up is simply a matter of unfolding for a draugr. It is not necessary to exert oneself." "This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story." Phoebe had been a vampire less than 24 hours and had already broken several chairs and put a sizable dent in the tub. "Float up. Just think up and rise. Steady. Good." Freya gave constant feedback, like Phoebe's childhood ballet mistress, a similarly draconian figure, though only a fraction of Freya's valkyric height. It was Madame Olga who had helped Phoebe understand that size has nothing to do with stature. The memory of Madame Olga snapped Phoebe's spine straight, and she instinctively took hold of Freya's hands as if they were a wooden bar. She heard a crack and felt something give way. "Oh dear, there goes a finger." Freya released Phoebe's hand. Her left index finger was hanging at a strange angle. Freya aligned it with a quick tug. "There you are. Everything's in working order again. You'll probably break other bones before summer's end." Freya linked her arm through Phoebe's elbow. "Let's stroll around the room, slowly." It was evident why Warmbloods thought vampires could fly. All a vampire had to do was think of the destination, and she was there in a blink, with no memory of putting any effort into locomotion. Phoebe felt like the newborn she was, taking one trembling step at a time and then pausing to regain her equilibrium. In addition to everything else, her center of gravity seemed to have shifted. It was no longer in her pelvis, but in her heart, which made Phoebe feel tipsy and strange, as if she'd had too much champagne. Marcus told me he was a fast learner when it came to being a vampire. Phoebe began to relax into Freya's stately pace, which felt more like waltzing than walking. "He had to be," Freya said with a touch of regret. "Why?" Phoebe frowned. The sudden turn of her head to study Freya's expression sent her tumbling toward her companion. "You know better than to ask, Phoebe, darling." Freya gently set her back on her feet. "You must save your questions for Marcus. A draug does not carry tales." "Do vampires have 1,000 names for themselves, like the Sami have 1,000 names for reindeer?" Phoebe wondered, taking mental note of the latest entry in her expanding lexicon. "More, I think," replied Freya, her brow creased. "Why, we even have a name for the tattletale vampire who tells someone's mate about their past without permission." "You do?" Phoebe was eager to know it. "Absolutely," Freya said solemnly. "Dead vampire." Phoebe was worn out with the effort it took to move slowly like a warmblood, without cracking a floorboard or breaking a bone, after making it safely around the perimeter of the room just twice. Freya left her to recover in peace, and returned to her morning room, where she would continue writing in her journal until sunrise. Phoebe snuffed out the candle to better see night give way to the day, her cold fingers barely registering the heat of the burning wick, and climbed into bed out of habit rather than any hope of sleeping. She drew the coverlet up to her chin, reveling in the smooth fabric and crisp finish. She lay in the soft bed, looking out at the night, listening to the music of Freya's pen and the muffled sounds from the garden outside and the street beyond. I am, evermore. Phoebe's heart song had changed. It was slower and steadier, all the extraneous effort of her human heartbeat removed, and perfected into something simpler and more compelling. I am, evermore. Phoebe wondered what Marcus's heart song would sound like. It would be melodic and pleasing, she felt sure. She longed to hear it and commit it to memory. Soon, Phoebe told herself in a whisper, a reminder that she and Marcus had all the time in the world. Soon. 5. The Sins of the Fathers, 14 May. It was late morning, and I was at my desk transcribing Lady Montague's recipe for a healing balsama, a remedy that could be used for short-windedness in man or horse from an online image of the Wellcome Library's manuscript. Even without having the actual text before me, I loved tracing the seemingly nonsensical swirls and whirls made by 17th-century pens. Gradually, the manuscript displayed digitally on my laptop was yielding a pattern of evidence that showed deep connections between cooking and modern chemistry, one that I would write about in my new book. Without warning, my workspace was invaded by a video call from Venice that reduced my manuscript page down into a corner of the screen. Gerbert of Aurillac and Domenico MacNeil, the other two vampire representatives on the congregation, wanted a word. Though a witch, I occupied the third vampire chair, the one that belonged by custom to a member of the de Clermont family. Though I was a blood-sworn daughter of Philippe de Clermont, my brother-in-law Baldwin's decision to give the chair to me was still a matter of controversy. "There you are, Diana," Gerbert said, once I allowed the connection. "We've left messages. Why aren't you responding?" I bit back a sound of frustration. "Is it possible that you could handle this situation, whatever it is, without me?" "If it were, we would have done so by now." Gerbert sounded testy. "We must consult you on matters that pertain to our people, even though you are a witch and a warmblood." Our people. That was the heart of the problem. Facing demons, humans, vampires, and witches. Matthew's work with Chris and the teams of researchers at Oxford and Yale had proved that at a genetic level, all 4 hominid species were more alike than different. But it was going to take more than scientific evidence to change attitudes, particularly among the ancient custom-bound vampires. These Hungarian and Romanian clans have been at war for centuries in the Krishana region, Domenico explained. The land has always been contested. But this latest outbreak of violence is already in the news. I've made sure that the press have interpreted it as simply another escalation in organized crime. Remind me who planted that story, I asked, searching for my congregation notebook on the crowded desk. Leafing through it, I found no mention of anyone attached to the media. Once again, Gerbert and Domenico had failed to inform me of crucial developments. Andrea Popescu. She's one of us, and her current husband, a human, regrettably, is a political reporter for Evenemental Zile. Gerbert's eyes gleamed. I'm happy to travel to Debrecen and supervise the negotiations, if you'd like. The last thing we needed was Gerbert in Hungary, working out his ambitions in an already volatile situation. Why not send Albrecht and Eliezer back to the negotiating table, I suggested, naming two of the more progressive vampire leaders in that part of the world. The Corvinus and Sakely clans are simply going to have to work out a reasonable solution. And if they don't, the congregation will have to take possession of the castle in question until they do. Why anyone wanted the ruinous heap was beyond me. No one could walk inside its hollow walls for fear of being crushed to death by falling masonry. We'd gone there on a diplomatic mission in March, during Yale's spring break. I'd expected something grand and palatial, not piles of moss-covered stone. This is not some real estate dispute to be solved according to your modern standards of fairness and equity, Gerbert said, his tone patronizing. Too much blood has been spilled, too much vampire lives lost. Hollow Castle is sacred ground to these clans, and their sires are willing to die for it. You lack the proper understanding of what's at stake. You must at least try to think like a vampire, Domenico said. Our traditions must be respected. Compromise is not our way. Slaying each other in the streets of Debrecen hasn't worked either, I pointed out. Let's try it my way for a change. I'll speak to Albrecht and Eliezer, and report back. Gerbert opened his mouth to protest. Without warning, I disconnected the video link. My computer screen darkened. I sat back in my chair with a groan. Bad day at the office? Marcus was leaning against the doorframe, still holding his book. Did vampires skip the Enlightenment? I asked. It's like I'm trapped in some medieval revenge fantasy, one in which there's no chance of a solution that doesn't involve the total destruction of the opponent. Why do vampires prefer to kill each other rather than have a civil conversation? Because it's not as much fun, of course. Matthew entered the room and kissed me, slow and sweet. Let Domenico and Gerbert deal with clan warfare for now, mon cœur. Their troubles will still be there tomorrow, and the day after that, too. It's the one thing you can rely upon with vampires. After lunch, I took the twins into the library and set them up in front of the empty fireplace with enough toys to keep them occupied for a few minutes while I did some more research. I had a working transcription of Lady Montague's recipe in front of me and was noting what ingredients were being used, oil of turpentine, flowers of sulfur, hay, what equipment was needed, a large glass urinal, a deep skillet, a pitcher, and the processes used, mixing, boiling, skimming, so I could cross-reference them with other early modern texts. The library at Les Jovenats was one of my favorite rooms. It was built into one of the towers and was ringed with dark walnut bookcases that stretched from floor to ceiling. Ladders and staircases spanned the distances at irregular intervals, giving the place the crazed appearance of an Escher drawing. Books, papers, photographs, and other memorabilia that Philippe and Isabeau had collected over the centuries filled every inch of space. I had barely scratched the surface of what was here. Matthew had built some wooden file cases for the piles of papers to go into one day when I had time to sort them, and I had started the work of combing through the book titles for obvious thematic clusters like mythology and geography. Most of the family found the room's atmosphere oppressive, however, with its dark wood and memories of Philippe. The only creatures who spent much time here were me and a few of the castle's ghosts. Two of them were currently undoing my efforts to organize the recently created mythology section, rearranging books with an attitude of bewildered disapproval. Marcus strolled in, whistling, his copy of Common Sense tucked under his arm. "See?" Becca brandished a plastic figure of a knight. "Wow, a knight in shining armor." Marcus joined the twins on the floor. Not to be outdone by his sister's claim on Marcus's attention, Philip toppled his tower of blocks so that they made a mighty crash. Both twins loved the polished cubes which Matthew had carved for them from bits of wood culled from around the family's various homes. There were blocks made from apple and hornbeam gathered near the Bishop House in Madison, French oak and lime from Septours, and beech and ash from the Old Lodge. There were even some freckled blocks made from the limbs of a plane tree that grew near Clermont House in London, collected when the city had come by and pruned the lower limbs to let the double-decker buses pass. Each block showed subtle differences in grain and tone, which Philip and Becca found fascinating. The primary colors that drew most children were of no interest to our bright-born twins, who had their father's keen eyesight. Instead, they loved to trace the patterns in the wood with their tiny fingers as if learning the tree's history. "Looks like your knight will need a new castle, Becca," Marcus observed, laughing at the pile of blocks. "What do you think, sport? Want to build one with me?" "Okay," Philip said agreeably, holding up a block. But Philip's older brother was momentarily distracted by the books that were still sliding along the shelves, moved by spectral hands that not even vampires could see. "The ghosts are at it again, I see," Marcus said with a chuckle, watching the books move to the left, then to the right, then over to the left again. "They never seem to make any progress, though. Don't they get bored?" "Apparently not. And we can thank the goddess for that," I replied, my tone as tart as vinegar. "As ghosts go, those two aren't very strong, not like the ones who haunt the room off the Great Hall. The two chainmail-clad men clanking around in that tiny, dark enclosure were a terror, flinging furniture around and pilfering items from nearby rooms to redecorate their space. This insubstantial pair in the library was so vaporous that I still wasn't sure who or what they were. They always seemed to pick the same shelf. "What's up there?" Marcus asked. "Mythology," I said, glancing up from my notes. "Your grandfather adored the subject." "Granddad used to say he liked to read about the exploits of old friends," Marcus said with a hint of a smile. Philip held his block toward me now, hoping I'd join in the fun. Playing with the children was far more appealing than Lady Montague. I put my notes aside and crouched down next to them. "House," Philip said, happy with the prospect of building. "Like father, like son," Marcus said dryly. "You better watch out, Diana, or you'll find yourself in the midst of a massive renovation in a few years." I laughed. Philip was always erecting towers. Becca, on the other hand, had abandoned her knight and was constructing something around herself that looked like a fortification. Marcus supplied both of them with blocks, willing as ever to be their assistant when it came to fun and games. Philip put a block in my hand. "Apple. A is for apple." "Good boy," I said. "You sound like you're reading from one of the primers I had when I was a boy." Marcus handed Becca a block. "It's strange that we still teach children their alphabet the same way, when everything else has changed so much." "Such as?" I asked, wanting to know more. "Discipline, clothing, children's songs. 'How glorious is our heavenly King, who reigns above the sky.'" Marcus sang the words softly. "How shall a child presume to sing his dreadful majesty?" That was the only tune in my first primer. "Not exactly the wheels on the bus go round and round," I agreed with a smile. "When were you born, Marcus?" My question was an unforgivable breach of vampire etiquette, but I hoped that Marcus would excuse it since it was coming from a witch, not to mention a historian. "In 1757, August." Marcus' voice was flat and coolly factual. "The day after Fort William Henry fell to the French." "Where?" I asked, even though I was pressing my luck to be so inquisitive. Hadley, a small town in western Massachusetts along the banks of the Connecticut River. Marcus picked at the knee of his jeans, worrying at a loose thread. I was born and raised there. Philip climbed into Marcus's lap and presented him with another block. Would you tell me about it? I don't know much about your past, and it might help to pass the time while you wait for Phoebe. More importantly, remembering his own life might help Marcus. From the bewildering tangle of time that surrounded him, I knew that Marcus was struggling. And I was not the only one who could see the snarled threads. Before I could stop him, Philip grabbed at a red strand trailing from Marcus's forearm with one pudgy hand and a white strand with the other. His bowed lips moved as if he were uttering a silent incantation. My children are not weavers, I had told myself again and again, in moments of anxiety, in the depths of night while they slept quietly in their cradles, and in times of utter desperation when the hurly-burly of our daily routines was so overwhelming I could barely draw breath. If that were true, though, how had Philip seen the angry threads surrounding Marcus? And how had he managed to capture them so easily? What the hell? Marcus's expression froze as the hands of the old clock, a gilded monstrosity that made a deafening tick-tock, stopped moving. Philip drew his fists toward his tummy, dragging time along with them. Blue and amber threads screeched in protest as the fabric of the world stretched. "Bye-bye, owie," Philip said, kissing his own hands and the threads they contained. "Bye-bye." "My children are half witch and half vampire," I reminded myself. "My children are not weavers." That meant they weren't capable of... The air around me trembled and tightened as time continued to resist the spell that Philip had woven in an attempt to soothe Marcus' distress. Philip, Michael, Addison, Sorley, Bishop, Clermont. Put time down. Immediately. My voice was sharp and my son dropped the strands. After one more heart-stopping second of inactivity, the clock's hands resumed their movement. Philip's lip trembled. "We do not play with time. Not ever. Do you understand me?" I drew him out of Marcus's lap and stared into his eyes, where ancient knowledge mixed with childish innocence. Philip, startled by my tone, burst into tears. Though he was nowhere near it, the tower he had been constructing crashed to the ground. What just happened? Marcus looked a bit dazed. Rebecca, who could not bear it when her brother cried, crawled over the fallen blocks to offer him comfort. She held out her right thumb. The left was firmly lodged in her own mouth. She removed it before speaking. "Shiny, Pip!" A violet strand of magical energy streamed from Becca's thumb. I'd seen vestigial traces of magic hanging off the children before, but I'd assumed that they served no particular function in their lives. My children are not weavers. Shit. The word popped out of my mouth before I could stop it. Wow, that was weird. I could see you, but I couldn't hear you, and I couldn't seem to speak, Marcus said, still processing his recent experience. Everything started to fade. Then you took Philip out of my lap, and it all went back to normal. Did I time walk? Not quite, I said. Shit, Becca repeated solemnly, patting her brother on the forehead. Shiny. I examined Philip's forehead. Was that a speck of chatoiement? A weaver's signature gleam between his eyes? Oh, God, wait until your father finds out. Finds out what? Matthew was in the doorway, bright-eyed and relaxed from repairing the copper gutters over the kitchen door. He smiled at Becca, who was blowing him kisses. Hello, my darling. I think Philip just worked or wove his first spell, I explained. He tried to smooth out Marcus's memories so they wouldn't bother him. My memories? Marcus frowned. And what do you mean Philip wove a spell? He can't even talk in complete sentences. Owie, Philip explained to Matthew with a tiny shuddering sob. All better. Shock registered on Matthew's face. "Shit," Becca said as she noticed her father's change of expression. Philip took this as confirmation of the gravity of the situation, and his fragile composure disintegrated once more in a flood of tears. "But that means—" Marcus looked from Becca to Philip in alarm and then in amazement. "I owe Chris $50, I said. He was right, Matthew. The twins are weavers. "What are you going to do about this?" Matthew demanded. We had retreated, Matthew and I, and the twins, to the suite of rooms we used as a bedroom, bathroom, and private family sitting room. A medieval castle did not lend itself to a feeling of coziness, but these apartments were as warm and comforting as we could make them. The large main room was divided into several different areas. One was dominated by our 17th century canopied bed. Another had deep chairs and sofas for lounging by the fire. A third was equipped with a writing desk where Matthew could get a bit of work done while I slept. Small rooms to the left and right had been repurposed to make walk-in closets and a bathroom. Heavy, electrified iron chandeliers dropped from the arched ceiling, which helped keep the rooms from feeling cavernous on dark winter nights. Tall windows, some of them still glazed with medieval painted glass, let in the summer sun. "I don't know, Matthew. I left my crystal ball in New Haven," I retorted. The situation in the library had thrown me for a loop. I was attributing my slow response to the stoppage of time rather than to blinding panic. I closed the bedroom door. The wood was stout, and there were many thick stone walls between us and the rest of the household. Still, I switched on the music system to provide an extra buffer against acute vampire hearing. "And what will we do about Rebecca when she shows signs of having magical talent?" Matthew continued, driving his fingers through his hair in frustration. "If she shows signs," I said. "When?" Matthew insisted. "What do you think we should do?" I turned the tables on my husband. "You're the witch," Matthew said. "Oh, so it's my fault." I put my hands on my hips, furious. "So much for their being your children." "That's not what I said," Matthew ground his teeth together. "They need their mother to set an example for them. That's aghast." I was aghast. "They're too young to learn magic." "But not too young to work it, apparently." "We aren't going to hide who we are from the children, remember," Matthew said. "I'm keeping my end of the bargain. I've taken the children hunting. They've watched me feed." "The children are too young to understand what magic is," I said. "When I saw my mother cast a spell, it was terrifying." "And that's why you haven't been working your own magic as much." Matthew drew in a deep breath, understanding at last. "You're trying to protect Rebecca and Philip." As a matter of fact, I had been doing magic, just not where or when anyone else could witness it. I did it alone, under the dark of the moon, away from curious, impressionable eyes, when Matthew thought I was working. "You haven't been yourself, Diana," Matthew continued. "We all feel it. I don't want Becca and Philip to end up in a situation they can't control." Nightmare visions of all the trouble it might cause washed through me. The fires they might start, the chaos that could be unleashed, the possibility that they would lose their way in time, and I wouldn't be able to find them. My anxieties about the children, which had been on a low simmer, boiled over. "The children need to know you as a witch as well as a mother," Matthew said, his tone gentling. "It's part of who you are. It's part of who they are, too." "I know. I just didn't expect Philip or Becca to show an inclination for magic so soon." "So what made Philip try to fix Marcus's memories?" Matthew asked. "Marcus told me where he was born, and when," I replied. "Ever since he went after Phoebe, he's been surrounded by a thick cloud of remembrance. Time is caught up in it, and it's stretching the world out of shape. It's impossible not to notice if you're a weaver." "I'm no weaver, nor am I a physicist, but it doesn't seem possible that one person's individual recollections could have such a serious effect on the space-time continuum," Matthew said, sounding positively professorial. "Really? I marched up to him, grabbed a particularly iridescent strand of green memory that had been hanging off him for days, and gave it a good yank. What do you think now? Matthew's eyes widened as I pulled the thread tighter. I have no idea what happened or when, but this has been flapping around you for days, and it's beginning to bug me. I released the strand. So don't you dare throw physics in my face. Science isn't the answer to everything. Matthew's mouth twitched. I know. Go ahead, laugh. Don't think the irony is lost on me. I sat down and sighed. What was bothering you, by the way? I was wondering whatever happened to a horse I lost at the Battle of Bosworth, Matthew said pensively. A horse? That's it? I threw my hands up in utter exasperation. Given how bright the strand was, I'd been expecting a guilty secret or a former lover. Well, don't let Philip catch you worrying about it, or you'll find yourself in 1485 extricating yourself from a thorn bush. It was a very fine horse, Matthew said by way of explanation, sitting on the arm of my chair. And I wasn't laughing at you, mon cœur. I was just amused at how far we've come since the days when I believed I hated witches and you thought you hated magic. Life was simpler then, I said, though at the time it had seemed quite complicated, and far less interesting, too. Matthew kissed me. Perhaps you shouldn't stir up Marcus's emotions any further until after he and Phoebe are back together. Not all vampires want to revisit their past lives. Maybe not consciously, but there's clearly something troubling him, I replied, something unresolved. Whatever was bothering Marcus might have happened long ago, but it still had him tied in knots. A vampire's memories aren't arranged in a rational timeline, Matthew explained. They're a jumbled mess, a magpie assortment of happy and sad, bright and dark. You might not be able to isolate the cause of Marcus's unhappiness, never mind make sense of it. I'm a historian, Matthew, I said. I make sense out of the past every day. And Philip? Matthew asked, one eyebrow raised. I'll call Sarah, I said. She and Agatha are in Provence. I'm sure she'll have some advice on how to raise witches. We had supper up on the roof deck so that we could enjoy the fine weather. I had demolished Martha's roasted chicken, served with vegetables picked fresh from the garden, tender lettuce, peppery radishes, and the sweetest carrots imaginable, while Matthew opened a second bottle of wine to see him and Marcus through the rest of the evening. We withdrew from the old dining table to the chairs around a cauldron full of logs. Once the fire was lit, the wood sent sparks and light shooting into the sky. Les Revenant became a beacon in the darkness, visible for miles. I sat back in my chair with a sigh of contentment, while Matthew and Marcus discussed their shared work on creature genetics in a slow, relaxed fashion that was very unlike what occurred between competitive, modern academics. Vampires had all the time in the world to mull over their findings. They had little cause to rush to conclusions, and the honest exchange that resulted was inspiring. As the light faded, however, it was evident that Marcus was feeling Phoebe's absence with renewed sharpness. The red threads that tied Marcus to the world turned rosy and shimmered with copper notes whenever he thought about his mate. I was usually able to screen out momentary slubs in the fabric of time, but these were impossible to ignore. Marcus was worried about what might be happening in Paris. In an effort to distract him, I suggested he tell me about his own transformation from warm blood to vampire. It's up to you, Marcus, I said, but if you think it would help to talk about your past, I'd love to listen. I wouldn't know where to begin, Marcus said. Hamish always says you should start at the end, Matthew observed, sipping his wine. Or you could start with your origins, I said, stating the obvious alternative. Like Dickens? Marcus made a soft sound of amusement. Chapter 1, I Am Born? The usual biographical template of birth, childhood, marriage, and death might be too narrow and conventional for a vampire, I had to admit. Chapter 2, I died. Chapter 3, I was reborn. Marcus shook his head. I'm afraid it's not so simple a tale, Diana. Strange, minor things stand out so clearly to me, and I can barely recall the dates of major events. Matthew warned me that vampire memories might be tricky, I said. Why don't we start with something easy, like your name? He went by Marcus Whitmore now, but there was no telling what it had been originally. Marcus's darkening expression told me that my simple question didn't have an easy answer. Vampires don't normally share that information. Names are important, mon coeur, Matthew reminded me, for historians as well as vampires, which is why I'd asked. With a name, it would be possible for me to trace Marcus's past in archives and libraries. Marcus took a steadying breath, and the black threads surrounding him bristled with agitation. I exchanged a worried look with Matthew. I did warn you, said Matthew's expression. Marcus MacNeil. Marcus blurted out the name. Marcus MacNeil of Hadley, born August 1757. A name, a date, a place. These were the building blocks of most historical research. Even if Marcus were to stop there, I could probably find out more about him. My mother was Catherine Chauncey of Boston, and Marcus's throat closed, shutting off the words. He cleared it and started again. My father was Obadiah MacNeil, from the nearby town of Pelham. Did you have any brothers or sisters? I asked. One sister. Her name was Patience. Marcus's face had turned ashen. Matthew poured him some more wine. Older or younger? I wanted to get as much out of Marcus as possible in case tonight was the only chance I had to gather information from him. Younger. Where did you live in Hadley? I steered the conversation away from his family, which was clearly a painful subject. A house on the western road out of town. What do you remember about the house? Not much. Marcus looked surprised that I was interested in such a thing. The door was red. There was a lilac bush outside, and the scent came through the open windows in May. The more my mother neglected it, the more it bloomed. And there was a black clock on the mantel. In the parlor. It came down to her through the Chauncey family, and she wouldn't let anyone touch it. As Marcus recalled small details of his past, his memory, which had grown rusty and sepia-toned from disuse, began to operate more freely. There were geese everywhere in Hadley, Marcus continued. They were vicious and roamed all over town, frightening the children. And I remember there was a brass rooster atop the meeting-house steeple. Zeb put it up there. God, I haven't thought about that rooster in ages. Zeb? I asked, less interested in the town's weather vane. Zeb Pruitt. My friend. My hero. Really, Marcus said slowly. Time chimed in warning, the sound echoing in my ears. What's your earliest memory of him? I prompted Marcus. He taught me how to march like a soldier, Marcus whispered, in the barn. I was 5 or 6. My father caught him. He didn't let me spend much time with Zeb after that. A red door, a lilac bush, a wayward flock of geese, a rooster on the meeting-house steeple, a friend who played make-believe soldier with him. These charming fragments were part of the larger mosaic of Marcus's life, but they weren't enough to form a coherent picture of his past or reveal some larger historical truth. I opened my mouth to ask another question. Matthew shook his head, warning me not to interfere in the story, but to let Marcus take it in whatever direction he needed to go. My father was a soldier. He was in the militia and fought at Fort William Henry. He didn't see me for months after I was born, Marcus said, his voice dropping. I always wondered whether things would have been different if only he had come home sooner from the war, or never gone at all. Marcus shivered, and I felt a flicker of unease. War changed him. It changes everybody, of course. But my father believed in God and country first, and rules and discipline second. Marcus cocked his head to the side, as if he were considering a proposition. I suppose that's one of the reasons why I don't have much faith in rules. They don't always keep you safe, like my father believed. Your father sounds like he was a man of his time, I noted. Rules and regulations were a fixture of early American life. If you mean he sounds like a patriarch, you'd be right, Marcus agreed. Full of bristle and brimstone, with the Lord and the King on his side, no matter what daft position he adopted. Obadiah MacNeil ruled over our house and everybody in it. It was his kingdom. Marcus's blue eyes shattered under the weight of his recollections. We had this bootjack, Marcus continued. It was made out of iron and shaped like a devil. You put your heel between the horns, stepped on the devil's heart, and pulled your leg free of the boot. And when my father picked up that bootjack, even the cat knew it was time to disappear. Words of one syllable. The New England Primer, 1762. Age, all, ape, are, babe, beef, best, bold, cat, cake, crown, cup, deaf, dead, dry, dull, eat, ear, eggs, eyes, face, feet, fish, fowl, gate, good, grass, great, hand, hat, head, heart, ice, ink, aisle, job, kick, kind, kneel, no, lamb, lame, land, long, maid, mole, moon, mouth, name, night, noise, noon, oak, once, one, ounce, pain, pair, pence, pound, court, queen, quick, quilt, rain, raise, rose, run, saint, sage, salt, said, take, talk, time, throat, vein, vice, vile, view, weigh, weight, waste, wood, 6. Time, March, 1762. The black clock on the polished mantel struck noon, marking the passage of the hours. It stood out against the whitewashed walls of the parlor, the only ornament in the room. The family Bible and the almanac his father used to note down important events and the changing weather were propped up next to it. Its piercing chime was one of the familiar sounds of home. His mother's soft voice, the geese that honked in the road, his baby sister's babble. The clock whirred into silence, waiting for its next opportunity to perform. "When is Pa coming back?" Marcus asked, looking up from his primer. His father hadn't been there to preside over breakfast. He must be very hungry, thought Marcus, after missing his meal of porridge, eggs, bacon, bread, and jam. Marcus' stomach grumbled in sympathy, and he wondered whether they would have to wait for Pa to return before eating their midday meal. "When's finished?" His mother's tone was unusually sharp, her face set in lines of worry under a starched linen cap. "Come, read me the next word." "Name." Marcus slowly sounded out the letters. "My name is Marcus MacNeil." "Yes, it is," his mother replied. "And the next word?" "Need-jit." Marcus frowned. That wasn't a word he'd heard before. "Knee-got." "Do you remember what I told you about silent letters?" His mother lifted Patience from the wide planked floor and went to the window, her brown skirt swishing. As she walked, sand came up through the cracks between the boards. Marcus did remember, dimly. Night. Marcus looked up. That's when Father left. It was raining and dark. "Can you find the word rain in your book?" His mother peered out from among the spaces in the shutters. She dusted them every day, sliding a goose feather through each narrow opening. Marcus's mother was particular about such things, and allowed no one else to take care of the front room, not even old Ellie Pruitt, who came one morning a week to help with the other chores. Oak, pain, court, rain. "I found it, Mama!" Marcus shouted with excitement. "Good boy. One day you will be a scholar at Harvard, like the other man in the Chauncey family." His mother was inordinately proud of her cousins, uncles, and brothers, all of whom had gone to school for years and years. To Marcus, the prospect sounded drearier than the weather. "No, I'm going to be a soldier, like Pa." Marcus kicked at the legs of his chair, a sign of his commitment to this course of action. It made such a satisfying sound that he did it again. "Stop this nonsense. What is the foolish son?" His mother jiggled Patience up and down on her hip. Patience was teething, which made her fractious and soggy. "A heaviness to his mother," Marcus said, turning to the page of alphabet verses. There was the proverb right at the top. "A wise son maketh a glad father, but a foolish son is a heaviness to his mother." His mother was always pointing it out to him. "Recite the rest of the alphabet," his mother instructed, walking the edges of the room to keep Patience's mind off her discomfort. "And no mumbling. They don't allow boys to attend Harvard College if they mumble." Marcus reached. "Liars shall have their part in the lake which burns with fire and brimstone," his mother intoned when he had trouble reading out the words. "When the wooden gate that protected their front garden from the geese and the traffic opened." His mother froze. Marcus turned in his chair and pressed his eyes to the 2 holes bored into the top slat. The holes were for hanging the chair up on the pegs by the kitchen door, but Marcus had discovered they were excellent peepholes. He felt like a bandit or an Indian scout whenever he peered through them. Sometimes, when his mother and father were occupied and he was supposed to be doing his lessons or watching Patience, Marcus pulled the chair to the window and watched the world go by, imagining he was on the lookout for heathens, or that he was a captain on a ship staring through a telescope, or a highwayman peering through the trees at his next victim. The front door creaked open, letting in the wind and the rain. A black wool hat, wide-brimmed and sodden with moisture, sailed through the air and landed atop the newel post. Marcus's father used the globe-shaped wooden ball to teach him geography. Pa had inscribed the eastern coast of America on it with black ink that stained the wood, as well as an irregular splotch that showed how far across the ocean the king was. Even so, Pa said, he was watching over his people in America. Ellie polished the post on every visit, but the ink never faded. "Catherine?" His father stumbled over something in the hall and swore. "In here, Pa," Marcus called, before his mother had a chance to respond. Marcus had learned not to fling himself into his father's arms the moment he arrived home. His father didn't like to be taken unawares, not even by someone as small and familiar as Marcus. Obadiah MacNeil stepped into the room, swaying slightly on his feet. The scent of smoke and something sweet and cloying followed him. He was holding the heavy iron boot jack that normally sat by the front door. Peeking through the chair slat, Marcus saw that his father wasn't wearing his woolen muffler around his neck as he usually did. It was a jaunty red that stood out like the color of the fruits left on the rosebush when the first snow fell. Today, his linen shirt was open at the neck, the simple cravat askew and stained. "Chairs are for asses, not knees." Obadiah ran a grimy hand under his long, sharp nose. It left a smear of yellowed earth. "Did you hear me, boy?" Marcus swung around and slid his feet over the seat, cheeks burning. His father had told him that dozens of times. A rough hand pushed against the back of the chair, sending Marcus toward the table. The edge hit him in the chest, knocking the wind out of him. "I asked you a question." Obadiah braced his arms on the table, surrounding Marcus with wet wool and that sickly sweet smell. The bootjack was still in his hand. It was crafted in the shape of a devil, with the prongs of his horned head serving for the heel rest, and the long body the brace. The devil's eyes winked up at Marcus, two black holes above a leering mouth. "I'm sorry, Pa." Marcus blinked back the tears. "Soldiers didn't cry." "Don't make me tell you again." Obadiah's breath smelled of apples. He stood. "Where have you been, Obadiah?" Marcus's mother put Patience into her cradle by the fire. "No business of yours, Catherine." "On West Street, I warrant." His father didn't respond. "Was Josiah with you?" his mother asked. Marcus didn't much like Cousin Josiah, whose eyes shifted when he spoke and whose voice echoed against the rafters. "Leave it, woman." Obadiah's tone was weary. "I'm off to the barn. Zeb is there, tending to the animals." "I'll help too." Marcus scrambled off the chair. Unlike Cousin Josiah, Zeb Pruitt was one of his favorite people. He'd taught Marcus how to string a fishing rod, how to catch mice in the barn, and how to climb the apple tree. Zeb had also made sure Marcus understood that the geese in town were more dangerous than the dogs and could give a person a savage bite. "Zeb doesn't need your help," said his mother. "Stay where you are and finish your lesson." Marcus's face fell. He didn't much feel like reading. He wanted to go to the barn and march up and down the center aisle to Zeb's commands, playing at soldier and hiding behind the water trough when the enemy pursued him.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. His mother hurried out of the room after his father, who had left the front door open to the elements. "Mind that Patience doesn't fall out of her cradle," she told Marcus as she took her shawl down from a peg and left the house. Marcus stared glumly at his sister. Patience sucked on her fist, which was shiny with spittle and bright red from the constant gnawing. His sister would make a terrible soldier. Marcus brightened. "Do you want to be my prisoner?" Marcus whispered, kneeling by the cradle. Patience cooed her assent. "All right then, you stay where you are, no moving, and no complaining, or you'll be flogged." Marcus rocked the cradle gently, lessons forgotten, and imagined himself in a cave in the woods, waiting for his commanding officer to arrive and praise him for his valor. "You must have been up all night with the commotion and the traffic between town and the burying ground." Old Madam Porter put a small cup and saucer on the table at his mother's elbow. Marcus could see the wallpaper, blue as the spring sky, through the eggshell thin cup. Madam Porter's house was one of the finest in Hadley. It had smooth wooden paneling and brightly colored paint as well as patterned wallpaper. The chairs were carved and padded for comfort. The windows opened up in the new way, not out like the old casements at their house. Marcus loved to visit, not least because there was usually Madeira cake studded with currants and spread with jam. Marcus counted to 5 before his mother reached for the tea. Chauncey's didn't gobble their food or behave as though they couldn't remember their last meal. Something poked Marcus in the ribs. It was a wooden whirligig, and Miss Anna Porter was at the end of it. She was Madam Porter's granddaughter, and she never let Marcus forget that she was 1 year and 1 month older than he was. A roll of her brown eyes and a toss of her red head suggested they leave the adults to their conversation and find amusement elsewhere. But Marcus wanted to stay where he was and hear what had happened at the cemetery. It was something bad, something nobody would talk about in front of him and Anna. Marcus hoped a ghost was involved. He liked a good ghost story. "They asked for my help, and I had no one to send but Zeb." Madam Porter sat down with a deep sigh. It's on stormy nights when there is a pounding at the door that I miss having a husband." Marcus' mother made a sympathetic noise and sipped at her tea. Madam Porter's husband had died a hero in battle. Zeb had told stories about Master Porter, though, that made Marcus wonder whether he had been a nice man. "Really, Catherine, you should rent a house in town. Living out by the burying ground cannot be salubrious," Madam Porter said, changing the subject. She picked up her needlework and began to stitch a bright pattern on the cloth. "My grandmother said your pa is a drunkard," Anna whispered, her freckled eyelids narrowed into slits over pale eyes. She was waving the whirligig to and fro, which made the arms move in slow circles. The face on the whirligig, with its curled black hair and dusky skin, looked like Zeb Pruitt. "Is not." Marcus grabbed at the whirligig. "Is too," Anna taunted, still in a whisper. "Take that back." Marcus wrestled the whirligig from Anna's hands. Marcus and his mother turned, shocked by his outburst. "Ow!" Anna grabbed at one of her long red curls, lip trembling. "He pulled my hair." "I did not," Marcus protested. "I never touched you." "And he took my toy." Anna's eyes welled over, her tears dampening her cheek. Marcus snorted. His mother's voice was low but intense. "Gentlemen do not steal from defenseless women. You know better than that." Anna had strong arms, ran faster than a scalded cat, and had many hearty male cousins. She was far from defenseless. "Nor do they torment young ladies with pinches and pulls," his mother said, dashing Marcus hope of reprieve. "Since you are not fit for polite society, you will beg Anna's forgiveness and Madam Porter's too, and wait for me in the barn. And when we get home, your father will hear of this." "And he would be angry." Marcus's lip trembled. "I'm sorry, ma'am," Marcus said, bowing slightly to Madam Porter, his fists clenched behind his back. "Please forgive me, Anna." "A very pretty apology," Madam Porter said with an approving nod. Marcus fled to the barn without waiting for Anna's response, swallowing down his fears about what awaited him at home and his tears at his mother's rebuke. "You all right, Master Marcus?" Zeb Pruitt was propped up on his pitchfork in one of the stalls. Standing beside him, long of limb and broad of shoulder, was Joshua Boston. "Something happen at the house?" Joshua spit out a long, thin stream of brown liquid. Unlike Zeb, who was in stained work clothes, Joshua was wearing a wool coat with polished buttons. Marcus hiccuped and shook his head. Something tells me Miss Anna has been up to mischief," Zeb said. "She said my pa is a drunkard," Marcus said. "It's not true. He goes to church every Sunday. God answers your prayers, Pa says so. And now I have to tell Pa what happened with Anna, and he's going to be angry with me. Again." Zeb and Joshua exchanged long looks. "Just because a man takes himself to Smith's Tavern on a rainy night to dry off by the fire doesn't make him a drunkard." Zeb stuck his pitchfork into a nearby pile of hay and crouched down so he was eye level with Marcus. "What's this about Mr. MacNeil being angry?" "He was out all night, and when he came back I was kneeling on the chair. He told me not to do it hundreds of times." Marcus quivered just thinking about it. "Pa told me not to disobey him again, or I'd get another beating." Joshua said something under his breath that Marcus didn't catch. Zeb nodded. "You be sure you stay away from your pa if he's in a dark mood," Zeb told him. "Hide in the hen house or under the willow by the river until you think it's safe." "How will I know when that is?" Marcus asked, worried he might miss dinner. "You'll learn," Zeb said. That night, Marcus took his pillow and arranged it at the top of the stairs. The pain in his backside and legs had gone from a fierce burn to a dull ache. His father had given him the promised beating and had used a leather strap from the barn this time, rather than his hand, so that Marcus wouldn't forget the lesson. His ma and pa were arguing in the kitchen.
Marcus couldn't make out what the fight was about, but he suspected it had to do with him. His stomach growled with hunger. There hadn't been enough food at dinner, and his ma had let the bread they were supposed to have burn. "Mind your place, Catherine," his pa said, storming out of the kitchen and grabbing his hat off the newel post. The woolen felt was dry now, but the brim had wilted, and it no longer had a familiar triangular shape. Marcus opened his mouth, ready to call out another apology in an attempt to end the shouting, but he wasn't supposed to interrupt his father and mother when they were talking. So he waited, hoping that his father would turn around and see him sitting there and ask what he was doing out of bed. "It's my place to keep this family from ruin," his mother retorted. "We barely have enough to eat. How are we going to manage if you keep drinking away what's left of our money?" His father whirled around, one hand lifted in the air. Catherine cowered against the wall, shielding her face. "Don't you make me give you a beating, too," Obadiah said softly as he walked out the door. He never did look back. 7-2, 14 May. Phoebe's second day as a vampire did not include the dreamy, rapturous experiences she'd had on the first. While her body was learning how to be still, her mind could not, would not, be quiet. Memories, images from her years studying the history of art, lyrics from her favorite songs, all these and more flitted across her brain in an unsettling film, where she played the starring role and also comprised the entire audience.
Since she had become a vampire, her memories were weirdly addled and unusually sharp. Her first bicycle was navy blue with white stripes on the fenders. Where was it now? Phoebe wondered. She thought she had last ridden it at the house in Hampstead. There was a pub in Hampstead, perfect for stopping in and having lunch when you took a Sunday walk. Not that she would ever have a Sunday lunch again, Phoebe realized. What would she do on Sundays in the years to come? How would she entertain friends? Neither she nor Marcus went to church. They would have to create a different Sunday routine after they got married, one that didn't revolve around a big meal. The church in Devon where her best friend got married had a beautiful window with bits of blue and rose glass in it. Phoebe had stared at its colors and intricate patterns all through the service, marveling at its beauty. How old was that window? Phoebe was not a glass expert, but she suspected it was Victorian, not very old at all. The Celadon glass pitcher downstairs was far more ancient. Could it be Roman? Maybe 3rd century? Its value would be enormous if that were so. Freyja shouldn't keep it where it could be smashed. Phoebe had spent a summer in Rome, digging in the ruins and learning about tesserae. It had been so hot and dry that the air singed the tiny hairs in her nose, and every inhalation scoured her lungs. Had her nose changed? Phoebe got up and looked in the time-clouded mirror. Reflected there was the room behind her, the elegant curves of the Second Empire bed, the small canopy suspended from the ceiling that turned the bed into a cozy enclosure, the elegant armoire, and a deep armchair expansive enough that you could curl your feet up underneath you when you were reading. A crease had reappeared in the bedspread. Phoebe frowned. She had smoothed out that wrinkle. She remembered doing it. Before she could complete her next thought, she was kneeling on the mattress. Her hands pressed the fabric over and over. Every fiber of the sheets was palpable and rough to her touch. No wonder I can't sleep. They're too coarse. Phoebe tore at the linens, intending to drag them from the mattress so they could be replaced with something proper, something that wouldn't scratch her skin and keep her awake. Instead, she reduced them to ribbons, shredding them with nails that had the sharp ferocity of an eagle's talons. "We've reached the terrible 2s, I see." Frasier entered the room, her blue eyes frosty over high cheekbones, as she surveyed the damage Phoebe had inflicted on the room.
Phoebe had been warned about her second day, and how it seemed to mimic the trials and tribulations of the second year of human age. But she'd had no context for the warning, having never been a mother. She could not remember her own time as a toddler, and not a single one of her friends had children yet. "Are you nesting?" Françoise, whose once miraculous omnipresence had become just another source of irritation, studied the mess Phoebe had made. "The sheets are scratchy. I can't sleep," Phoebe said, unable to keep the petulance from her tone. "We have spoken about this, Phoebe dearest." Frasia's voice was reasonable, compassionate. The endearment grated on Phoebe's raw nerves nonetheless. "It will be months before you take your first nap. A deep sleep is still years away." "But I'm tired," Phoebe complained, sounding like a troublesome child. "No, you're bored and hungry. A drauger must be very precise about her emotions and state of mind, so as not to be caught up in fantasies of feeling. Your blood is far too strong and restless to need sleep." Frasier noticed something in the window, a tiny imperfection. One of the panes was cracked. Her attention zeroed in on the crazed glass. How did that happen? "A bird." Phoebe lowered her gaze. There was a split in the floor, or was that the grain in the wood? She could follow the line forever. "This crack begins on the inside," Frasier said, inspecting it more closely. "I will ask you one more time, Phoebe. How did this happen?" "I told you," Phoebe said, defensive. "A bird. It was outside in the tree. I wanted to get its attention, so I tapped on the glass. I didn't mean to break anything. I just wanted it to look at me." The bird would not stop singing. At first, Phoebe had found the song enchanting, her vampire ears attuned as they never had been to the trills and warbles. As it went on and on, however, she wanted to wring the bird's neck. If she drank the blood of a bird, would she understand why they sang all the time? Phoebe's stomach gurgled. "I'm too damn old to be a mother. I'd completely forgotten what a pain in the ass children are." Miriam had arrived. She put her hands on her slender hips and adopted her preferred stance, legs slightly separated, usually clad in some sort of boot. Today's were high-heeled and suede, and her elbows pushing into the surrounding space at sharp angles, daring someone to dismiss her as insignificant. The rush of pride in her maker was instantaneous and surprising, engulfing Phoebe. Miriam's blood flowed through Phoebe's veins, strong and powerful. She might be small and worthless now, but in time, Phoebe would be a vampire to reckon with, too. Disappointment crashed down on her. Phoebe's throat tightened. "What is it?" Frasier asked, concerned. "Is the light too bright?" "Françoise, close those drapes immediately." "It's not the sunshine. It's just I've grown only an inch." Phoebe had been marking her progress every 10 minutes or so on the frame of the door that led into the bathroom. The mark hadn't risen for the past 8 hours. Phoebe had scratched so many lines into that single location that the paint was ruined. "If height was what you were after, you should have had Frasier sire you," Miriam said tartly, moving into the room past the nearly 6-foot-tall Dane. With one sweeping glance, she studied the mess Phoebe had made, confirmed that the window glass was indeed cracked, and fixed dark eyes on her daughter. Well, there was no mistaking the demand for an explanation in her maker's tone. "I'm bored," Phoebe said quietly, embarrassed by the puerile confession. "Excellent. Well done." Frasier nodded approvingly. "That is a tremendous achievement, Phoebe." Miriam's eyes narrowed. "And," Phoebe continued, her voice increasingly plaintive, hungry, "this is why no one should be made a vampire until they are 30, Miriam told Frasier. "Insufficient inner resources." "You were 25, Phoebe said hotly, her defenses rising at the insult. "Back then, 25 was practically old age." Miriam shook her head. "We can't come running every time you feel restless, Phoebe. You're going to have to figure out how to fill your time. Do you play chess, embroider, like to cook, make perfume?" Frasier began to rattle off the activities of a medieval Danish princess. Write poetry? Cook? Phoebe was bewildered at the prospect, and the mere thought made her empty stomach rise up in rebellion. She hadn't enjoyed cooking when she was human. Now that she was a vampire, it was out of the question. It can be a very rewarding hobby. I knew a vampire who spent a decade perfecting the soufflé. She said it was very soothing, Frasier replied. Veronique did have a human husband at the time, of course. He was quite happy with her efforts, though in the end they killed him. His heart was so blocked with sugar and eggs that he died at 53. Do you mean Marcus's Veronique, who works in London? Phoebe didn't know that Frasier and Marcus's former lover were acquainted. Marcus, the thought of him was electrifying. When Phoebe was a warm blood, Marcus's touches had made her veins turn to fire and her fragile human limbs to liquid. Now that she was a vampire, Phoebe's restless mind dwelt on the possibilities. Her lips turned up into a slow, seductive smile. "Oh dear," Frasier said, a bit of alarm in her tone as she detected the direction that Phoebe's wandering attention had taken.
What about a musical instrument? Do you play something? Can you sing? No music! Miriam's lilting soprano turned thunderous, something only a vampire could manage. When Jason discovered the drum, it nearly drove his father and me around the bend. Phoebe had not yet met Jason, the only surviving child of Miriam's long-dead mate. She began to thrum her fingers on the tabletop in anticipation. Phoebe had never had a brother, only Stella. Sisters were different, younger sisters especially. What might she do with an older brother? Phoebe wondered. Miriam's hand closed on hers, bone-crushing and painful. No, drumming. Bored, hungry, and restless, held captive by Freya and Miriam, how was Phoebe supposed to endure it? She wanted to run outside and breathe fresh air. Phoebe wanted to chase something that wasn't a thought, run it into the ground, and then, I want to hunt. Phoebe was amazed by the realization. She'd worried about hunting for weeks before she became a vampire, and for the past 6 hours she'd been pushing the idea resolutely from her mind. Because after the hunting came the feeding from a live human, and Phoebe wasn't sure she was ready for that. Yet. Phoebe instinctively understood that hunting would push her restless thoughts to the background. Hunting would feed some part of her that was hollow and yearning. Hunting would bring peace. "Of course you do," Freya said. "Isn't Phoebe progressing marvelously, Miriam?" "You're not ready," Miriam pronounced, quelling Phoebe's excitement. "But I'm hungry." Phoebe fidgeted in her chair, her eyes pinned on Miriam's wrist. Feeding from her maker was like getting a meal and a bedtime story all at once. With every drop of blood Phoebe swallowed, her mind and imagination were suffused with Miriam's memories. She'd learned far more about Miriam in the past 2 days than she had in the 15 months they had known each other. Some of what Phoebe knew felt intuitive, a flood of scattered episodes from Miriam's long life in which pleasure and pain were inseparable partners. In subsequent feedings, Phoebe was able to focus on the strongest impressions in Miriam's blood rather than being overcome by waves of blurry remembrance. Phoebe understood now that the tall, rugged man with the wise, wary eyes and the wide, easy grin had been Miriam's mate, and that she alone called him Ori, though others knew him as Bertrand and Wendelin, Ludo and Randolph, and his mother had called him Gund. Miriam had sired more men than women in the centuries that led to Phoebe's own conversion.
She had to, in order to survive, back when having men around you was some measure of protection against rape and robbery. Sons could pretend to be brothers or even spouses in emergencies, and were a deterrent to both grasping humans with their incessant need for more wealth and vampires with their desire for greater territory. Her sons, like her mate, Ori, were gone now, killed in the violent warfare that ran through Miriam's memories in a dark ribbon of grief. Then there were the daughters. First, there had been Tatterfit, killed by her vampire mate in a fit of jealous rage. Lala, Miriam's second daughter, had been set upon by her own children, crushed and torn to death in a competition over who would rule their clan once Lala was gone. After Miriam had disposed of Lala's feuding children, she stopped making daughters for a while. But it was not only ancient history that featured in Miriam's blood. More recent events had a place there too. Matthew de Clermont, Marcus's sire, was in many of Miriam's memories. In the crowded city of Jerusalem, Matthew and Ori had turned heads and cleared paths, one raven dark and the other golden. The two men had been devoted friends. Until Eleanor. In Miriam's blood, Phoebe saw that the Englishwoman had been a great beauty, with porcelain skin and flaxen hair that testified to her Saxon heritage. But it was her irrepressible enthusiasm for living that had made the vampires flock to Eleanor's side. Vampire blood honed bones and muscles until they reached their greatest potential, so there was no shortage of attractive specimens. Vitality, however, was a different matter. Miriam had been drawn to Eleanor's joy, just like most of the other creatures in the city, daemon, human, vampire, and witch. She had befriended Eleanor St. Ledger when she arrived in the Holy Land with her family and one of the waves of crusaders. And it was Miriam who introduced Eleanor to Matthew de Clermont. When she did, Miriam had unknowingly planted the seeds of her mate's eventual destruction. Bertrand's life had been sacrificed to save Matthew's, a testament to bonds of friendship so deep that they bordered on the brotherly. Most vampires, however, viewed the warrior's death as collateral damage in the de Clermont family's rise to greatness. "Promise me you'll watch over him," Ori had asked Miriam for the boon in the hour before dawn on the morning of his execution, as he belted his brightly colored tunic and donned his knight's sword for the last time. Miriam had agreed. Ori's request and her own promise to him echoed in her blood. Even now it bound Miriam and Matthew together. Matthew had Diana to watch over him, as well as his mother Isabel, Marcus, and all the other members of the Bishop Clermont Scion, of which Phoebe would soon be a member. But that did not lessen Miriam's commitments. She would never disavow her mate's dying wish. Phoebe was so focused on what she had gathered from Miriam's memories that she barely registered the closing of the door as Freya and Francoise left them. But she scented Miriam's approach and reached out, grabbing for her wrist. "You don't." Miriam's voice was glacial. Phoebe's hand dropped. Miriam waited for Phoebe's hunger to climb another notch, standing so close that their two vampire hearts came to beat slowly as one. Finally, Miriam offered her child sustenance. "Tomorrow you can take," Miriam said, "but not from me. Never from me." Phoebe nodded slightly, her lips latched on to Miriam's wrist now that it had been offered. One face at a time, she took in the story that Miriam's blood told, as skillfully as Scheherazade. Lala, Ori, Lala, Tatterfit, Ori, Eleanor, Ori, Matthew, Marcus. Names swam to the surface along with the faces, bubbling through Miriam's sea of experiences. Phoebe, she was there too. Phoebe saw herself through Miriam's eyes, her head tilted to one side, a questioning expression on her face, as she listened to something Marcus was telling her. Just as Miriam was part of Phoebe, she was now a part of Miriam. After Miriam left, Phoebe focused on that preternatural connection and found she was neither bored nor restless. She organized her thoughts around the central truth of the bond she and Miriam now shared, holding on to the realization as though it were the focal point of a newly discovered solar system. Had she been a warm blood and not a vampire, the comforting assurance that she belonged would have been soothing enough to send Phoebe drifting into tranquil sleep. Instead, Phoebe sat with the knowledge, quiet and still, letting it soothe her restless mind. It was not sleep, but it was the next best thing. 8. The Burying Place, 15 May. Matthew found me in the library, perched on a ladder and rummaging through the shelves. "Do you think Philippe owned any books about the history of America?" I asked. "I can't seem to find any." "I doubt it," he replied. "He preferred newspapers for current events." "I'm taking the children to the stables. Why don't you come with us?" I climbed down, one hand on the rungs and the other clutching an old atlas and a 1784 copy of Lettres d'un cultivateur signed by the author. "You'll break your neck if you're not careful." Matthew took up a watchful position at the foot of the ladder as I made my descent. "If you need something, you have only to ask. I'm happy to get it down for you." Were there a cataloger or even a shelf list? I could pretend I was at the Bodleian and fill out a call slip and send you to the stacks to page it for me, I teased. But since I have no idea what's here, I'm afraid I'll be the one climbing the ladders for the time being. One of the ghosts slid 2 books down the shelf they were rearranging and offered me a third. "There's a book floating near your left elbow," Matthew commented. He was unable to see the apparition, but the book that was seemingly hanging in midair was impossible to miss. Ghost. I took the book in question and looked at the title stamped in gold on the spine. The Persian Letters. I'm not looking for books of letters. I'm looking for books about America. But thank you for trying. "Let me have those," Matthew said, reaching up for the books in my arms. I made much better progress without them. The atlas was quite large and was soon back on solid ground. I gave Matthew a kiss. "Why do you want books about America?" Matthew asked, studying the titles. "I'm trying to develop what Marcus told us last night into a historical narrative." I took the books from Matthew and put them on the table. There was already a flurry of notes there, along with a printout of the New England Primer from 1762, and an account of the Battle of Fort William Henry was up on my computer screen. I don't have much grasp of his 18th century context, not beyond what I remember from The Last of the Mohicans and the class I took as an undergraduate on the Enlightenment. "And you think an atlas and de Crevecker's account of life in New York?" Matthew looked skeptical. "It's a start," I said. "Otherwise, I won't be able to fit Marcus's story into the big picture." "I thought the goal was to help Marcus cope with his memories," Matthew said, "not write the definitive account of 18th century America." "I'm a historian, Matthew. I can't help it," I confessed. "I know the small details of life are important, but Marcus lived during an exciting time. There's no harm in trying to see how his experiences illuminate it." "You might be disappointed by how little Marcus remembers that historians consider important," Matthew warned. "He was still in his teens when the war started." "Yes, but it was the American Revolution," I protested. "Surely he remembers that." "What do you remember about the invasion of Panama or the First Gulf War?" Matthew shook his head. "My guess is very little. I didn't participate in either of those conflicts. Marcus did. So did Matthew, come to think of it." "Wait, did you write to Philippe where you were in America with Lafayette?" "Yes." Matthew sounded wary. "Are the letters here, do you think? I could use those to flesh out the details that Marcus might not remember." The prospect of examining primary sources further sparked my historical curiosity. I specialized in an earlier period, a different country, and was not a military or political historian. But being a student again was thrilling. There was so much to learn. "I can look, but it's far more likely they're at Sept Tours, along with the records of the Brotherhood." I was in the colonies on official business. The Knights of Lazarus, the de Clermont family's supposedly secret military/charitable organization, seemed to have their fingers in every political pie. Even though creature meddling in human politics and religion was strictly forbidden by the congregation. That would be fantastic. If it's here, you'll find it much quicker than I would. I studied my computer screen for a moment before shutting the lid. The fall of First William Henry sounds horrifying. Obadiah must have suffered for years because of what he witnessed. War is always terrible, but what happened to the British Army when they left the fort was tragic, Matthew said. A lack of understanding, followed by miscommunication and frustration, led to unspeakable violence. The account I'd read had made it clear that the Native Americans who attacked the British Army and their followers had expected to take the spoils of war, guns and weapons, back home with them as symbols of their valor. But their French allies were obeying different rules and allowed the British to keep their muskets so long as they surrendered the ammunition. Deprived of the guns, the Native Americans took other prizes instead, captives and lives. And Obadiah saw it all. I shook my head. No wonder he drank. Battles don't always end just because someone negotiates a truce, Matthew said. For some soldiers, the fight goes on for the rest of their lives, shaping everything that happens afterward. Was Obadiah one of those soldiers? I thought of the bootjack and the wary look in Marcus's eye when he spoke of his father. Even though he was a grown man now and not a little boy, even though he was talking about events that had happened centuries ago. I think so, Matthew said. No wonder Marcus's memories were so snarled and angry. It wasn't the red door and the lilacs that were causing him pain, but his forbidding father. As for the bigger historical picture, Matthew continued, taking my hand, I think you're going to have to do a lot more digging before you discover what that is, never mind its significance. When we time-walked, I was surprised by what life was really like, I said, thinking back to the time we'd shared in the 16th century. But it was still possible for me to fit what I discovered into what I already knew. I supposed I thought I could do the same with Marcus's story. But remembering the past is not the same as time-walking through it, Matthew observed. No, they're entirely different kinds of magic, I mused. I was going to have to be very careful where I asked Marcus to dig into his former life. Sarah and Agatha arrived around midday. We weren't expecting you until late this afternoon, Matthew said, giving first Sarah and then Agatha a kiss. Diana said it was an emergency, so Agatha called Baldwin, Sarah explained. Apparently he has a helicopter on standby in Monaco and was able to send it for us. I never said it was an emergency, Sarah, I corrected her. You said it was urgent. Here we are. Sarah took Philip from Matthew's arms. What is all this fuss, young man? What have you done now? Philip presented her with a carrot. Horsey. Carrot, I said. Sometimes the twins confused what the animals ate with the animals themselves. Becca had forgotten the horses and was totally absorbed in greeting Agatha. She had her fists in Agatha's hair and was examining her curly locks with fascination. Watch out, Agatha. Sometimes she gets excited and pulls, I warned. And she's stronger than she looks. Oh, I'm used to it, Agatha said. Margaret is always trying to braid it, and it just ends up in knots. Where's Marcus? Behind you, Marcus said, giving out hugs of welcome. Don't tell me you two are here to check up on me. Not this time, Sarah said with a laugh. Why? Do you need checking up on? Probably, Marcus said cheerfully, though his smile was a touch anxious. What's the news from Paris? Agatha asked. How is Phoebe? All good, so far, Marcus replied. But it's a big day. Miriam will begin weaning Phoebe today, Matthew explained, wanting to illuminate vampire culture to his witch and daemon guests. If all went according to plan, today Phoebe would get her first taste of blood that didn't come from her maker. You make it sound as though Phoebe's a baby, Sarah said with a frown. She is, Matthew replied. Phoebe's a grown woman, Matthew. Maybe we could say, today Phoebe is experimenting with new foods, or today Phoebe is starting her new diet, Sarah suggested. Matthew's face bore an expression of bewildered exhaustion, and Sarah and Agatha had only just arrived. Why don't we go into the solarium, I said, steering Sarah and Agatha toward the kitchen door. Marth made some lovely shortbread, and we can catch up on all the news while Matthew feeds the twins. As I suspected, the prospect of sugary treats was irresistible, and Agatha and Sarah settled into the comfortable chairs with coffee, tea, and cookies. "So what's the crisis?" Sarah said around a bite of shortbread. "I think Philip wove his first spell," I said. "I didn't catch the words, so I'm not sure. He was playing with time, at the very least." "I don't know what you think I can do about it, Diana." No matter the situation, Sarah could be relied upon to be perfectly candid. "I didn't have any babies to worry about, witchy or otherwise. You and Matthew will have to figure it out yourselves." "I thought you might remember what rules Mom and Dad set out for me when I was a baby," I prompted her. Sarah thought for a moment. "Nope. Don't you remember anything about my childhood?" Irritation and worry made my tone especially sharp. "Not much. I was in Madison with your grandmother. You were in Cambridge. You weren't in how about you drop by for a visit range." Sarah gave a disapproving sniff. Besides, Rebecca wasn't exactly welcoming. "Mom was trying to keep Dad's secret and mine. She wouldn't have been able to lie to you," I said. Witches could smell another witch's falsehoods with the same ease that Matthew's dogs could track deer. "What did Grandma do with you and Mom when you were growing up?" "Oh, she was a fan of Dr. Spock. Mom didn't worry too much about what we did, provided we didn't burn the house down," Sarah said. This was not what I wanted to hear. "There's no need to be concerned that your children might develop magical talent, Diana," Sarah said soothingly. "Bishops have been doing just that for centuries. You should be thrilled they're showing signs of aptitude at such an early age." "But Philip and Becca aren't ordinary witches," I said. "They're Brightborns. They're part vampire. Magic will out, vampire blood or no vampire blood." Sarah took another bite of shortbread. "I still don't see why you interrupted our vacation because Philip engaged in a little bit of time-bending. I'm sure it was harmless." "Because Diana's anxious, Sarah, and she wanted you to make her feel better," Agatha said, her tone suggesting this was perfectly obvious. "Goddess save us, not again," Sarah said, flinging her hands in the air in frustration. "I thought you were over being afraid of magic." "Maybe for myself, but not for the children," I said. "They're babies," Sarah said, as though this were sufficient reason to cast worry aside. "Besides, you have lots of space and too much furniture. They may break things." "So what? Break things?" I was incredulous. "I don't care about things. I'm concerned for their safety. I'm afraid that Philip can see time and manipulate it and can't yet walk in a straight line. I'm afraid that he might disappear and I won't be able to find him. I'm afraid that Becca will try to follow him and end up in an entirely different place and time. I'm afraid that Satu Yarvanen will find out, or one of her friends, and demand the witches investigate this precocious manifestation of magic in my children as a way of getting back at me for spellbinding her. I'm afraid that Gerbert will discover that Philip and Becca are even more interesting than he thought they might be, and will become fixated on them." My voice rose with each new fear until I was practically shouting. "And I am deathly afraid that this is only the beginning," I finished. "Welcome to parenthood," Agatha said serenely. She held out the shortbread. "Have a cookie. You'll feel better. Trust me." I was a great believer in the power of carbohydrates, But not even Martha's bakings, spectacular though it might be, was going to solve this dilemma. Later that afternoon, the twins and I were playing on a blanket under the sprawling willow that was tucked into the corner where the moat curved around Les Revenants. We had collected sticks, leaves, flowers, and stones and were arranging them in patterns on the soft wool. I watched fascinated as Philip selected items according to their textures and shapes, while Becca preferred sorting her treasures by color. Even at this young age, the twins were developing their own likes and dislikes. Red, I told Becca, looking at a bright leaf from a Japanese maple that was kept in a pot in the courtyard, a tightly furled rosebud, and a sprig of cardinal flower. She nodded, her face scrunched up in concentration. "Can you find more red?" I asked. There was a reddish pebble and some bee balm that was such a dark pink that it bordered on crimson. Becca handed me a green oak leaf. "Green?" I said, putting it next to the rose. Becca immediately moved it and started amassing another pile. As I watched the children play under a blue sky, the willow branches sighing gently in the wind above us, and the grass making a bright cushion under the blanket, the future seemed less dark than it had inside while talking to Sarah and Agatha. I was glad the twins would come of age in a time when playing was seen as a form of learning. The lessons Marcus had been taught in the New England Primer were weighted far more toward control than freedom. Still, I needed to help them find balance, not just between playfulness and discipline, but between the other opposing tendencies in their blood. Magic needed to be part of their lives, but I didn't want them to grow up thinking of witchcraft as a labor-saving device. Nor did I want them to think of it as a tool of revenge or power to hold over others. Instead, I wanted them to equate magic with ordinary moments like these. I picked up a sprig of muguet de bois. The perfumed flowers of lily-of-the-valley always reminded me of my mother, and their white and pink bells looked like ruffled caps that might hide a smiling face inside. The breeze set the small flowers dancing on their delicate stems. I whispered to the wind, and the faint sound of bells could be heard. It was a small bit of elemental magic, so small that it didn't stir up the power I'd absorbed along with the Book of Life. Philip looked up, his attention captured by the magical sound. I blew on the flowers, and the sound of bells grew louder. "Again, Mama," Becca said, clapping her hands. "Your turn." I held the sprig between her lips and mine. Becca pursed her lips and gave a mighty blow. I laughed, and the sound of bells swelled and grew. "Me! Me!" Philip grabbed at the flowers, but I held on to them. This time, with 3 witches blowing on the dancing bells, the peals were even louder. Worried that the sound might carry to warmbloods, who would wonder how they could hear church bells so far away from town, I stuck the stem into the ground. "Floretto," I said, sprinkling some earth over the sprig. The flowers grew larger, and they craned upward. Inside each bell, the pale green stamens seemed to form eyes and a mouth around the longer pistil that made up its nose. By this point, the children were mesmerized, staring open-mouthed at the floral creature waving its leaves in welcome. Becca waved back. Matthew appeared, looking concerned. Then he saw the waving lily of the valley, and his expression turned to surprise, then pride. "I thought I smelled magic," Matthew said softly, joining us on the blanket. "You did." The stem was beginning to wilt. I decided it was time for the lily of the valley to take a bow, and for my impromptu magic show to end. Matthew clapped in appreciation, and the children joined in. Working magic seldom inspired me to laugh, but on this occasion it did. Philip went back to his smooth pebbles and velvety roses, while Becca continued to amass everything green that she could find, running around on the thick grass with unsteady legs. Neither of them seemed to think what I'd done was cause for concern. "That was a big step," Matthew said, drawing me close. "I'll always worry when they do magic," I said, settling into Matthew's arms as we watched the twins play. "Of course you will." "I'll worry every time they run after a deer," Matthew replied. He pressed his lips against mine.
But one of a parent's responsibilities is modeling good behavior for their children. You did that today. I just hope that Becca waits before delving into spellcasting and playing with time, I said. One budding wizard is all I can handle at the moment. Rebecca might not wait for long, Matthew observed, watching his daughter blowing kisses at a rosebud, her expression intent. Today, I'm not borrowing trouble. Neither of them has done anything alarming for almost 6 hours, not since Philip put Cuthbert in the dog's food bowl. I wish I could freeze this moment and keep it forever, I said, staring up at the white clouds scudding across a sky that was brightly blue with possibilities. Maybe you have, in their memories, at least, Matthew said. It was comforting to think that Philip and Becca might, 100 years from now, recall the day their mother did magic, just for fun, just because she could, just because it was a beautiful May day and there was room for wonder and delight in it. I wish being a parent was always this simple, I said with a sigh. So do I, mon cœur, Matthew chuckled. So do I. Wait, you just animated a lily of the valley right in front of the twins? Sarah laughed. No warning, no rules, just poof! We were sitting around the long table in the kitchen, where we could be close to the cozy stove. The days of the calendar devoted to Les Saints des Glaces, which in this part of the world signaled the beginning of spring, had officially ended yesterday. But apparently SS Mamertus, Pancras, and Servatius had not been notified, and there was still a touch of frost in the air. A tumbler of Muguet de Bois sat in the middle of the table to remind us of the warm weather to come. I would never say poof, Sarah. I used the Latin word for flourish in my spell instead. I'm beginning to suspect the reason so many spells are written in an ancient tongue is so that children will find them harder to utter, I said. The children were enchanted, in every sense of the word, Matthew said, giving me a rare, unguarded smile that came straight from the heart. He took my hand in his and pressed a kiss on the knuckles. So you've decided to just let go of the illusion of control? Agatha nodded. Good for you. Not quite, I said hastily. But Matthew and I agreed long ago that we weren't going to hide who we were from the children. I don't want them learning what magic is from television and the movies. Goddess forbid, Sarah shuddered. All those wands. I'm more concerned about the fact that magic is so often portrayed as a shortcut around something tedious, time-consuming, or both. I'd grown up on reruns of Bewitched, and though my professorial mother did sometimes say a spell to fold the laundry while she was reviewing her lecture notes, these were by no means daily occurrences. So long as we establish clear rules around doing magic, I think they'll be fine, I continued, taking a sip of wine and picking at the platter of greens that was sitting in the center of the table. The fewer rules, the better, Marcus said. He was staring into the candle flames and checking his phone every 5 minutes for news from Paris. My childhood was planted so thick with rules, I never took a step without running into one. There were rules about going to church and swearing, rules about minding my father and my elders and my social betters, rules about how to eat and how to talk and how to greet people in the street and how to treat women like fine china and how to take care of animals, rules for planting and rules for harvesting and rules for storing food so you didn't starve in the winter. Rules may teach you to be blindly obedient, but they're no real protection against the world, Marcus continued. Because one day you will knock so hard against a rule, you'll break it, and you'll have nothing standing between yourself and disaster then. I found that out when I ran away from Hadley to join the first fighting in Boston in 1775. You were at Lexington and Concord? I knew that Marcus was a patriot because of his copy of Common Sense.
He might have answered the call to arms when the first shots of the war were fired. No, in April I was still obeying my father's rules. He had forbidden me to go to war, Marcus said. I ran away in June. Matthew sent a lump of misshapen metal spinning across the table. It was dark, almost singed in places. Marcus caught it. A musket ball, an old one. Marcus looked up with a quizzical expression. Where did you get this? In the library, among Philippe's books and papers. I was looking for something else, but I found a letter from Gallowglass. Matthew reached into the pocket of his jeans and pulled out a folded packet of paper. The handwriting on the outside was scrawling and went up and down like the waves. We didn't often talk about the big Gale who had disappeared more than a year ago. I missed his easy charm and wicked sense of humor, but understood why watching Matthew and me raise our children and settle into our life as a family might be difficult. Gallowglass had known his feelings for me were unrequited, but until Matthew and I had returned to the present where we belonged, he had remained devoted to the job Philippe had given him, namely, to ensure my safety. I didn't know Gallowglass was in New England when I was a boy, Marcus said. He was working for Philippe. Matthew passed in the letter. Marcus read it aloud. Grandsire, Marcus began, I was at the Old South Meeting House this morning when Dr. Warren spoke on the 5th anniversary of the late massacre in Boston. The crowds were very large, and the doctor draped himself in a white toga, following the Roman style. The Sons of Liberty greeted this spectacle with cheers. Marcus looked up from the page, a smile on his face. I remember people in Northampton talking about Dr. Warren's speech. Then, we still thought the massacre had marked the low point in our troubles with the king, and that we would be able to mend our differences. We had no way of knowing that a permanent break with England was still to come. Here at last was some history I could use to properly frame Marcus's account of his life. May I? I held out my hand, eager to see the letter for myself. Reluctantly, Marcus parted with it. The numerous links of small and great events which form the chain on which the fate of kings and nations is suspended, I said, reading one of the lines from the letter. It reminded me of what Matthew had said about a vampire's memory, and how it was often ordinary occurrences that were preserved there. I thought back to my afternoon playing with the twins, and wondered again whether today I had planted some future remembrance for them. Whoever would have imagined that little more than a month after Gallowglass wrote this letter, a shot fired on a bridge in a small town outside Boston would become Emerson's shot heard around the world, Marcus mused. The day we decided that King George had mistreated us long enough started out just like any other April day. I was coming home from Northampton. It had been a warm spring, and the ground was soft. On that day, though, the winds from the east blew cold. Marcus's eyes were unfocused, his tone almost dreamy, as he remembered that long-ago time. And with them came a rider. Les Revenants, Letters and Papers of the Americas. Note 1. Gallowglass to Philippe de Clermont. Cambridge, Massachusetts, 6 March, 1775. Grandsire, I was at the Old South Meeting House this morning when Dr. Warren spoke on the 5th anniversary of the late massacre in Boston. The crowds were very large, and the doctor draped himself in a white toga, following the Roman style. The Sons of Liberty greeted this spectacle with cheers. Dr. Warren stirred the assembly with mention of his bleeding country and calls to stand up to a tyrant's power. To avoid war, Warren said, the British Army must withdraw from Boston. It will take only a spark to set rebellion alight.
Short-sighted mortals see not the numerous links of small and great events which form the chain on which the fate of kings and nations is suspended, Dr. Warren said. I wrote it down in the moment, for it struck me as wise.
I have placed this letter in the hands of Davy Hancock, who will see it safe delivered by the swiftest route. I have returned to Cambridge on your other business. I await your wishes with respect to the Sons of Liberty, but predict that your response will not arrive in time for me to alter what now seems inevitable. The oak and the ivy will not grow stronger together, but will be torn asunder. Written in haste from the town of Cambridge by your dutiful servant, Eric. Postscript. I enclose a curious item that was given to me as a memento by one of the Sons of Liberty. He said it was the remains of a musket ball fired by the British into a house on King Street when the citizens were attacked in 1770. There were many tales of that dreadful day shared by those in attendance at Dr. Warren's oration, which further inflamed the passions of those who desire liberty. 9 Crown, April-June 1775. Marcus juggled the pail of fish between his hands and pushed open the door to Thomas Buckland's Northampton surgery. Buckland was one of the few medical men west of Worcester, and though he was neither the most prosperous nor the best educated, he was by far the safest choice if you wanted to survive a visit to the doctor. The metal bell that hung over the door tinkled brightly, announcing Marcus's arrival. The surgeon's wife was working in the front room, where Buckland's equipment, forceps, teeth pullers, and cauterization irons lay in a gleaming row on a clean towel. Pots of herbs, medicines, and salves were displayed on the shelves. The surgeon's windows overlooked Northampton's main street, so that interested passers-by could witness the pain and suffering going on inside as Buckland set bones, peered into mouths and ears, drew teeth, and examined aching limbs. "Marcus MacNeil, what are you doing here?" Mercy Buckland looked up from the table where she was putting ointment into a stone crock. "I was hoping to trade some fish for a bit of that tisane you gave my mother last month." Marcus held up his pail. "Shad, freshly caught at the falls south of Hadley. Does your father know where you are?" Mrs. Buckland had witnessed the argument that broke out a few months ago when Obadiah caught him talking with Tom about how to make a salve to heal bruises. After that, his father had forbidden him from going to Northampton for cures. Obadiah insisted that the family see the nearsighted doctor in Hadley instead, who was half as good and twice as expensive, but whose age and tendency to overindulge in spirits made him less likely to interfere in MacNeil family business. "There's no point in asking, Mercy. Marcus won't answer. He's become a man of few words." Tom Buckland joined his wife, his balding head shining in the spring light. "For myself, I miss the boy who couldn't stop talking." Marcus felt Mrs. Buckland's eyes on him as she studied his thin arms, the piece of rope that cinched his breeches to his narrow waist, the hole in the toe of his left shoe, the patches on his blue and white checked shirt made from coarse cloth his sister Patience had woven from the flax grown on their farm. But he didn't want the Bucklands' pity. He didn't want anything except some tisane. Marcus's mother was able to sleep after she had some of Mrs. Buckland's famous concoction. The surgeon's wife had taught him what was in it, valerian and hops and skullcap, but these plants weren't grown in the MacNeil family garden. "Is there news from Boston?" Marcus asked, trying to change the subject. "The Sons of Liberty are rallying against the Redcoats," Tom replied, peering through his spectacles at the shelves in search of the right herbal mixture. "Everyone is fired up, thanks to Dr. Warren. Someone passing through from Springfield said more trouble is expected, though God hopes it won't be another massacre." "I heard the same, down at the falls," Marcus replied. It was how news traveled through to small towns like these, one piece of gossip at a time. Tom Buckland pressed a packet into his hand. "For your mother." "Thank you, Dr. Buckland," Marcus said, putting his pail on the counter. "These are for you. They'll make a fine dinner." "No, Marcus, that's too much," Mercy protested. "Half of that bucket is more than enough for Thomas and me. You should take the rest home. I've moved the buttons on Thomas's breeches twice this winter." Marcus shook his head, refusing the offer. "Thank you, Dr. Buckland, Mrs. Buckland. You keep it. I've got to get home." Tom tossed him a small crock, salve, for the extra fish. "We like to keep our accounts current. You could put some of it on your eye." Tom had noticed the blackening on Marcus's cheekbone. He thought it was faded enough to risk a trip into Northampton without setting any tongues wagging. But Tom was sharp-eyed and didn't miss much. "I stepped on a hay rake, and the handle hit me square in the face. You know how clumsy I am, Dr. Buckland." Marcus opened the shop door and tipped his moth-eaten hat at the couple. "Thank you for the tisane." Marcus borrowed a rickety raft to cross the river rather than take the ferry, and was on the puddled road back home when he narrowly avoided being struck down by a rider on a fast horse headed toward the center of Hadley. "What's happened?" Marcus snatched at the horse's reins in a vain attempt to hold the animal still. "Our militia engaged the regulars. Blood has been shed," the rider cried out, his lungs heaving with effort. He turned the horse's head, ripping the reins from Marcus' grasp, and shot off in the direction of the meeting house. Marcus ran the rest of the way back to the MacNeil farm. He would need food and a gun if he was going to join the militia on the march east. He slid through the damp grass in front of the garden gate, narrowly avoiding a furious goose that snapped at his breeches as he passed. "Bloody goose," Marcus said under his breath. If not for the eggs, he would have wrung the creature's neck long ago. He slipped through the front door with its faded red paint. Old Widow Noble said the split in the door's upper panel was a relic of an Indian raid that had taken place in the last century. But the old woman believed in witches, ghosts, and headless horsemen, too. Inside the house was quiet, the only sound the regular ticking of his mother's old clock on the mantel in the parlor. "I heard the bell." Catherine MacNeil rushed out from the kitchen, the only other room on the ground floor of the house, drying her hands on a worn towel. His mother was pale, and her eyes were dark-rimmed from lack of sleep. The farm wasn't thriving, his father was always off drinking with his friends, and the winter had been hard and long. "The army attacked in Lexington," Marcus replied. "They're calling out the militia. Boston? Is it safe?" As far as Catherine was concerned, the city of her childhood was the center of the world, and everything that was great or good came from there. At the moment, Marcus was less concerned with the threat Boston faced than with the one that shared their hearth and home. "Where's Pa?" Marcus asked. "Amherst. He went to see Cousin Josiah." His mother's lips tightened. "Your father won't be back any time soon." Sometimes Obadiah was gone for days and returned with torn clothes and bruises, his knuckles bleeding and his breath smelling of rum. If Marcus was lucky, he could go to Lexington and be back again before his father sobered up and noticed his son was missing. Marcus went into the parlor and took the old blunderbuss from the hooks over the fireplace. "Your grandfather MacNeil owned that gun," his mother said. "He had it when he arrived from Ireland. I remember." Marcus ran his fingers over the old wooden stock. Grandfather MacNeil had told him stories about his adventures with the gun. The first time he felled a deer when the family didn't have enough to eat, how he'd carried it when they went out to hunt wolves when Pelham and Amherst were just tiny settlements. "What will I tell your father when he comes back?" His mother looked stricken. "You know he's worried about what might happen if there's another war." Obadiah had fought in the last war against the French. He had been the flower of the local militia once, brave and strong. Marcus's father and mother had been newly married, and Obadiah had big plans for improving the farm he had purchased, or so Catherine remembered. But Obadiah had returned from the campaigns weak in body and broken in spirit, caught between conflicting loyalties to kin and king. On the one hand, Obadiah believed wholeheartedly in the sanctity of the British monarchy and the king's love for his subjects. Yet Obadiah had witnessed atrocities on the frontier that made him question whether Britain had her colony's best interests at heart. Like most of the militia who fought in the war, Obadiah found little to admire about the British Army. He believed the officers had knowingly put him in harm's way with their blind obedience to orders that arrived from London weeks, if not months, too late to be of any use. Between his divided loyalties, the violent nightmares of war that plagued him, and his taste for strong drink, Obadiah could not decide whether their present fight with the king was legitimate or not. The puzzle was slowly driving him mad. Tell him you haven't seen me, that you came in from the henhouse and found the gun was gone. Marcus didn't want his mother or his sister to pay the price for his disobedience. Your father isn't a fool, Marcus, his mother said. He'll have heard the bells. They were still pealing in Hadley, in Northampton, in every meeting house in Massachusetts, probably. I'll be home before you know it, Marcus assured his mother. He kissed her on the cheek, shouldered his gun, and headed into town. He met up with Joshua Boston and Zeb Pruitt outside the town's burial ground, where Zeb was at work digging a grave. It was ringed with tall trees, and the burial stones popped out from the ground at all angles, moss-covered and worn from the weather. "Hey, Marcus," Joshua called out. "You joinin' in the fight?" "I thought I might," Marcus replied. "It's time King George stopped treating us like children. Freedom is our birthright as British subjects. Nobody should be able to take it from us, and we shouldn't have to fight for it." "Or die for it," Zeb muttered. Marcus frowned. "Don't you mean kill for it?" "I said what I meant," was Zeb's quick answer. "If a man drinks enough rum, or someone stirs up enough fear and hate in his heart, he'll kill quick enough. But that same man will run from the battlefield the first chance he gets if he doesn't believe what he's fighting for, body and soul. Best think hard about whether you have that kind of patriotism, Marcus, before you go marching off to Lexington with the militia," Joshua said. Too late. Zeb squinted into the distance. Here comes Mr. MacNeil, and Josiah with him. "Marcus?" Obadiah stopped in the middle of the street, peering at him through bloodshot eyes. "Where are you going with my gun, boy?" It wasn't Obadiah's gun, but Marcus felt sure this wasn't the time to argue the point. "I asked you a question." Obadiah advanced on them, his steps irregular but still menacing. "Town, they've called up the militia." Marcus stood his ground. "You're not going to war against your king," Obadiah said, grabbing at the gun. "It's against God's holy order to defy him. Besides, you're just a child." "I'm 18. Marcus refused to let go. "Not yet, you're not." Obadiah's eyes narrowed and his mouth tightened. This was usually the moment when Marcus capitulated, eager to keep the peace so that his mother didn't intervene and get caught between her husband and her son. But today, with Zeb's and Joshua's words ringing in his ears, Marcus felt that he had something to prove, to himself, to his father, and to his friends. Marcus stood taller, ready for a fight. His father delivered a stinging slap across one cheek and then the other. It was not the blow you would give a man, but a woman or a child. Even in his anger, Obadiah was determined to remind Marcus of his place. Obadiah wrestled the gun from Marcus's hands. "Go back home to your ma," Obadiah said contemptuously. "I'll see you there. First, I need to have a word with Zeb and Joshua." His father would beat him when he got back to the farm. From the expression in Obadiah's eye, Zeb and Joshua might receive a thrashing as well. "They've got nothing to do with it," Marcus said, his cheeks red from his father's blows. "Enough disobedience, boy," Obadiah barked. Joshua jerked his head in the direction of the farm. It was a silent request for Marcus to leave before things got even more heated. He turned his back on his friends, on the war, and on his father, and moved down the road toward the MacNeil farm. Marcus promised himself it was the last time his father would tell him what to do. In June, Marcus kept his word by running away to Boston. He had been beaten several times since the Lexington alarm. The violence usually began after Marcus questioned his father about something small and innocuous, whether the cows needed to be milked or if the well was running dry. Obadiah took his questions as further signs of rebellion. Each blow that his father gave with the folded leather reins seemed to make him calmer, his eyes growing less frantic and his speech less angry. Marcus had learned long ago not to cry while his father beat him, not even when his legs were covered with excruciating welts. Tears only made his father more desperate to exorcise Marcus's demons. Usually, Obadiah kept going until Marcus collapsed with pain. Then Obadiah took to the taverns, moving from one to the other until he collapsed too in a drunken heap. It was after one of those beatings, while Obadiah was still out drowning his sorrows, that Marcus had packed a pail of food and the family almanac that outlined the towns on the Boston Road so that he could mark his progress, and started walking east. By the time Marcus reached Cambridge, Harvard Yard was buzzing like a hornet's nest. The college had been emptied of its students, and militia from all over New England now occupied their rooms. When the college halls were filled up, the soldiers erected tents outside, without much concern for their relationship to one another, the cobblestone streets, the lampposts, or the flow of sewage. The result was a makeshift encampment crazed with narrow footpaths, like the cracks in old crockery, that wended their way between the flapping sheets of canvas, linen, and burlap. Marcus entered the tent city, and what had been a steady hum of activity became a din that rivaled the pounding of British artillery. Regimental musicians roused the inexperienced soldiers for the coming battle with a steady beating of their drums. Dogs, horses, and the occasional mule barked, neighed, and brayed. Men freshly arrived from towns as far away as New Haven to the south and Portsmouth to the north discharged their weapons at the slightest provocation, sometimes deliberately and more often accidentally. Marcus was following the scent of burned coffee and roasted meat in search of something to eat when a familiar face turned toward him. Damn! Marcus had been spotted by someone from back home. Seth Pomeroy's shrewd eyes settled on him, dark and deeply set over prominent cheekbones, divided by a sharp nose. The Northampton gumsmith's forbidding expression proclaimed that this was not a man to meddle with. "MacNeil, where's your gun?" Pomeroy's breath was foul. There was a decayed tooth in the front of his mouth that wiggled when he was angry. Tom Buckland wanted to pull it, but Pomeroy was adamantly opposed to dentistry, so the tooth was destined to rot in place. "My pa has it," Marcus replied.
Pomeroy thrust a musket at Marcus, one of his own and much finer than Grandfather MacNeil's old blunderbuss. "And does your father know you're here?" Pomeroy asked. Like Mrs. Buckland, Pomeroy knew that Obadiah ruled his family with an iron fist. Nobody did anything without his permission, not if he valued his own hide. No, Marcus kept his responses to a minimum. "Obadiah isn't going to like it when he finds out," Pomeroy said. "What's he gonna do, disinherit me?" Marcus snorted. Everybody knew the MacNeils didn't have a penny to bless themselves. "And your mother?" Pomeroy's eyes sharpened. Marcus looked away rather than answer. His mother didn't need to be part of this. His father had pushed her out of the way when she tried to stop their last argument, and she'd fallen and injured her arm. It still wasn't healed, not even with Tom Buckland's salve and the ministrations of the doctor from Hadley. "One of these days, Marcus MacNeil, you're going to find someone whose authority you can't wriggle out from under," Pomeroy promised. "But today isn't the day. You're the best shot in Hampshire County, and I need every gun I can get." Marcus joined a line of soldiers. He filed into line next to a gangly fellow about his age, wearing a red and white checked shirt and a pair of navy breeches that had seen better days. "Where you from?" his companion asked during a momentary lull in the action. "Out west," Marcus replied, not wanting to give too much away. "We're both country bumpkins then," the soldier replied. "Aaron Lyon.
one of Colonel Woodridge's men. The Boston boys poke fun at anyone who lives west of Worcester. I've been called Yankee more times than I can count. What's your name?" "Marcus MacNeil," Marcus said. "Who you with, Marcus?" Lion rooted around in a pouch at his waist. "Him," Marcus pointed at Seth Pomeroy. "Everybody says Pomeroy is one of the finest gunsmiths in Massachusetts." Lion produced a handful of dried apple slices. He offered some to Marcus. "Picked last year from our orchard in Ashfield. None better." Marcus devoured the apples and mumbled his thanks. Their conversation dropped away to silence when they reached the narrow neck of land that connected Cambridge to Charlestown. It was here that the scope of what awaited them became visible. Lion whistled through his teeth at their first good look at the smoke coming from the distant prospects of Breed's Hill and Bunker Hill. The line drew to a halt as Seth Pomeroy stopped to converse with a rotund man on horseback, wearing a powdered wig and tricorn hat that sat on his balding head at opposing angles. Marcus recognized the unmistakable profile of Dr. Woodridge from South Hadley. "Looks like you're joining up with us, Aaron," said, watching the exchange between Pomeroy and Woodridge. Woodridge rode down the line, calmly surveying the soldiers. "MacNeil, is that you?" Woodridge squinted. "By God, it is. Go with Pomeroy. If you can put buckshot through a turkey's eye in my back pasture, you can surely hit a redcoat. You too, Lion." "Yes, sir." Lions whistled through front teeth that let as much daylight through as the pickets on Madam Porter's fence. "Where are we going?" Marcus asked Woodridge, planting his feet a bit farther apart and cradling the gun in his hands. "You don't ask questions in the Army," Woodridge replied. "Army?" Marcus's ears pricked at this piece of intelligence. "I'm fighting for Massachusetts in the militia." "Shows what you know, MacNeil. Congress, in its wisdom, decided 13 different colonial militias were too much. We're one merry continental army now. Some gentleman from Virginia, tall man, good on a horse, is headed up from Philadelphia to manage things." Woodridge spat on the ground, a damning pronouncement intended to cover Southern landowners, tall men, equestrians, and city folk. "Do as you're told, or I'll send you back to Hadley where you belong." Marcus reached the Northampton gunsmith just in time to hear him address the motley company of soldiers. "We don't have much ammunition," Pomeroy explained, handing out small leather pouches. "So no target practice unless it's got 2 legs and is wearing a British uniform." "What's our mission, Captain?" A tall man in a buckskin jacket with sandy hair and the sharp eyes of a wolf weighed the pouch in his hand. "Relieving Colonel Prescott on Breed's Hill." "He's stranded there," Pomeroy replied. There were groans of disappointment. Like Marcus, most of the men wanted to fire upon the British Army, not help fellow colonials who'd gotten themselves into trouble. Pomeroy's men began their march in silence, the bombardment from British cannon shaking the ground and rattling nearby buildings to their foundations. The king's troops were trying to blast to pieces the fragile strip of land they were walking on, thereby cutting Charlestown off from Cambridge. The land rolled under Marcus's feet. Instinctively, he picked up his pace. "Even the whores left Charlestown when they saw what was coming this way," Lion said over his shoulder. What was coming looked to be Armageddon, or at least that was Marcus's conclusion once he saw the number of British ships on the Charles River, the heavy bombardment from guns across the water, and the thick plumes of smoke. Then he caught sight of the masses of red-coated British soldiers marching briskly toward them from a distance, and his bows turned to water. When Pomeroy's troops finally met up with the other colonials, Marcus was surprised to discover that some of the soldiers were even younger than he was, like the freckled Jimmy Hutchison from Salem. Only a few were as old as Seth Pomeroy, but most of the men were around Obadiah's age, including the hatchet-faced captain whose orders Marcus now followed, John Stark of New Hampshire. Stark was one of the first Rangers, Jimmy whispered to Marcus as they crouched behind a makeshift protective bulwark. Roger's Rangers were legendary for their keen eyes and steady hands, as well as their long rifles, which were accurate at far greater distances than the muskets most men carried. "One more word out of you, boy, and I'll gag you." Stark had crept up to the front line, silent as a snake. A red flag, ornamented with a green pine tree, was wound around one hand. Stark fixed his attention on Marcus. "Who the hell are you?" "Marcus MacNeil." Marcus fought the urge to jump up and stand at attention. "From Hadley." "You're the one Pomeroy says can shoot straight," Stark said. "Yes, sir." Marcus couldn't hide his eagerness to prove it. "See that stake?" Marcus squinted through a small gap in the hay that had been wadded between the fence rails piled atop the old wall to provide better cover. He nodded. "When the British reach it, you stand and shoot. Shoot the fanciest uniform you see. The more brass and braid, the better," Stark said. "Every man against this fence will do the same." "Eyes or heart?" Marcus's question earned a smile from the forbidding marksman. "It doesn't matter," Stark replied, "so long as one shot is all it takes to bring him to his knees. After you discharge your weapon, hit the ground and keep your head down. Once you're down, Cole will shoot with the second line." Stark pointed to the sharp-eyed man in buckskin. The soldier nodded and touched his hat. "Once Cole's down," Stark continued, "Hutchison and the final line will take aim." The strategy was brilliant. It took a count of 20 to reload a musket, give or take. Stark's plan meant there would be no lull in the attack, in spite of the relatively small number of colonials behind the fence. The British were walking straight into a barrage of fire. "And then?" Jimmy asked. Cole and Stark exchanged a long look. Marcus's racing blood stuttered. He'd weighed the pouch when Pomeroy gave it to him, and suspected it contained only enough powder for one shot. That look proved it. "Just wait by me," Jimmy said, patting the boy on the back. War involved far more waiting than it did shooting. It was nearly half a day before the British came into view.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. As soon as the redcoats began to approach the stake, however, everything seemed to happen at once. The fife and drums struck up a tune. The drummer was a boy of no more than 12. Marcus saw no older than Patience. One of the British soldiers whistled along. The rest of the red-coated line picked up the song with enthusiasm, belting out the words with jeers and catcalls. "Yankee Doodle came to town for to buy a firelock. We will tar and feather him, and so we will John Hancock." Bastards! Marcus' finger quivered on the trigger at the insult to one of his heroes and the president of the recently convened Continental Congress. "Hold your fire," Cole whispered from behind Marcus, reminding him of Stark's orders. Then the first of the British soldiers, his red and gold uniform flaming in the hazy air, stepped past the stake. "Fire!" Stark shouted. Marcus sprang to his feet, along with the front line of men packed along the fence. A British boy, someone Marcus' age, who looked so like him they might have been cousins, looked directly at him, mouth round with astonishment. Marcus aimed. "Don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes," Stark shouted. The British lad's eyes widened. Marcus pulled the trigger. A dark hole appeared in the soldier's eye socket. Blood trickled out, increasing to a flood. Marcus froze, unable to move. "Get down!" Cole pulled him to the ground. Marcus dropped his gun as he fell, his stomach heaving. He was dazed, his ears ringing and his eyes burning. The British fixed their bayonets with a loud snick. The soldiers roared as they ran toward the wall, a hail of bullets accompanying them, hurtling toward the colonials from behind the British line. Stark waved the red and green flag. Cole stood along with the second line of men. Lying face up on the ground, Marcus followed a single bullet as it passed overhead. He watched,
dumbstruck as it hit Cole in the chest, just as the man was aiming his long rifle. Cole grunted and fell, but not before discharging his weapon. The British line shouted in surprise. They had not been expecting a second round of fire so soon. Shouts turned to screams as colonial bullets found their marks. Marcus crawled over to Cole. "Is he dead?" Jimmy asked, eyes wide. "Oh, God, is he dead?" Cole's eyes stared at the heavens, unseeing. Marcus knelt, hoping to feel the breath coming from Cole's lungs. Nothing. He closed Cole's eyes. Stark tossed his flag in the air, deliberately drawing British fire. Jimmy and the remaining colonials stood, took aim, and shot. The screams and shouting continued on the other side of the wall. "Fall back! Fall back!" The British officer's command carried on the wind. "It'll be damned." Stark propped himself up against the stone wall, while the farmers, woodsmen, and hunters of New England, now soldiers in this new Continental Army, turned to one another in disbelief. "Well, lads," Stark continued, mopping his brow with his sleeve, "that was a good afternoon's work. Seems you turned aside the great British Army." Cheers rose from the ranks, but Marcus couldn't bring himself to join in. Cole's gun lay in a pool of his blood. Marcus took it and wiped the grip on his sleeve. It was even finer than the one Pomeroy had loaned him. And he might need another gun before the day was through. God knew the New Hampshire man didn't. Not anymore. The rest of the battle passed in a blood, buckshot, and chaos. There was no water, no food, and little respite from the fighting. Stark and his men turned the British aside again. When the British attacked a third time, the exhausted colonists had no ammunition to fight back. The hardiest and the oldest men volunteered to stand at the wall while the rest retreated. They were almost across the neck and safely back in Cambridge when Jimmy Hutchison suddenly fell, a piece of shot embedded in his neck. Blood spatters mixed with the freckles on the boy's face. "Am I gonna die like Mr. Cole?" Jimmy's voice was faint. Marcus ripped the blood-stained sleeve from his own shirt and tried to staunch the flow. Not today. If it gave Jimmy a shred of hope to cling to, though Marcus knew the boy would curse fate before his ordeal was over, how could it hurt? Marcus took a coat from a dead British soldier. He and Aaron Lyon made a makeshift stretcher out of it. Together, they carried Jimmy toward the camp hospital that had been set up in Harvard Yard. The area smelled like a charnel house, the scent of blood and singed flesh filling the air. It sounded even worse. Groans and pleas for water were punctuated by screams of soldiers in agony. "Bless me, is that Jimmy Hutchison?" A stout woman, fiery-headed with a pipe clenched between her teeth, appeared out of the smoky twilight, barring their way. "Mistress Bishop?" Jimmy said weakly, blinking up at her. "Is that you, ma'am?" "Who else?" Mistress Bishop replied tartly. "What fool let you come up here and get yourself shot? You're not even 15. "Ma doesn't know," Jimmy explained, his eyes rolling shut. "I should think so. You should have stayed in Salem where you belong." Mistress Bishop gestured to Marcus. "Don't just stand there. Bring him here." Here was not the direction that most of the wounded were being carried. Here was a small fire, with a group of makeshift beds around it. Here all was quiet, as opposed to there, where shouts and cries and utter bedlam proclaimed the location of the surgeons. Marcus eyed the woman with suspicion. "You can take him to Dr. Warren if you want to, but Jimmy's chances of surviving are better with me." Mistress Bishop shifted her pipe from the left side of her mouth to the right. "We left Dr. Warren on Breed's Hill," Marcus said, pleased to show up the woman as a liar. "Not that Dr. Warren, you dolt, the other one." Mistress Bishop was equally delighted to let Marcus know he was a conceited fool. "I reckon I'm more familiar with the medical men of Boston than you are." "I want to stay with Mistress Bishop," Jimmy mumbled. "She's a healer." "That's a polite term for it, Jimmy," Mistress Bishop said. Now, are you two louts going to carry my patient to the fire, or do I have to do it my way? He's got a piece of shot in his neck, Marcus hurriedly explained as they lugged Jimmy the last few yards. I think it cut through the veins. It could be lodged in the artery, though. Some of the flesh around it is black, but that could be a burn. I tied my sleeve around his neck as tight as I dared. So I see. Mistress Bishop picked up a pair of nips, a rushlight pinched between them. She peered into the wound. What's your name? Marcus MacNeil. Here. Marcus fished around in his pocket and pulled out a bit of candlewood he'd brought from home. The resinous pine splinter would cast a brighter glow than the flickering rushlight. He thrust the end of it in the flame. The wood caught immediately. I thank you. Mistress Bishop swapped her nips for the candlewood. You know your way around a body. Are you one of those Harvard boys? Her look of derision was reason enough to deny it. No, ma'am. Hadley, Marcus replied, his eyes pinned to Jimmy's pallid face and blue-tinged lips. I don't think he's getting enough air. None of us are, not with all this smoke. Mistress Bishop contributed to it by drawing on her pipe. She sighed, a fugue of tobacco surrounding her, and looked down at Jimmy. He'll sleep a bit now. Marcus knew better than to ask whether Jimmy would wake up. It took me 18 hours to bring that boy into the world, and no time at all for some idiot with a gun to steal him away. Mistress Bishop pulled a small bottle out of her pocket. War is such a waste of women's time. Mistress Bishop used her teeth to pull the cork from the bottle and spat it into the fire. It popped and sizzled for a moment before igniting in the flames. She took a substantial swig and offered it to Marcus. Thank you, no. Marcus still felt as though his stomach could rise up at any moment. Memories of the battle struggled to the surface of his mind.
He had killed a man? Somewhere in England, a mother was waking up without a son, and it was his fault. Think about that weeping mother before you pull the trigger next time, Mistress Bishop said, returning the flask to her own lips. Somehow, the woman had divined the contents of Marcus's guilty conscience. Alarmed and overwhelmed, Marcus clapped a hand over his mouth as his guts heaved. Mistress Bishop looked at him sharply, her hazel eyes snapping. Don't you dare go all missish on me. I haven't got time for your nonsense. One of the Proctor boys broke his leg running away from the guns. Fell in a hole. First sensible story of battle I've heard today. Mistress Bishop took another swig from her bottle, then lumbered to her feet. She beckoned for Marcus to follow. Marcus remained where he was until his innards returned to their natural place. It took rather longer than the red-headed healer found acceptable. Well, she demanded, standing over a prone soldier whose eyes were bugged out from pain and fear. Are you going to faint, or are you going to help me? I've never said a broken leg. Marcus felt that honesty was the best policy with Mistress Bishop. You've never killed a man, either. There is a first time for everything, Mistress Bishop said tartly. Besides, I'm not asking you to set it. You're going to hold him down while I do it. Marcus stood at the man's head. No, not there. Bishop's patience had been spent. Hold his hip here and his thigh there. She placed Marcus's hands in the proper position. You have anything to drink, Sarah? The man croaked. Marcus thought a drink was a very good idea, based on the angle of the soldier's ankle relative to his knee. It looked as though the tibia had snapped in two. She slapped her flask into Marcus' palm. You have a sip first, then give John a swig. You've gone all green again. This time, Marcus accepted her offer. The liquid burned a path down his throat. He held the bottle to the soldier's lips. Thank you, the man whispered. You got anything else for the pain, Sarah? Anything stronger, I mean? A long look passed between the soldier and the healer. Sarah shook her head. Not here, John Proctor. It was worth asking. Proctor sighed and laid back. The rum will have to do.
You ready, MacNeil? Sarah clamped her pipe between her teeth. Before Marcus could respond, or indeed even fully understand the question, Sarah Bishop had pulled the bones back into place, the muscles in her arms rigid with effort. Proctor howled in agony, then passed out from the shock. There, all done. Sarah patted Proctor's leg. Not shy with their feelings, the Proctors. Marcus thought the patient had been remarkably composed, considering the seriousness of the injury, but he held his tongue. Sarah pointed to the rum. Have some more of that. And the next time you set a bone, remember to do it just like I did. Immobilize the limb, then put you back into one good tug. You'll do less harm that way. There's no point in being so timid with the bones that you shred the muscles to pieces. Yes, ma'am. It had been difficult for Marcus to obey Woodbridge's orders, but Sarah Bishop was another matter. I've got more men to treat. Sarah's pipe had gone out, but she kept chewing on it anyway, as though it gave her comfort. Should I stay and help? Marcus wondered. Whether healing some other mother's son would help him feel more at peace with the fact that he had taken a life. No, go back to Hadley, Sarah replied. But the fighting isn't over. Marcus looked around at the casualties. Men had been killed, maimed, fatally wounded. They need every gun they can get. Freedom. There are ways to serve the cause of liberty that don't involve bloodshed. The army is going to require surgeons far more than soldiers. Mistress Bishop pointed the end of her pipe at him. Her eyes were dark, the pupils huge. Marcus shivered at the sight. It must have been the drink and the smoke that made her look so strange. Your time has not yet come, she continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. Until it does, go home where you belong, Marcus MacNeil. Be ready. When the future beckons, you'll know it. 10/3/15 May. Miriam dropped off the cat early in the morning on Phoebe's third day of being a vampire. It was black and substantial of build, with a white nose, 4 white feet, and a white-tipped tail. It's time you feed yourself, Miriam said, putting the carrier next to the bed. Inside, the cat made plaintive, mewling noises. I need a break from this relentless motherhood. Freya, Charles, and Francois are here, but they won't answer calls for food or drink. Phoebe's stomach growled at Miriam's words, but it was more out of sympathetic habit than hunger. Where Phoebe now felt the gnawing sensation of want was in her veins and in her heart. Like her center of gravity, her appetite had moved up from her belly in a way that seemed impossible based on her study of biology. Remember, Phoebe, it's best not to talk to your food. Don't dote on it. Leave it in the cage until you're ready to feed, Miriam instructed, in the schoolmarm tone that sent Marcus and Matthew scurrying for their test tubes and computers when she was managing their Oxford biochemistry lab. Phoebe nodded. And for God's sake, Miriam added as she went out the door, don't name it. Phoebe released the door to the cage immediately after she heard the front door snick closed. The terrible twos were lingering, and her rebellious streak showed no signs of disappearing. Come here, kitty, Phoebe crooned. I don't want to harm you. The cat, which knew better, plastered itself against the rear of the carrier and hissed, its back arched and its teeth sharp, white, pointed, exposed. Impressed by the cat's display of ferocity, Phoebe drew back to study her first proper meal. The cat, sensing an opportunity for escape, ran out from the carrier and wedged itself behind the wardrobe. Intrigued, Phoebe settled down on the floor and waited. 2 hours later, the cat decided Phoebe meant no immediate harm and ventured to the rug in front of the closed door to the hallway, as though planning to bolt at the first opportunity. Phoebe had grown bored waiting for the cat to make its next move and spent the intervening time examining her own teeth in the cracked window pane. There were only a few hours when this was possible, Phoebe discovered, when the light hit the glass just right. Everything else that was shiny had been taken away last night for fear that Phoebe would become mesmerized by her own reflection and, Narcissus-like, find it impossible to break the fascination. Phoebe ached for a mirror again almost as much as she ached for Miriam's blood. The window glass provided some reflection, but she wanted to study her teeth in detail. Could they really have become so sharp that they would be able to bite through fur, skin, fat, and sinew and reach the cat's life source? What if my teeth aren't up to it? Phoebe wondered. What if one breaks? Do vampire teeth regenerate? Phoebe's active vampire mind skittered to life, hopping from question to question. Can vampires feed without teeth? Are they like infants, dependent on others for their sustenance? Is pulling teeth a death sentence as well as a mark of shame, like taking a thief's hand so that he can't steal again? "Stop!" Phoebe said it aloud. The cat looked up and blinked at her, unimpressed. It stretched, kneading the plush surface of the carpet before returning to a wary knot. "You still have claws." Of course, Miriam had not stooped to providing her with a defenseless cat. Along with the sharp teeth that the cat had already displayed, the claws were proof that this cat needed to be taken seriously. "You're a survivor, like me." The cat was missing the tip of one ear, no doubt lost in some alley fight. It was no great beauty, yet something in its eyes touched Phoebe's heart, a weariness that spoke of struggle and a longing for home.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Phoebe wondered whether, one day when Frasier and Miriam finally allowed her to have a mirror again, she would see the same look in her own eyes. Would her eyes have changed? Would they continue to do so, growing hard and haunted, looking older even though the rest of her did not? "Stop." Phoebe said it loudly enough this time that the word echoed slightly in the sparsely furnished room. After 2 days of having people run to her aid whenever she so much as sighed in disappointment, Phoebe found the lack of response from the household both disconcerting and strangely liberating. Miriam and Marcus had assured her, weeks ago, that her first attempt at feeding from a living creature would not be tidy. They had also warned that whatever unfortunate being Phoebe fed from the first time would not survive. There would be too much trauma, not necessarily physical, but certainly mental. The animal would struggle in her grip and probably frighten itself to death, its system flooded with so much adrenaline that the heart would explode. Phoebe studied the cat. Perhaps she was not as hungry as she thought. 4 hours after the cat arrived, Phoebe was able to scoop it into her lap when it was sleeping. She picked it up, all 4 limbs hanging as if they were boneless, and climbed onto the bed with it. Phoebe dropped into a cross-legged position and deposited the cat into the hollow between her thighs. Phoebe stroked the cat's soft fur, keeping her touch feather-light. She didn't want to break the spell and send the cat, hissing, to its former retreat behind the wardrobe. She was afraid her hunger might overwhelm her, and that, in an effort to get to the beating heart of the cat, she might upend the wardrobe and crush the animal to death before she was able to drink from it. "How much do you weigh?" Phoebe murmured, her hand continuing to work along the cat's spine. The cat started a low purring. "Not much, even though you're being well fed." The cat couldn't have much blood, Phoebe realized, and her hunger was considerable and growing. Her veins felt dry and flat, as though her body didn't hold enough life-giving fluid to round them out to their normal circumference. The cat pushed slightly against Phoebe's legs before forming itself into a slightly more relaxed loop. The cat sighed, contented and warm. These were instinctive gestures of nesting, of belonging. Phoebe reminded herself that the cat wouldn't survive what she was about to do. And for God's sake, don't name it.
Miriam's warning echoed in Phoebe's mind. Phoebe hadn't been fed for 12 hours, 16 minutes, and 24 seconds. She had done the math and knew that she was going to have to feed soon or risk becoming frenzied and cruel. Phoebe was determined not to be that kind of vampire. She had heard enough stories of Matthew's early days, told with great gusto by Isabeau, to want to avoid such unpleasant scenes. The cat was still sleeping in Phoebe's lap. During the hours they'd spent together, Phoebe had learned a great deal about the animal, including her sex, which was female, her fondness for having her tail pulled slightly, and how much she disliked having her paws touched. The cat still didn't trust her enough to let Phoebe stroke her belly. What predator would? When Phoebe tried, the cat scratched her in protest, but the scratches healed almost immediately, leaving no mark behind. Phoebe's fingers still moved, repeatedly and rhythmically through the cat's fur, hoping for some further signs of yielding, of friendship, of permission. But the contrapuntal sound of the cat's heartbeat and the hollowness in Phoebe's veins had gone from insistent to alluring to maddening. Together they had become intertwined in a song of suppressed desire. Blood, life, blood, life. The song pulsed through the cat's body, one heartbeat at a time. Phoebe bit her lip in frustration, making it bleed for a fraction of a second before it healed. She had been gnawing at her own lips for the last hour, tasting the salt, knowing it wouldn't satisfy her hunger, but unable to stop herself. The cat opened her eyes slightly at the rich scent, her pink nose quivering. Once the cat determined it wasn't fish or a piece of meat, she fell back into slumber. Phoebe bit her lip again, harder and deeper this time. The taste of salt flooded her mouth, savory but empty of nutrients. It was a promise of nourishment, nothing more. Phoebe's mouth watered at the prospect of a meal. Once again, the cat lifted her head, her green eyes fixed on Phoebe. Want a taste? Phoebe ran her finger over her lip, smearing it with a bead of blood. The skin knit together behind her fingertip. Already, the blood on her finger had darkened to a rich violet. Moving quickly, before it dried to black, Phoebe offered it to the cat. Curious, the cat's pink tongue lapped at Phoebe's finger. Its sandy texture made Phoebe shiver with hunger and longing. Then something extraordinary happened. The cat's eyes drifted closed, a tiny bit of pink tongue extended. Phoebe poked at it, but the cat didn't stir. She ran her fingers lightly over the cat's belly. Nothing. "Oh, God, I've killed it," Phoebe whispered. Phoebe poked it again, trying to rouse it, and felt a sense of panic. No one would come to save her, not for hours or days. Miriam, her maker, the woman who Phoebe had chosen to give her a new life, had made sure of that. Phoebe would pass out from hunger, the dead cat in her lap. She couldn't feed from a dead thing. It was worse than necrophilia, an abhorrence to a vampire. Blood, life, blood. The pulsing beat of the song continued. Dimly, Phoebe recognized it. A heartbeat, not hers. The cat wasn't dead. It was asleep. No, Phoebe realized, the cat was drugged. She looked down at her finger, which still held traces of purple. Her vampire blood had put the cat into a state of suspended animation. Phoebe remembered Marcus and Miriam talking about this, and how some vampires abuse the soporific effects of their blood, doing unspeakable things to warm bloods after they fed from them. Phoebe lifted the cat to her nose, the animal's body feeling even more boneless and pelt-like than it had before. The cat didn't smell particularly appetizing. Its scent was musky and dry. Blood, life, blood. The cat's slow-beating heart sang into the quiet room. The sound was tempting, tormenting. Phoebe pressed her lips to the cat's neck, instinctively seeking food. Surely the blood was closest to the skin's surface there. Why else would so many human stories about vampires focus on the neck? Frasier and Miriam had gone over the circulatory system of mammals with her, but in the hunger of the moment, Phoebe wasn't able to recall a single relevant piece of information. The cat squirmed in Phoebe's hands. Even under the influence of vampire blood, its instinct to survive hadn't dimmed. The cat sensed a predator, one far more dangerous than she. Phoebe's mouth moved across the cat's shoulder, taking in the texture of the fur. She grasped a tiny fold of skin between her teeth and bit down a fraction of an inch, the tiniest amount possible, and waited for the blood to fill her mouth. Nothing. "Don't worry about the mess, Phoebe dear," Frasier had said last night when she checked on Phoebe, sounding almost cheerful at the prospect of a bloodbath. "We will clean it up afterward." After you destroy this cat, Phoebe thought. After you feed. After you survive. At some other creature's expense. Phoebe's civilized mind rebelled at the prospect, and her stomach followed, heaving and clenching in a futile effort to expel its contents, but it was empty. There had to be something to eat besides the cat, Phoebe thought. She had drained the carafe hours ago, and the 2 bottles of Pellegrino that Francois had given her when Phoebe complained that the flat water tasted unpleasantly metallic. Phoebe hadn't been able to stomach wine, not even wine from Burgundy, which had always been her favorites, so Frasier had taken it away.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Phoebe had even downed the water in the vase on the windowsill. She eyed the flowers strewn on the carpet, wondering whether she could snack on the stems as she had once done on celery. But the thought of so much greenery made her stomach revolt. She got to her feet, placing the cat on the bed, and searched through her purse. There had to be something in there to eat. Chewing gum, a throat pastille, a piece of stale biscuit that had fallen out of the wrapper. She tipped the contents onto the bed around the slumbering cat. Tissues, crumpled. Receipts, folded in half. Driver's license, passport, notebook for jotting down tasks. A single grubby polo mint, some fluff, and a curl of pencil shaving stuck to it. Phoebe's hand moved like a snake and snagged the mint. She pried a 1-cent euro off the back and popped the mint into her mouth. She closed her eyes in anticipation of the rush of peppermint and sugar. The mint in her mouth turned to paste. Phoebe spat it across the room, where it pinged as it hit the window. Another crack, Phoebe thought with sorrow. The cat stretched, sighed, and turned her belly and paws heavenward, filling the room with a musky scent. She no longer smelled dry and unappealing. Now, with Phoebe's hunger mounting, she smelled glorious. Phoebe took the cat's decision to expose her soft underbelly as the long-awaited sign of permission. Moving quickly, before she lost her nerve, Phoebe bent over the cat and bit decisively into her neck. Phoebe's mouth filled with the coppery tang of blood. It was not as satisfying as Miriam's, but it was fuel and would keep her from going mad. After 3 swallows, the cat began to stir. Phoebe withdrew reluctantly from the animal, her fingers pressing into the spot in its neck where she had taken its blood, and waited for the cat to die. But the cat was a survivor. She studied Phoebe with glazed eyes. Deliberately, Phoebe brought her thumb to her teeth. She bit down hard. The cat lapped the blood with the same curiosity as before and returned to dozing. Phoebe drank 6 more swallows of blood before the cat stirred again. The warm drink had taken the edge off her hunger, though Phoebe was far from satiated. She used a bit more of her blood to help the wound on the cat's neck scab over so that a second set of sheets was not ruined. Phoebe could not afford to further annoy Francoise, bringer of Pellegrino and Hello magazines. The cat woke from her induced slumber when the clocks in the house sounded the half-hour.
Phoebe removed the tasseled rope that tied back one of the curtains, and she and the cat played with it until the clock struck the hour. It was then that Phoebe knew that she and the cat would not be parted. Not by death, not by another vampire. They belonged together. "What should I call you?" Phoebe wondered aloud. It had been 24 hours since Phoebe had fed from Miriam. A gentle knock on the door announced the arrival of her visitors. Phoebe had heard them coming up the stairs like a herd of elephants, waking the cat. "Come in," Phoebe called, her body curved protectively around the purring bundle. She pulled on the cat's tail and scratched the bridge of her nose, much to the animal's delight. "You've done remarkably well, Phoebe," Freya said, her eyes taking a quick inventory of the room. "There was not a speck of blood anywhere. Where's the body?" "There isn't a body, Phoebe. There's a cat, and she's right here." "She's not dead," Miriam said, sounding slightly impressed. "She is called Persephone," Phoebe replied. 11 Liberty and Restraint, 18 May. "There's a griffin on the second-floor landing." Sarah entered the library in a cloud of bergamot and lavender. Agatha had been in the fragrant still room next to the kitchen experimenting with essential oils. Inspired by their recent trip to Provence, Agatha was considering launching a line of signature scents. I looked up from my desk, where I was trying to put what Marcus had told us last night into some kind of context. What was available online was little help. Most accounts of the early years of the American Revolution focused on battle strategies or the occupation of Boston. Few focused on Western Massachusetts, the socioeconomic effects of the French and Indian Wars, or generational conflicts between fathers and sons. I would need access to a proper research library to learn more. "It's quite good, isn't it?" I said absently, returning my attention to my notes. The tapestry that hung on the wall had a rich red background, and the profuse flowers that surrounded the woven griffin brightened up what would otherwise have been a dark space. Ysabeau bought it in the 15th century. Phoebe thinks it came from the same workshop that produced the unicorn tapestries at the Musée de Cluny in Paris, I continued. "What was the first name of that gunsmith Marcus mentioned? Saul? Stephen? I want to look him up in this encyclopedia of Massachusetts soldiers and sailors I found online. Seth. And I am not talking about Ysabeau's old carpet." Sarah held out a bleeding index finger. "I mean a live griffin. It's small, but its beak works." I scrambled to my feet and dashed toward the stairs. The griffin, who had taken a bite out of Sarah, was sitting before the tapestry, cooing and chattering to its much larger woven sister. From beak to tip of the tail, it was about 2 feet long, with front legs, head, and neck that resembled those of an eagle, and the hindquarters and tail of a lion. Its beak and talons were formidable looking, in spite of its relatively small size. I approached the beast with caution. It let out a warning chortle. "Go on, pick it up." Sarah pushed me toward the griffin. "You told me never to touch an unfamiliar magical object," I said, resisting her efforts. "I think a griffin qualifies." "Object?" The griffin let out a raspy squawk of indignation. "Oh no, it talks!" Sarah got behind me. "It talks!" The griffin's feathered neck ruffled. "We should leave it alone," I said. "Maybe it will go back where it belongs." "It?" the griffin parroted back. "Can you weave a magical leash for it, like the one you made for Philip, so that he doesn't fall down the stairs?" Sarah suggested, peering over my shoulder. "You weren't supposed to notice that." Even when I called my son's magical restraint by the early modern name leading strings, my discomfort with it remained. "Well, I noticed. So did Philip." Sarah gave me a push. "Hurry, you don't want it to escape." The tiny griffin spread its wings, which were surprisingly wide and gloriously colored with tawny shades of eagle and lion. Sarah and I scrambled back into the library like two prim Victorian ladies who had spotted a mouse. "I don't think it likes the idea of being confined," I said. "Who does?" Sarah asked. Well, we can't just let it fly around inside the house. Remember how much trouble Cora caused? I gathered my resources, took a deep breath, and walked calmly toward the creature. 10 feet away from it, I raised a warning finger and addressed the griffin. Stay. The griffin hopped in my direction. Mesmerized by the odd sight, I remained where I was. The griffin was so close now that I could have bent down and picked it up, had that sharp beak not deter me. Stay. The griffin planted one of its heavy front talons on my foot, one of the points barely piercing my sneaker in warning. Not me. You stay, I said, trying without success to free myself from the sharp claw. Unimpressed by my attempts to bring him to heel, the griffin puffed out his chest and rummaged around in his own wing feathers. Sarah and I bent down to watch, fascinated by the bird's grooming ritual. "Do you think it might have lice?" Sarah whispered. "I hope not," I replied. "Why on earth did you summon a griffin, Sarah? There are no spells for summoning mythical beasts in the bishop's grimoire. If you spent more time studying your family's heritage and less time sniffing at it," huffed Sarah. "You're the one with the dragon. You must have called it."
You were working magic the other day. Maybe you shook something loose. I animated a flower. It was hardly a work of earth-shattering power. And I never summoned Cora, who was a fire drake, by the way. She just showed up when I worked my first spell." Sarah blanched. Uh-oh. Our heads turned in the direction of the nursery. "Shit," I said, biting my lip. "The griffin must belong to Philip." "What are you going to do?" Sarah asked. "Catch the griffin," I replied. "After that, I honestly don't know." It took the combined efforts of 2 witches, a demon, and a vampire to capture the small but remarkably agile creature. Agatha lured it toward Tabitha's beat-up plastic pet carrier with bits of duck meat. The griffin's long pink tongue extended like a whip to snatch the succulent morsels from her fingers. "Come here, baby." Agatha was already half in love with the beast. "What a pretty griffin! Such splendid feathers!" The griffin, feeling properly appreciated, took step after cautious step in the direction of the snacks. "Is it trapped?" Martha asked from below. She was both our lookout and our last line of defense in case the griffin made a run for it. The griffin croaked ominously and lashed its tail. Martha made the tiny beast anxious. Though the griffin was doubly predatory with its mixed lion and eagle heritage, a vampire represented a higher link on the food chain. Every time Martha made the slightest movement, the griffin beat its wings and gave a blood-curdling cry of warning. "Not yet, Martha," I called, standing by the open door to the cage. Sarah stood on the other side of the plastic box, ready to clap the metal grill shut. Years of taking Tabitha to the vet had given her considerable experience in catching skittish animals. Agatha dangled another piece of duck in front of the griffin, who snatched it away and swallowed with gusto. "You're doing great, Agatha." Sarah was giving Agatha as much encouragement as Agatha was giving the griffin. "It's mesmerized. Such a beautiful baby. I love that shade of brown in your tail." "Maybe next autumn's clothing line will be griffin-themed," Agatha crooned, placing the pieces of duck in a row that led straight to the door of the cat carrier. "What do you think of that idea, my little lovely?" The griffin said happily, pecking at the duck. The scent of food woke Tabitha from her nap. The cat shot across the landing, bristling with indignation over the fact that she had not been invited to Agatha's feast. She stopped abruptly, eyes fixed on the griffin. "Do eagles eat cats?" I whispered. "They'd better not," Sarah said, alarmed. Tabitha was no ordinary cat, however, but a superior feline who was more than a match for our new arrival. She stalked past the griffin without a backward glance, rubbed herself against Agatha to indicate prior ownership,
picked up a piece of duck meat in her sharp teeth, and sailed into the carrier with her tail straight up in the air like a flag. Tabitha circled on the fleecy cushion, twisting herself into a small knot of gray fur before letting out a mighty sigh of contentment. The griffin ambled in after Tabitha, its front legs hopping like a bird and back legs striding like a lion. Once it had crammed itself in, the griffin lay down, its tail circling Tabitha protectively, and closed its eyes. Sarah slammed the door shut. One of the griffin's eyes popped open. It extended its talons through the metal grid in a luxurious feline stretch and settled in for a nap. "Is it purring?" Agatha asked, cocking her head to listen. "That must be Tabitha," I replied. "Surely griffins don't purr. Not with an eagle's neck. Different voice box." A guttural snoring issued from the depths of the carrier. "Nope, that's Tabitha," Sarah said with a touch of pride. Once again, Matthew discovered me in the library. This time I was going through the mythology books in search of information on the care and feeding of griffins. Our ghostly librarians, still determined to help, kept handing me the same book over and over. "Thank you again, but all Pliny says is that the griffin is imaginary," I told one nebulous form, before returning the book to the shelf. "Since there's one downstairs, I'm not paying much attention to him. Isidore of Seville is far more useful. You would be far more useful, too, if only you would go and arrange the dictionaries. I understand there's been some excitement." Matthew was on the floor below, his hand resting on the railing that protected the way to the upper shelves. "Oh, good," I said, opening the next volume on the shelf. It was ancient. Another copy of the Physiologus, this one from the 10th century, to go with the 6 other copies I found. How many of these did Philippe need? "Authors can't resist owning multiple copies of their books, or so I've been told," Matthew said, swinging himself up and over the railing to land cat-like on the stairs. "I can't say for sure, since I've never published one. But you have at least 2 copies of yours, as I recall. Are you suggesting your father was the author of the most influential bestiary in the Western tradition?" I stood, dumbfounded, with the 7th and counting copy in my hands. "You would know better than I about its importance. Philippe was certainly proud of it. He bought every copy he came across. I think he was largely responsible for its success, to be honest." Matthew took the book from me. "Do you want to tell me why there's a griffin in the pantry?" "Because we can't put it in the barn. Griffins don't get along with horses." I took another book from the shelf and leafed through the pages. "Lambert of St. Omer. Who is that?" "A Benedictine cleric. Friend of Gerbert's, I think. Lived up north." Matthew took that book away, too. Did everybody write an animal encyclopedia in the Middle Ages? And why does no one cover the important topics, like how large griffins are likely to become, or how to keep them fed and amused? I continued to scour the shelves, convinced, as I always had been, that the answers to my questions could be found in books. Probably because few had ever seen one up close, and those that had were not disposed to think of them as pets. The dark vein in Matthew's forehead pulsed slightly in irritation. "What on earth possessed you to conjure up a griffin, Diana? And why can't you get rid of it?" "It's not my griffin." I would have kept going, separating out the bestiaries from the books about fabled lands, the books on ancient gods and goddesses, and the accounts of the lives of Christian saints. But Matthew put himself between me and the shelves, with the attitude of someone determined to thwart progress. "So, the griffin is Philip's familiar?" Matthew said. "I didn't believe Sarah when she told me." "He might be. Familiars appeared when a weaver wove their first spell. They were a set of magical training wheels that helped to guide a weaver's unpredictable talents as they developed. Except our children are bright-born, not weavers. And how much do we really know about bright-borns and their abilities?" Matthew asked, one brow raised in query. "Not much," I admitted. Weavers were witches with daemon blood in their veins. Brightborns were creatures born to a weaver mother and a vampire father afflicted with blood rage, a genetic condition that could also be traced back to daemon blood. They were as rare as unicorns. Isn't it possible that Philip could be both a Brightborn and a weaver, or that Brightborns have familiars too? There was only one way to find out. Move slowly, Matthew told Philip. Keep your hand flat, like you do with Balthasar. That Matthew let Philip anywhere near his enormous fickle stallion had always been cause for concern, but I had reason to be grateful for it today. Our son toddled toward the griffin and me, the fingers of one hand grasping Matthew, and the palm of the other bearing a Cheerio. Becca sat between Sarah and Agatha, watching the proceedings with interest. The griffin chortled and cooed, lending Philip its encouragement, or possibly just bedding for the Cheerio. Becca, Agatha was already half in love with the beast. What a pretty griffin! Such splendid feathers! The griffin, feeling properly appreciated, took step after cautious step in the direction of the snacks. "Is it trapped?" Marthe asked from below. She was both our lookout and our last line of defense in case the griffin made a run for it. The griffin croaked ominously and lashed its tail. Marthe made the tiny beast anxious. Though the griffin was doubly predatory with its mixed lion and eagle heritage, a vampire represented a higher link on the food chain. Every time Marthe made the slightest movement, the griffin beat its wings and gave a blood-curdling cry of warning. "Not yet, Marthe," I called, standing by the open door to the cage. Sarah stood on the other side of the plastic box, ready to clap the metal grill shut. Years of taking Tabitha to the vet had given her considerable experience in catching skittish animals. Agatha dangled another piece of duck in front of the griffin, who snatched it away and swallowed with gusto. "You're doing great, Agatha." Sarah was giving Agatha as much encouragement as Agatha was giving the griffin. It's mesmerized. Fantasy and young adult fiction bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Philip's mythology books had been no help at all when it came to the care and feeding of griffins. We had to figure out what the creature liked through a process of trial and error. Thus far, the griffin had been satisfied with more duck, generous helpings of cereal, and sporadic visits from Tabitha, who brought it a vole when it was beginning to get peckish. Good Lord, it's huge! Marcus studied the griffin's back paws. And it's only going to get bigger if the size of its feet are anything to go by. As Philip got closer to the griffin began to hop up and down with excitement, clacking its beak and swishing its tail. Sit, stay, down, goy. Philip, who was used to living with dogs and therefore familiar with all the nonsense adults said to them in an effort to curb their behavior, spouted out the commands as he continued to advance. The griffin sat. Then it lowered its body between its paws and waited. "Well, Diana, you wanted proof the griffin belonged to Philip," Sarah said. "I think you have it." Philip extended the Cheerio to the griffin. All the adults in the room held their breath as the griffin studied the piece of cereal. "Treat," Philip said. The griffin leaped up to a sitting position and took the small oat hoop. As he swallowed the cereal down, I counted to be sure that all of Philip's fingers were still attached to his hand. Mercifully, they were. "Yay!" Philip hugged the griffin with great enthusiasm and pride. Its beak was perilously close to my child's delicate ear. I moved to separate them. "I wouldn't interfere, Diana," Sarah said mildly. "Those two have something special going on." "What will you call it, Pip?" Agatha asked our son. "Big Bird?" "I think that name is taken," Marcus said with a laugh. "What about George, for George Washington?" "It is part eagle." "Name not George." Philip was patting the griffin's head. "What then?" Agatha wondered aloud. "Goldie?" Philip shook his head. Tweety? Sarah asked. That's a good name for a bird. Not bird. Philip scowled at Sarah. Why don't you tell us, Philip? I didn't like the idea that my son and a creature straight from the pages of a fairy tale were on a first-name basis. Secret. Philip put his pudgy finger to his lip. Shh. My thumb pricked in warning. Names are important. Isabeau had told me that when she revealed Matthew's many names to me. You may call me Cora. My familiar, a fire drake who had been summoned when I cast my first spell, had been willing to share one of her names with me, though her phrasing made me wonder if it was her true name, the name that had the power to conjure her up from wherever she called home. Tell Daddy, Philip said, bestowing his favor on his father. Matthew knelt down, ready to listen. Paulo, Philip said. The griffin beat his wings once, twice, and rose up from the ground, as if he had been waiting for a summons. Metal hit stone, landing with a peal that seemed to announce something momentous had happened. I looked down, searching for what had made the noise. A tiny silver arrowhead lay at Philip's feet, its edges sharp. Once airborne, the griffin hovered by Philip's head, attentive to his master's next command. Paulo? Sarah frowned. Doesn't that mean chicken? Apollo. Matthew looked at me in alarm. The goddess Diana's twin. Becca and Philip were playing on the fluffy sheepskin in our bedroom, content for the moment with blocks, a truck, and a herd of plastic horses. The griffin was confined to the pantry. I think the ghosts have been trying to warn me about Apollo for days, I said, pouring myself a glass of wine. I didn't usually drink during the day, but these were exceptional circumstances. How much do you know about the goddess Diana's brother? Matthew asked. Not much, I admitted, examining the small silver arrowhead. There was something in one of Philip's books about him. Something about 3 powers. A luminous green and gold smudge by the fireplace took shape and morphed into my dead father-in-law. Gamper, Becca said, showing him a horse. Philippe smiled at his granddaughter and waggled his fingers. Then his expression turned serious. Constat secundum porphyri librum quem stolem appellavit, triplem esse postatatem, et undem esse solem apud superos, liberum pater interis, he said. According to Porphyrius' book, where he is called soul, his power is threefold, and the same as soul in the sky, the father of freedom on earth. I translated the Latin as fast as I could. Apparently, I had skirted some unwritten magical law by not asking a direct question, and was going to be able to get the rarest of all treasures, information from a ghost. Porphyry? Matthew looked impressed. When did you memorize that? I didn't. Your father helped me. I gestured toward the children. He likes to watch over them. Et Apollinem apud inferos. Philippe's attention was locked on his grandson. And Apollo in hell? I said numbly. The arrowhead gleamed in the sunshine, illuminating the golden and black threads that tied it to the world. Unde etiam tria insignia circa ius simulacrum videmus, liram, quae nobis caelestis harmoniae imaginem monstrat, gripem, quae eum etiam terrenum numen ostendet, Philippe continued. Therefore, 3 attributes can also be seen in his representations. A lyre, which figures celestial harmony, a griffin, which shows that he also has a terrestrial power. The words I spoke sounded like an incantation, their ancient meaning resonating through the room. Et sagittas, quibus infernos deus et noxios indicator, unde etiam Apollos dictus est, Philippe said. And arrows, by which are symbolized that he is an infernal god, and harmful, which is why he is called the Destroyer. My fingers closed around the silver arrowhead that the griffin had given Philip. That does it. Matthew sprang to his feet. I don't care what it is or how much Philip likes him for a pet, the griffin goes. Goes where? I shook my head. I don't think we have any choice, Matthew. The griffin obeys Philip, not you or me. Apollo is here for a reason. If that reason has anything to do with destruction or that arrow point it dropped on the floor, then the griffin can find another home. Matthew shook his head. My son is not going to be a plaything for the gods or the goddesses. This is her fault. I know it. Matthew didn't approve of the deal I'd made with the goddess to save his life in exchange for giving her the use of mine. Maybe we're overreacting, I said. Maybe the griffin is just a harmless gift. Nothing she does is harmless. What might the goddess give Rebecca when the time comes for her to make magic? A golden hind? A bear? Matthew's eyes were darkening with emotion. He shook his head. No, Diana, I'm not having it. You said yourself we can't just pretend the twins don't have magic in their blood, I said, trying to be reasonable. Magic is one thing. Griffins and goddesses and hell and destruction, that's something else entirely. Matthew's anger was rising. Is that what you want for your son? And the father of freedom on earth. Philippe's voice was nothing but a whisper, his expression sad. Why is it always the dark with Matthew, never the light? It was a question Philippe had asked me before. There was no easy answer to it. Matthew's faith, his blood rage, and his overactive conscience colored everything. It made his joy, his unexpected smiles, and his forgiveness all the more precious when he was able to rise above his darker feelings. Are you asking me to spellbind him? I demanded. Matthew looked shocked. Because that's what it might take to raise Philip safely if he is a weaver, and he doesn't have Apollo to rely on, I said. Apollo can be with Philip even when we can't. They'll be a team. Philip cannot take a griffin to school, Matthew retorted. New Haven is progressive, but there are limits. Maybe not, but he can take a Labrador retriever, provided it goes through the proper training program, of course, and gets certified, I said, thinking aloud.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Apollo should make quite a convincing assistance dog with the right disguising spell. Not doggy, Mama, Philip said, rocking his horse around the sheepskin in something vaguely like a gallop. Griffin. Yes, Philip, I said, giving him a weak smile. My son had a pet griffin. My daughter relished the taste of blood. I was beginning to understand why my parents might have thought spellbinding was a good option. When we rejoined the rest of the family, they were settled out in the courtyard under a brightly colored umbrella, gathered around a table covered with snacks and beverages, talking a mile a minute. Apollo was with them. Yet you listened to my ancestor Sarah Bishop and went back to Hadley as she told you to do, Sarah was saying. That took courage, giving up dreams of glory to look after your mother and sister. It didn't feel courageous at the time. Marcus was cracking pistachio nuts at a furious pace and throwing the shells on the ground for Apollo to peck at. Some people accused me of cowardice. Obviously, they didn't live with your father. Sarah cut through any tension Marcus might be feeling with her usual combination of complete honesty and compassion. I gave her shoulders a squeeze and sat down in front of the iced tea pitcher. My aunt looked up at me in surprise. "Everything okay?" Sarah asked. "Of course." I poured myself some tea. "Matthew and I have been talking about what to do about Apollo. He didn't like being separated from Philip," Agatha said. "I'm not surprised." Marcus ate a handful of pistachios. "The bond between a familiar and a weaver must be powerful. How's Becca taking it?" "She doesn't seem at all jealous," I replied thoughtfully. "Give it time," Marcus said with a laugh. "I imagine she'll feel differently when Philip chooses to play with Apollo and not her."
Maybe Apollo is the familiar for both of them, Matthew said hopefully. I don't think so, I said, dashing his hopes. He looked so forlorn that I gave him a kiss. A familiar is a weaver's training wheels, remember? Each one is different and perfectly suited to the weaver's talents. So, because Becca and Philip are fraternal twins, they'll have different abilities and therefore different familiars, Marcus said. Got it. We still don't know if Becca is a weaver, of course, I reminded them. Everybody looked at me with pity, as if I'd lost my mind. I sighed. Let's look on the bright side. At least we'll have some help keeping an eye on them. Matthew had consumed a full glass of wine by this point and was beginning to look less dazed. It's true that Cora was quick to defend you if you were in danger, Matthew said. And she was even quicker to come to my aid if I needed help or a bit of a magical boost, I said, taking his hand in mine. Don't you think it's fascinating, Agatha said, that the power you possess comes with its own safety monitor? And in the form of a mythological creature, no less. I've always wondered how weavers discovered they were different if there weren't other weavers around to help them, and how they approached the problem of creating spells instead of just learning to work them the traditional way by studying grimoires and the practices of other witches, Sarah said. Now I know. Dad had a heron, I reminded her. When I saw him in the past, I never thought to ask him how old he was when Bennu showed up. It seems to me that familiars are a little like an inoculation, Marcus said. A bit of magic that prevents greater harm. Makes perfect sense. Does it? I was so used to thinking of Cora in bicycle terms that it was difficult to switch to a different metaphor. I think so. A familiar is like a childhood vaccine, Marcus said. With all this talk of 1775, I've been thinking a lot about inoculation. Apart from the war, it was the main topic of conversation in the colonies. Remembering Bunker Hill brought it all back to me. Until the Declaration of Independence was signed, surely. I felt on familiar historical footing now. That had to have upstaged medicine. No such luck, Professor Bishop, Marcus laughed. Do you know what they were celebrating in Boston on the 4th day of July in 1776? Not something happening in faraway Philadelphia, I can tell you that. The talk of the town and the whole colony was the Massachusetts legislature's decision to lift the ban on smallpox inoculations. Even today, there was no effective treatment for this terrible disease. Once contracted, it was highly contagious and potentially fatal. The infection led to a high fever and pus-filled blisters that left disfiguring scars. Matthew had made sure I was vaccinated against it before we time-walked. I remembered the single blister that had erupted at the vaccination site. I would carry the mark for the rest of my days. We were more terrified of that silent killer than all the British guns, Marcus continued. Your ancestor Sarah Bishop warned me that surgeons were going to be as necessary as soldiers if we wanted to win the war. She was right. So you trained to become a surgeon after Bunker Hill? I asked. No. First, I went home and faced my father, Marcus said. Then winter came, and with it there was a lull in the fighting. When the battles resumed in the summer and soldiers gathered together again from all over the colonies, the number of smallpox cases rose until we were on the brink of an epidemic. We had nothing in our medicine chests that could fight it, and only one hope of surviving it, Marcus continued. He turned his left palm heavenward, revealing a round white scar with a dimpled center on the underside of his forearm. We deliberately gave ourselves a mild case of smallpox to make us immune. It would be almost certain death if we contracted the disease through incidental exposure, he explained. Our independence from the king might have been celebrated in Philadelphia, but in Massachusetts we were simply glad to finally have a fighting chance. Massachusetts Historical Society, Mercy Otis Warren Papers, letter from Hannah Winthrop to Mercy Otis, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 8 July, 1716. Excerpt from page 2. The reigning subject is the smallpox. Boston has given up its fears of an invasion and is busily employed in communicating the infection. Straw beds, cribs are daily carted into the town. That ever-prevailing passion of following the fashion is as predominant at this time as ever. Men, women, children eagerly crowding to inoculate is, I think, as modish as running away from the troops of a barbarous George was the last year. But my friend, I have not mentioned the loss I have met, which lies near my heart. The death of my dear friend, the good Madam Hancock. A powerful attachment to this life broken off. You who knew her worth can lament with me her departure. The uncertainty of all terrestrial happiness. Mr. Winthrop joins me sincere regards to call Warren. He hopes we shall be favored with his company with you, your son. Yours in affection, Hannah Winthrop. 12. Payne. August-September 1716. Zeb Pruitt returned to Hadley after the disastrous Quebec campaign and brought the smallpox with him. News of his infection spread through town with the fingers of August fog that were settling into the valley after the passing of the summer heat. Anna Porter was flitting around her father's mercantile like a self-important bumblebee. She enjoyed being in the hive of activity around the counter, where people met to purchase newspapers, coffee, and flour, the three mainstays of the patriotic diet, and to exchange gossip. The store shelves were not as full of goods from abroad as they once were. The Porters could still find plenty of local suppliers of iron nails and cooking pots, saddles and shoes, but there was no tea, little silver, and no porcelain. Writing paper was in short supply, and the few books available were from Boston and Philadelphia, not London. Spices and tobacco were now behind the counter, for fear the desperate shoppers might steal what little stock the Porters could acquire. Today, Marcus was one of the few customers in the store. It was harvest time, and much of the town's male population was off fighting, which meant the women and children were in the fields. Marcus had earned some money doing necessary jobs around town to help out, and the coins were heavy in his pocket. He was leaning against the store counter, one foot resting on the lid to a butter churn, surveying the books and newspapers. Marcus was seriously considering buying a copy of Common Sense. These days, everyone was talking about Thomas Paine. Marcus had participated in several heated discussions over his ideas in Pomeroy's tavern, and read snatches of Paine's work in the newspapers before Anna's father shooed him away with complaints that he owned a store, not a library. Marcus had been transfixed by Paine's simple yet powerful words about liberty, freedom, and the king's obligations as father of the nation. He flipped to the chapter on hereditary succession that he had been studying the last time he was in the store. For all men being originally equals, no one by birth could have a right to set up his own family in perpetual preference to all others forever, Marcus read, and though himself might deserve some decent degree of honors of his contemporaries, yet his descendants might be far too unworthy to inherit them. Marcus' eye swept the shelves. Even with a war on, there were enough creature comforts in the Porter shop to keep the MacNeils happy and content for months. The contrast between all this abundance and the meager stores of food, cloth, and other essentials waiting for him at home was stark. "Zeb's face is monstrous," Anna Porter said to Marcus in a low voice, trying to distract him from his reading. "If not for the color of his skin, you wouldn't recognize him." Marcus looked up, a protest on his lips, but it died away before it was uttered, banished by Anna's superior expression. Not everybody in Hadley admired Zeb's irrepressible spirits and ingenuity as Marcus did. "Is that so?" Marcus returned his attention to Mr. Paine's pamphlet. "Yes, Noah Cook says smallpox is destroying the army. He says they aren't taking on any soldiers unless they can prove they've had the disease." Marcus hadn't had the smallpox, nor had his father or patients. Marcus's mother was the only person in the household with immunity, since she was inoculated in Boston before she married Obadiah. They say Zeb is in Hatfield, at the old Marsh homestead. Anna shuddered. Zeb's ghost will be next to haunt the place. His ghost? Marcus snorted. Ghost stories no longer frightened him. And I suppose you believe old Mary Webster really was a witch. Half-hanged Mary walks the riverbank on moonless nights, Anna said, solemn as a judge. My sister saw her. Mary Webster was friendless and unlucky, Marcus retorted, but she was hardly immortal. I doubt very much that she is wandering around the boat landing, waiting for the ferry. How do you know? Anna demanded. Because I've seen dead men up close. Marcus's experiences at Bunker Hill were sufficient to even silence Anna, though not for long. I'm bored with Thomas Paine. Anna's lower lip extended in a pout. It's all anyone will talk about, that and the smallpox. Paine is willing to say aloud what other men think but are afraid to utter. Marcus went to the counter and left the price of the pamphlet with the clerk. Most people only buy a copy because they're afraid someone might accuse them of being a Tory, Anna said. Her eyes narrowed as she gauged how best to wound Marcus with her words. Your cousin bought one, just before he fled. Cousin Josiah had been suspected of harboring loyalist feelings, and the citizens of Amherst had run him out of town. Marcus' mother had wept for nearly a week at the family's disgrace, and refused to show her face at meeting. I'm no Tory. Marcus's cheeks burned with shame, and he moved toward the door. It's a good thing you have Mr. Paine's, then. You know how people talk. Anna looked disapproving, as though she were not one of Hadley's finest gossips. Good day, Anna, Marcus said, taking the time to make a proper bow in her direction before he headed into the August afternoon. When Marcus reached the turn toward home, his feet stilled. His plan had been to the farm and hide his copy of Thomas Paine in the grain hopper. It was his job to feed the livestock, and for years Marcus had kept his treasures buried where his father wouldn't be likely to find them. These prized possessions included the gun he'd taken off the dead New Hampshire soldier at Bunker Hill, his precious collection of newspapers, the medical books Tom Buckland had loaned him, and a small pouch of coins. Each item was a piece of his future freedom, or so Marcus hoped. He planned to run away to join the army at the first opportunity. But if what Anna told him was true, and the army wasn't taking anyone who could contract smallpox, then Marcus might be turned away the moment he arrived. Marcus reached into his pocket and found the spool of red thread he'd been carrying around ever since he heard that Zeb was back from the war. He weighed it in his hand, considering his options. There was no more farm work at present. It would be a few weeks until the next round of crops was ready to be harvested. His mother and patients were in good health, with plenty of food in the larder. His father went to Springfield with the wagon to sell some wood 2 days ago. Nobody knew what had happened to him, but Marcus suspected Obadiah was spending the proceeds at every tavern between there and Hadley. It might be weeks before he returned. With his pamphlet in one pocket and his spool of linen thread in the other, Marcus set off across the river to Hatfield. The Marsh homestead was rickety to the point of collapse, set in fields that hadn't seen a plow for years. Inside, sunshine slanted through the gaps in the rough timber walls and around the empty window frames. The glass panes had long since disappeared, along with the door latch and anything else of value. Marcus pushed the door open and located his friend in the gloom. Based on the appearance of the shivering form on the bed, Zeb's chance of survival wasn't great. "You don't look good, Zeb. See, please." The skin around Zeb's mouth had erupted in pox blisters that had burst and then crusted over, making speech difficult. Marcus pulled out his hunting knife and shined the blade on the hem of his shirt. "Are you sure?" Zeb nodded. Marcus held the knife up to Zeb's face. Hopefully, it was too small to give his friend a sense of what smallpox had done to disfigure him. Nuff, Zeb's hair was gone, and his scalp covered with sores. But it was the soles of Zeb's feet that Marcus couldn't bear to look at. Oozing and raw, they were covered with maggots that feasted on the dying flesh. The door opened, flooding the room with sunlight. Zeb made an inhuman sound and turned his fevered eyes away. "Morning, Zeb. I've brought food and water, as well as—" "What the hell are you doing here?" Thomas Buckland looked at Marcus in horror. Marcus held up his spool of thread. "I figure I might as well get inoculated. You know what the people of Hadley think of that. The town fathers didn't approve of this newfangled craze. If God wanted you to get smallpox, then you took it like a good Christian, suffered, and died. It's not against the law." "Not anymore," Marcus replied. "The legislature lifted the ban. Everybody's doing it. Maybe in Boston, but not in Hadley, and not with an infected Negro." Buckland took some powder out of his box and mixed it with water to form a paste. "You think if I catch the disease from Zeb, it's going to darken my complexion?" Marcus was amused. "I don't remember reading that blackness is contagious in those medical books you gave me. You can't just get inoculated on a whim, Marcus."
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Buckland applied some salve to Zeb's feet with a gentle touch. "There's a diet you must follow, weeks of preparation. I've had nothing but gruel, apples, and vegetables for most of the summer." Thanks to Tom's books and the glimpses he'd had of the newspapers, Marcus knew what doctors advised. A strict diet that avoided rich foods and meat was recommended, and it just happened to be all that Marcus's family could afford. "I see." Buckland studied Marcus's face. "Does your father know?" Marcus shook his head. "And your ma?" Buckland asked. "What does she think of this plan?" "She was inoculated when she was a girl. I know her medical history, Marcus. What I'm asking is whether she approves of you staying here, locked up with Zeb, for the next 3 weeks." Marcus fell silent. "She doesn't know." Buckland sighed. "I suppose you're going to want me to tell her." "I'd be much obliged, Tom. Thank you." Marcus was relieved. He didn't want his mother to worry. Marcus would be back just as soon as he was recovered. "If you could look in on Patience, too, I'd be grateful." Patience was withdrawn and wan. She spent too much time on her own and seemed scared of her own shadow. "All right, Marcus, I'll do what you ask. But," Buckland held up one finger in warning, "you must swear you will stay here until your scabs dry up and fall off. You are not to go hunting, or visit the Porter's store, or come to Northampton to borrow a book. I have enough problems treating returning soldiers like Zeb without a full-fledged epidemic on my hands." Because the course of the disease was so much milder when it was contracted through inoculation compared to what happened if you caught it from contagion, some people got complacent and went about their business, not realizing the smallpox was hatching like a chick inside their bodies. "I promise. Besides, I've got everything I need." Marcus held up his already much-thumbed copy of Common Sense. "You better not let your father catch you reading that," Buckland said. "Paine's calls for equality don't sit well with him. There's nothing wrong with fairness." Marcus sat on the floor next to Zeb's pallet of folded blankets. He rolled up his shirt sleeve. "Folks are always in favor of fairness until they have to give up something they have to someone else." Buckland drew a lancet from his medicine box. The double-edged scalpel was narrow and razor-sharp. Zeb eyed Buckland warily.
"Don't worry, Zeb," Marcus said with feigned cheerfulness. "The knife is for me." Buckland bit off a piece of thread. Carefully, he drew it through one of Zeb's open pox sores. Yellow and white pus soaked the red linen fiber. Marcus extended his left arm. He wanted the left arm inoculated in case things went badly and he lost feeling in it because of the scars. Marcus would still need a working trigger finger to be a soldier. Buckland scratched Marcus's forearm with the lancet. He and Marcus had discussed the Suttonian method of inoculation last summer, after Marcus returned from Bunker Hill and smallpox began its sweep through Boston. It was a new technique, one that carried less risk, because the inoculation incisions were far shallower than previous methods. Marcus watched his blood well up in crisscross lines. The marks reminded him of the plaid fabric that patients wove. "You're sure, Marcus? Zeb doesn't have a mild case of smallpox, and he caught it through exposure. Ideally, Tom would have administered pus taken from someone who had also been inoculated. But this was a risk Marcus needed to take. Do it, Tom." Marcus was quivering inside, but his voice was steady. Buckland drew the thread through the incisions on Marcus's skin until the red thread darkened with blood, indicating that the smallpox-soaked linen had done its work. "Lord help us all if this goes wrong," Buckland said, his forehead shining with perspiration. Over the next 7 days, the smallpox advanced under Marcus's skin with the deliberation the British Army had shown in Boston, changing everything in its path. The first sign that the inoculation was working had been a crushing headache. Then his kidneys started to ache, the pain spreading across his back. Marcus had vomited up the crust of bread and cup of ale he'd forced down at breakfast. Now the fever overtook him. It felt like the worst ague Marcus had ever experienced. Marcus knew that the fever would drop temporarily, maybe for a day or even just a few hours. He looked forward to that brief lull in the storm of infection before the disease rallied once more and erupted through the skin in painful blisters. Until then, he was trying to distract himself with common sense. "Here's the part I told you about, Zeb." Marcus's head swam with fever, and he had to concentrate to keep the words from squirming all over the page. "In the early ages of the world, according to the scripture chronology, there were no kings," Marcus continued. Sweat ran into his eyes, the salt stinging. He wiped at his nose, and his fingers came away bloody. Imagine that, Zeb, a world without kings. The water had run out hours ago. Usually it was Marcus who went outside to fetch the fresh pails left by Tom Buckland. Just the thought of cold, clear water made Marcus run his dry tongue over his parched lips. His throat was painfully constricted, and when he swallowed, there was a foul taste in his mouth. Weary and thirsty, Marcus dropped the book and slid to the floor. Every part of him ached, and he didn't have the energy to find a more comfortable position. "I'm just going to rest my eyes," Marcus said. The next thing Marcus was aware of was Joshua Boston's dark face floating over him. Marcus blinked. "Thank God," Joshua said. "You gave us a fright, Marcus." "You've been senseless for 2 days," Zeb said. His feet were healing, and though the sores on his face had left scars, he was recognizable now. "Dr. Buckland thought we might lose you." Marcus tried to sit up, tamping down the nausea that resulted from this simple movement. He studied his left arm. What had been a crisscrossing set of red lines was now a large, oozing sore. He would never have to fear smallpox again, but the disease had almost taken his life. Marcus felt as weak as one of Patience's kittens. Joshua held a dipper to Marcus's lips. Water stung his cracked skin, but the cool liquid washed down his throat like manna. "What's the news?" Marcus croaked. "You are. Everybody in town knows you're here," Joshua said. "They're all talking about it." Marcus knew it would be another 5 days, 4 if he was lucky, before the scab fell off. "Where's my book?" Marcus' eyes searched the barely furnished room. "Here it is." Joshua handed him the copy of Common Sense. "From what Zeb's been saying, it sounds like you've read the whole thing." "It was a way to pass the time," Marcus said, comforted by the familiar feeling of the slim pamphlet in his hand. It was a solid reminder of why he had subjected himself to inoculation, and why he was risking his father's wrath to follow the cause of liberty. Besides, Zeb had a right to know. We're a democracy now, and people want freedom and equality. Some, perhaps, but I don't think the majority of people in Hadley, patriot or not, would ever sit down and sup with me, Joshua said. The Declaration made in Philadelphia said all men are created equal, not some men, Marcus said, in spite of his misgivings. "And it was written by a man who owns hundreds of slaves," Joshua replied. "You better get your head out of the clouds, Marcus, or you're going to have a hard landing when you come back to Earth." It took 7 more days for the scab to fall off, days during which Marcus read and reread Common Sense, debated politics with Joshua, and began to teach Zeb how to read. Finally, Tom Buckland pronounced him fit to go home. It was a Sunday, and the meeting-house bells pealed over the countryside. Marcus stepped out into the crisp autumn air, naked as the day he was born. Joshua and Zeb were waiting for him by the washtub with clean clothes.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. There was a tang of wood smoke in the air and the soft smell of leaf mold. Zeb tossed him an apple, and Marcus ate it in 4 bites. After weeks of thin gruel and ale, Marcus had never had anything that tasted so clean and fresh. Everything he saw, everything he felt, and everything he tasted seemed like a gift after the weeks he'd spent in the grip of smallpox. The army would have to take Marcus now, once he ran away to join the fight. For the first time, Marcus felt that freedom was in his grasp. Tom came out of the house, bearing a pot with a lid clamped on top. "I believe this is yours." Buckland held out the pot. The aroma of toasted paper filled the air. Tom had wanted to burn Common Sense, but Marcus would not allow it. Tom fumigated the pamphlet instead, lining the old pot with moss and pine needles before putting it in the embers. "Thanks, Tom." Marcus slipped the pages in his pocket. Payne's words would help to keep him warm on the way back to the farm, just as they had kept Marcus sane during the period of quarantine. Marcus left Zeb and Joshua to burn the blankets, bedding, and clothing before abandoning the Marsh homestead to prevent the smallpox from spreading to anyone who might use the place for temporary shelter on the cold autumn nights. Tom and Marcus crossed the river to Hadley and parted ways on West Street, outside the gate to the MacNeil farm. "Take care, Marcus," Tom said. "Someone said Obadiah's back in town." Marcus felt a trickle of worry enter his blood. "Thanks again, Tom, for everything," Marcus said, pushing the gate open. The hinge was bad, and the gate hung heavily on the post. He would have to fix that, now that he was home. Marcus went around to the back of the house to check on the cows. He thought he would bring in some eggs while he was at it. His mother would fry them up in bacon drippings when she returned from meeting, and Marcus could mop them up with some bread, if there was any to be had. His stomach gurgled in anticipation of the feast to come. A crash came from the direction of the rickety lean-to his father had built on the rear of the house to serve as a storeroom back when he hoped the farm would be prosperous. Either the Kellogg's hog had escaped again and had broken into the kitchen in search of food, or Obadiah was home and searching for the spirits his mother hid in the eaves. The badly hung door was ajar, and Marcus pushed it open a bit more with his toe. Surprise would be an advantage, be the intruder pig or patriarch. "Where's the rum?" His father's voice was slurred and angry. Another piece of crockery fell to the floor. "There's none left,"
Catherine's voice was low, but there was a tremor of fear in her voice. "Liar!" Obadiah shouted. His mother cried out in pain. Marcus turned and set off at a run for the barn. He pulled the long flintlock rifle out of the grain hopper, along with the powder and balls needed to fire it. An ancient elm stood 200 yards from the kitchen door. Marcus hid behind the massive trunk and loaded the gun. He had been practicing with it out in the woods. What he had discovered about the gun was that it was slow to load, but astonishingly accurate, even at a distance. "Father!" Marcus called to the house. He looked down the barrel of the gun and aimed at the door. "Come out here." Silence fell. "Marcus?" Obadiah laughed. "Where are you hiding, boy?" Someone kicked open the door. Obadiah came out, gripping his mother with one hand and pulling Patience along by the shoulder with the other. "We thought you'd run off for good this time," Marcus called. "And where have you been?" Obadiah's eyes searched for Marcus, but didn't find him. "Up to no good, I hear, holed up with Zeb Pruitt at the marsh place." Patience's sobs grew louder. "Keep your mouth shut," Obadiah warned his daughter. "Take whatever food you want and go, Obadiah." His mother's voice shook. "I want no more trouble." "You don't tell me what to do, Catherine." Obadiah snatched her closer, shouting into her face. "Ever! Let her go!" Patience lunged at her father, her fists landing on his back in a futile effort to interrupt his attention. Obadiah turned toward Patience with a snarl. He shook his daughter and then pushed her to the ground. Patience cried out in pain, her leg twisting underneath her. Marcus fired. The sound of the gunpowder catching light reached his father before the ball did. Obadiah MacNeil's face registered surprise moments before the shot struck him between the eyes. He fell backward. Marcus dropped the gun and ran toward his mother and sister. His sister was unconscious. His mother was trembling like a birch tree. "You all right, Ma?" Marcus asked, kneeling next to Patience. He rubbed her hands. "Patience, do you hear me?" "I'm fine," his mother stammered, swaying on her feet. She removed her blood-spattered bonnet. "Your father." Marcus didn't know whether the lump of metal had gone through his father's skull or was still lodged within it. Either way, the man was dead. Patience's eyes fluttered open. She turned her head and stared into Obadiah's unseeing eyes. Her mouth opened into a soundless O. Marcus covered her lips before his sister screamed. "Quiet, Patience," Catherine said. There was a red lump under one eye. Obadiah must have struck her in his frustrated search for alcohol. Patience nodded. Marcus removed his hand from her mouth. "You killed Pa. What are we going to do now, Marcus?" his sister asked in a whisper. "We could bury him," Catherine said calmly, "out under the elm." The tree had sheltered Marcus as he made the fatal shot. Marcus hadn't considered the future when he pulled the trigger and killed his father. The only thing he had been thinking of was his mother, his sister, and their safety. Lord save us. Zeb stood by the corner of the house. He took in Obadiah's body, Patience's red-rimmed eyes and torn dress, and Catherine's bruised face. "Go hide in the woods, Marcus. Joshua and I will come find you after dark." It took Zeb and Joshua until the early hours of the morning to convince Marcus that he had to leave Hadley. "I don't have anywhere to go," Marcus said numbly. The shock of the day's events had begun to affect him. Marcus felt cold, jittery, and anxious by turns. This is home. You have to leave. You shot your father on a Sunday morning. No one hunts on the Sabbath. Someone will have heard the gun go off, and folks are going to remember seeing Obadiah in town, Zeb said. Zeb was right. A gunshot on their farm would not go unnoticed, and plenty of Hadley residents had walked by the place on their way to meeting. Even Tom Buckland had heard rumors that Obadiah was back. "If you stay, you will be arrested. Your ma and Patience might even be accused of being involved, Joshua said. And if I run, it will be an admission of my own guilt, and they will be free of responsibility. Marcus put his head in his hands. The morning had dawned so bright and full of promise. He had smelled freedom on the autumn air out in Hatfield. Now he could lose not only his liberty, but his life. Take the gun and go south, to the army. A man can lose himself in war. If you survive, you can make a new life for yourself. Somewhere else, Joshua said. Somewhere far away from Hadley. But who will take care of Ma and Patience? Winters were always difficult, but with the war and the poor harvest, it would be an even greater struggle to survive. We will, Zeb said. I promise you. Reluctantly, Marcus agreed to their plan. Joshua spread goose fat through Marcus's hair and followed it up with dark-colored wig powder that clung to the oily strands. If anybody is looking for a blonde boy, they'll look straight past you. Wait until you reach Albany before you brush it out, Zeb said. And nobody has seen your pockmarks. You only have a few small ones on one cheek, but even so, the justices will be looking for someone smooth-faced. Zeb had run away before, and knew a thing or two about how to hide your real identity.
Stick to the highways for speed. Then take less traveled routes out of Albany until you reach New Jersey and Washington's troops, Joshua added. That's where the army is now. Once you're that far south, if you haven't read about yourself in the newspaper or been caught, I reckon you're safe. What name will you answer to? Zeb asked. Name? Marcus frowned. You can't tell people you're Marcus MacNeil, Joshua said. You'll be caught for sure if you do. My middle name is Galen, Marcus said slowly. I'll use that. And Chauncey. Ma always said I was more Chauncey and MacNeil. Joshua placed his own hat on Marcus's powdered head. Keep your head down and your wits about you, Galen Chauncey, and don't look back. 13/9/21, May. Dozens of drinking vessels covered Frasia's expansive mahogany dining room table. Shot glasses inscribed with the names of bars around the world. Heavy crystal wine glasses favored at the end of the 19th century, with faceted stems that cast rainbows on the walls. A tiny jam jar from Christine Ferber. A silver julep cup. A Renaissance covered cup more than a foot tall with a horn bowl and gilt stem. Each was filled with a mouthful of dark red liquid. Francois pulled aside the pale blue draperies to let in more light, revealing fine scrims of silk that filtered the sunshine. Even with that veil of protection, Phoebe blinked. The brightness was as mesmerizing as Frasier and Miriam had warned her it would be, and she was momentarily lost among the dancing dust motes. Here, try this one. Frasier, who was serving as vampire mixologist, gave a chaste Tiffany cocktail shaker a final jiggle and poured the contents into a waiting silver beaker. A bottle of red wine stood nearby, the cork pulled, along with a ewer of water to dilute the blood if required. Long-handled spoons of silver, horn, and even gold littered the area by her elbow. Francois scooped these up, deposited fresh ones, and disappeared into the nether reaches of the house. Miriam had a clipboard and was, as usual, collating information. For Phoebe's maker, life was a collection of data points waiting to be gathered, organized, assessed, analyzed, and regularly augmented with still more data. The development of Phoebe's vampire taste was Miriam's latest project. Phoebe couldn't help wondering whether this was how Miriam had stayed sane through the centuries without Ori. She had seen in Miriam's blood that her maker had been prioress in Jerusalem. The priory had an extensive ossuary, and Miriam had spent much of her time there counting and recounting bones, arranging and rearranging them in new groups according to type. One year, Miriam sorted them by date of burial. The next, she arranged them by size.
After that, Miriam assembled whole skeletons out of the constituent parts, only to take them to pieces again and start over with another sorting scheme. Number 32. What's in it? Miriam asked, scribbling a fresh entry into her notes. Let's wait until Phoebe decides if she likes it or not, Frasier said, handing Phoebe the small cup. We don't want her natural taste to be altered by preconceived notions of right and wrong. Phoebe must feel free to experiment and try new things. Phoebe had vomited up the dog's blood after she'd been told what it was, and even though Frasier had tried to sneak some more past her, much adulterated with Chateauneuf du Pape and cold water, the mere thought of consuming it had nauseated her. I'm not hungry. Phoebe just wanted to close her eyes and sleep. She didn't want new foods. She was happy with Persephone's blood. You have to eat. Miriam's tone brooked no refusal. I did. Phoebe had sipped from the cat that morning. Persephone was curled up in her basket at Phoebe's feet, lost in slumber, the faint paddling of her paws suggesting that she was happily dreaming of mice. Phoebe, on the other hand, was so mentally exhausted that she could hardly string a sentence together. A sharp pang of jealous rage that the cat could be sleeping so peacefully when she could not rose in her gorge with startling swiftness. She lunged. Frasier had the cat by the scruff of the neck in a flash, while Miriam had hold of Phoebe. "Let me go!" Phoebe's words came out in a snarl, the reverberations in the depths of her throat nearly choking her. "You do not shed blood in someone else's house," Miriam said, her grip tightening. "I've already shed blood here," Phoebe said, her gaze locking with Miriam's. "Persephone!" The cat, Miriam interrupted, still refusing to call it by name, entered this house for your use and with Frasier's permission, for consumption in your own room, not anywhere you felt like eating. It was certainly not provided for you to kill out of envy or for sport. For a moment, Miriam and Phoebe faced off. Then Phoebe looked away. It was a sign of submission. This much she had learned in her 4 days as a vampire. Don't challenge your elders, and certainly not your maker, with a direct stare. Apologize to Frasier. Miriam dropped Phoebe and returned to her clipboard. She's gone to a great deal of trouble on your behalf. Most infants aren't given this kind of consideration. They feed what they're given, without complaint. Sorry. Phoebe plopped back into her chair with ill grace and such force that the legs cracked ominously. Frasier began. "It certainly is not." Miriam's glacial gaze returned to Phoebe. "Stand up, Phoebe. Do so without breaking anything. Once you have, go to Frasier and kneel. Then you will apologize. Properly." It was hard to know who was more shocked by this set of instructions, Phoebe or Frasier. "I will not." The whole idea of making obeisance to Frasier was appalling, even if she was Marcus's aunt. "It's not necessary, Miriam," Frasier protested, her expression alarmed. She deposited Persephone in her basket. "I disagree," Miriam said. "Better Phoebe learn here that incivility has consequences rather than on the streets of Paris, where the mere fact that she is to marry a de Clermont will have fledglings lining up to see if they can best her. Marcus would never forgive me if his mate took to her knees before me." Frasier shook her head. "I'm not a great believer in modern parenting." Miriam was quiet, but the warning in her voice was unmistakable. "Marcus knew that when he asked me to sire Phoebe. So did you. If my way of child-rearing is a problem, I'll move Phoebe to my own house." Frasier drew herself to her full height and lifted her chin. Phoebe didn't have much information on Frasier's origins, but the gesture confirmed what little she did know, that Marcus's aunt had royal blood and had murdered her 3 young brothers rather than allow them to inherit the family lands. "I promised dear Marcus I would not leave Phoebe's side until she was reunited with her," Frasier said coldly. He must have had a good reason to ask for such an assurance. Before war could break out in the 8th arrondissement, Phoebe rose gingerly from her chair, careful not to put any pressure on the finely carved arms as she did so, and walked to Freyja as slowly as she was able to at this stage of her development. It took only 2 blinks, in spite of Phoebe's best efforts to curb her speed. Gracefully she knelt. Actually, it started out gracefully, but ended rather abruptly, her knees gouging shallow dents in the wooden floor. Phoebe would have to work on that. It was something about the sight of Freyja's knees, bare and sculpted underneath the edge of her bright turquoise linen dress, freckled slightly from exposure to the sun while in the garden tending her beloved roses, that caused Phoebe to lose her senses. Like the rest of her, Freyja's knees were perfect, elegant, and powerful. Freyja's knees would never be forced to bend before another creature. "I'm sorry, Freyja," Phoebe began, sounding truly penitent. "I'm sorry that I'm being held prisoner in your house, against my will. I'm sorry Marcus didn't tell the de Clermonts to bugger off so that we could do this our way," Miriam growled. Freya looked down at Phoebe with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. "I'm sorry. I don't want to drink this disgusting mess of cold blood you've so carefully laid out for me, so that we can determine whether I prefer cat to dog, rat to mouse, Caucasian females to Asian men. And I'm deeply sorry to reflect badly on my esteemed maker, to whom I owe everything," Phoebe continued. "I am not worthy to share her blood, and yet I do." "That's quite enough," Miriam said. But Phoebe was not finished making a mockery of her forced apology. She bolted for the table and began downing the remaining samples of blood with great speed. "Revolting!" she proclaimed, crushing a wafer-thin glass tumbler to dust in her hands. She took up the next. "Gamey!" A silver-stemmed goblet snapped in 2, the bowl separating from the base. "Putrid, like death." She spat the liquid back into the shot glass, which was inscribed with the warning, "Bad decisions make good stories." "Not bad, but I'd rather drink cat." Phoebe flipped the empty wineglass over so that the bloody residue slid down the sides and made a sticky ring on the table. On Phoebe went around the table, slurping blood and tossing glassware aside until she had consumed every last drop. In the end, only a single silver julep cup was left standing. Phoebe wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. It was trembling and dotted with splashes of blood. "I'd drink that." Phoebe pointed to the small, straight-sided cup with beaded decoration around the rim, made by a Kentucky silversmith around 1850, if she was not mistaken. But only if there was no cat around. "Progress, I think," Freya said cheerfully, surveying the carnage on her dining-room table. A gasp announced the arrival of Françoise, who would, of course, be expected to clear away the mess. But it was Miriam's dark expression that held Phoebe's attention. Miriam's face promised punishment, and not within any predictable human time frame. Miriam banished Phoebe, Cinderella-like, to the kitchens to assist Françoise. It took several trips up and down the stairs just to clear the debris. Phoebe was grateful for her newly enhanced cardiovascular system, not to mention her vampire speed. Once the table was cleared, the surface wiped, the floor scrubbed by hand with a brush, and the bits of glass plucked out of Phoebe's knees and shins, Phoebe and Françoise busied themselves at the sink. Françoise took charge of all the breakable glasses, just in case, and handed Phoebe the ones made of metal. "Why do you stay with Freya?" Phoebe wondered aloud. "This is my job. All creatures need jobs. Without one, you have no self-respect." Françoise's reply was succinct, as usual, but it didn't really answer Phoebe's question. Phoebe tried a different tack. "Wouldn't you rather be doing something else?" Housekeeping seemed very limited to Phoebe. She liked going to the office and keeping up with the latest developments in the art market, testing her knowledge by attributing and authenticating pieces whose value was either unknown or long forgotten. No, Francoise snapped her dish towel and folded it in thirds before hanging it on the waiting rail. She turned her attention to a heaping basket of laundry and switched on the iron. Wouldn't you rather work for yourself? Phoebe was willing to entertain the possibility that there were hidden rewards to cleaning and cooking, but she couldn't fathom a life in service to others. This is the life I chose. It's a good life. I am well paid, respected, protected, replied Francoise. Phoebe frowned. Francoise was a vampire, and her arms were the size of small hams. She didn't seem in need of protection. But you could study, go to university, master a subject, do anything you liked, really. Phoebe tried folding her own damp towel. It ended up badly, one side uneven, pulled out of shape by her efforts. She hung it on the rod next to Francoise's. Francoise removed it and snapped the linen open. She folded it properly and rehung it on the rod. It was perfectly matched to the other, and both towels now gave off an air of perfect domesticity, like the pictures in the women's magazines her mother subscribed to. Soothing and mildly reproachful at the same time. I know enough, Francoise replied. I know how to fold a piece of cloth properly, which is more than can be said for you, her expression said. Didn't you ever want more? Phoebe asked with a bit of hesitancy. She wasn't eager to anger another vampire who was older, faster, and stronger than she was. I wanted more than a life toiling in the fields of Burgundy, the soil in my hair and between my toes until I dropped dead at the age of 40 like my mother did, Francoise replied. I got it. Phoebe sat on a nearby stool, her fingers threaded together. She shifted, nervous on her seat. Francoise had never uttered so many words at once, at least not where Phoebe could overhear her. She hoped she hadn't offended the woman with her questions. I wanted warm clothes in winter and an extra blanket at night, Francoise continued, to Phoebe's astonishment. I wanted more wood for the fire. I wanted to go to sleep without hunger, and never again wonder if there would be enough food to feed the people I loved. Phoebe recognized the cadence of her own display of temper before Freya and Miriam. Of course, Francoise had heard everything. She was subtly mimicking Phoebe, to make a point, or to issue a warning. With vampires, it was so very difficult to tell. So you see, I already possess all that I have ever wanted, Francoise said in closing. I would not be you, with your useless learning and seeming independence, for all the world. It was a startling announcement, for Phoebe felt her life was nearly perfect already, and only going to get better with an eternity to do as she pleased and Marcus at her side. Why not? Phoebe demanded. Because I have something you will never again possess, Francoise said, her voice dropping to a confiding hiss, a treasure that no amount of money can buy nor time secure. Phoebe leaned forward, eager to know what this treasure was. It couldn't be long life. Phoebe had that now. Francoise, like most taciturn individuals, enjoyed having an attentive audience. She had also mastered the art of the dramatic pause. She picked up her bottle of lavender water and spritzed a pillowcase with it. Then she wielded the hot iron with the same quick expertise with which she did everything else in the house. Phoebe waited, as unusually patient as Francoise was unusually forthcoming. Freedom, Francoise said at last. She took up another pillowcase and let her words sink in. No one pays any attention to me, Francoise continued. I can do as I please, live, die, work, rest, fall in love, and out of it too. Everybody is watching you, waiting for you to fail, wondering if you will succeed. Come August, you'll have Milord Marcus back in your bed, but you'll have the eyes of the congregation on you too. After word spreads of your engagement, every vampire on earth will be curious about you. You'll never have a moment's peace or freedom in your life, which, God willing, will be long. Phoebe stopped her nervous shifting, and the room was so quiet that even a warm blood could have heard a pin drop. But you need not worry. Francoise folded the smooth pillowcase into a sharp-edged rectangle before taking another damp one from the basket. You will not have liberty, but you will succeed at your job, because I will be doing my job, protecting you from those who would do you harm. Excuse me? This was news to Phoebe. All newly reborn vampires need someone like me to take care of them, and older ones too, when they are in society. I dressed Madame Ysabeau and miladies Freya and Varin. Francoise took no notice of Phoebe's startled reaction. I took care of Milady Stasia back in the winter of 802, when she was taken ill with the ennui and would not leave her house, not even to hunt. Francoise finished her pillowcase and took up a sheet. The hot iron hissed and spit against the damp cloth. Phoebe held her breath. This was more ancient de Clermont history than she had ever heard before, and she did not wish to interrupt. I attended on Madame when she was in the past with Sieur Matthew, and made sure she did not come to harm when he was about town on business. I kept house for Milady Johanna after Milord Godfrey died in the wars, when she was in a rage and wished to die. I have cooked and cleaned for Sieur Baldwin, and helped Alain take care of Sieur Philippe when he came home from the Nazis a broken man. Francoise fixed her dark eyes on Phoebe. Aren't you glad now that this is the life I chose, taking care of this family? Because without me you would be eaten up, spit out, and ground under the heels of every vampire you meet, and Milord Marcus with you. Phoebe wasn't glad, precisely, although the more Francoise spoke, the more grateful she was for the advice the woman was delivering. And she still couldn't understand why anyone with her full faculties, which Francoise obviously possessed, would choose to look after other people. Phoebe supposed it wasn't dissimilar to Marcus's choice of medicine, but he'd gone to years and years of schooling for that, and it seemed somehow more worthy than Francoise's path. The more she considered Francoise's question, however, the less sure Phoebe was of her answer. Francoise's mouth began to curve upward in a slow, deliberate smile. For the first time since becoming a vampire, Phoebe felt an unmistakable flush of pride. Somehow, simply by keeping silent, she had earned Francoise's approval, and it mattered to her a great deal more than she might have expected. Phoebe handed Francoise the lump of sheet that was uppermost in the basket. "What's ennui?" Phoebe asked. Francoise's smile widened. "It's a type of sickness, not so dangerous as Sieur Matthew's blood rage, you understand, but it can be deadly." "Does Stasia still have it?" Phoebe settled back onto her stool, watching Francoise's movements and taking in how she managed the lengths of damp linen without letting them drag on the floor. The two of them would be spending a lot of time together. If housekeeping was important to Francoise, Phoebe should at least try to discover why. "Middle-aged white women," Miriam said as she entered Francoise's territory. "What about them?" Phoebe asked, confused. "They were sample 83, the one you claim to like, second only to cat's blood," Miriam explained. "Oh," Phoebe blinked. "Well, get you some more. Francoise will have it on hand, but you have to ask for it, specifically. Unless you do, you'll have nothing but the cat to feed from," Miriam said. Whatever was the point of that? Phoebe wondered. Couldn't she just say, "I'm hungry," and rummage through the fridge? Francoise, however, seemed to understand what was going on. She nodded. Phoebe would learn later why this ridiculous rule was being imposed. "The cat will be sufficient, thank you, Miriam," Phoebe said stiffly. She simply couldn't imagine being in such need that she would utter the words, "Give me the blood of a middle-aged white woman." "Well, see," Miriam said with a smile. Come, it's time for you to learn how to write." "I know how to write," Phoebe said, sounding cross. "Yes, but we'd like you to do it without setting the paper on fire with excessive friction or carving up the desk." Miriam crooked her finger in a way that made Phoebe shiver. For the first time in her life, Phoebe left the kitchen reluctantly. It seemed a place of comfort and safe harbor now, with Françoise and the laundry, the clean glasses, and the hiss of the iron. Upstairs there was nothing but peril and whatever fresh tests her sadistic vampire schoolmistresses could devise. As the baize-covered door to the kitchen swung shut behind her, Phoebe finally arrived at the answer to Françoise's question. "Yes, I'm glad." Phoebe was back in the kitchen before she had fully formulated a plan to return. Miriam and Freya were right. Thinking of where she wanted to be really was sufficient cause to get her there. I thought so. "Go now. Don't keep your maker waiting," Françoise advised, brandishing the heavy iron in the direction of the door as though it weighed no more than a feather. Phoebe returned to Miriam's side. As the baize door flapped its way closed, she heard the strangest sound, something between a cough and a chortle. It was Françoise, and she was laughing. 14. A Life of Trouble. 25 May. "Sit, stay, wait." My son's piping voice carried through the open window, uttering a stream of nonsense that exactly imitated the instructions I gave Hector and Fallen every time we attempted to get back into the house without my getting knocked over. The kitchen door creaked open. There was a pause. "Wait, stay, okay." Apollo bounded into the room, looking extremely pleased with himself, but not nearly as proud as Philip, who toddled after him holding Fallen's dog leash hand in hand with Matthew. Alarmingly, Fallen's leather lead was not attached to the griffin. "Mommy!" Philip hurled himself at my legs. Apollo joined in the embrace, wrapping his wings around us, cooing with delight. "Did you have a nice walk?" I smoothed down Philip's hair, which was inclined to stand straight up at the slightest breeze. "Very nice." Matthew gave me a lingering kiss. "You taste of almonds." "We've been having some breakfast." I pointed to Becca, whose face was partially obscured by jam and nut butter. Her smile of welcome for her father and brother was unmistakable, however. Becca has been sharing. This was uncharacteristic behavior for our daughter. Becca tracked her food carefully and had to be reminded that not everything put on the table was solely for her. Apollo hopped over to Becca's chair. He sat, long tongue lolling expectantly, his beady eyes fixed on the table, where the remnants of her feast remained. Becca narrowed her eyes at him in warning. "I see that Rebecca and Apollo are still working out their relationship," Matthew commented. He poured himself a steaming cup of coffee and sat down with the paper. "Come, sit. Okay." Philip kept rattling off commands to the griffin while jiggling the leash enticingly. "Come, Paulo, sit. Let's get your bib on and some breakfast in you." I snagged the leash and put it on the table. "Marth made oatmeal, your favorite." Philip's preferred breakfast was pale pink goo, a splash of quail blood, some oats, and lumps of berries, with plenty of milk. We called it oatmeal, though food critics might not recognize the dish as such. "Apollo, here." Philip's patience was running out, and his tone was decidedly peevish. "Here. Let Apollo visit with Becca," I said, trying to distract him by picking him up and tumbling him upside down. All I succeeded in doing, however, was alarming the griffin. Apollo screeched in horror and launched himself into the air, clucking around Philip and comforting him with pats of his tail. It was not until Philip was right side up and in his booster seat that the griffin settled back down to earth. "Have you seen Marcus this morning?" Matthew cocked his head, listening for a sound from his grown son. "He came through the kitchen while you were out, said something about taking a run." I handed Philip a spoon, which he would use to fling the oatmeal around rather than feed himself, and picked up my cup of tea. "He seems on edge." He's expecting an update from Paris, Matthew explained. The phone calls came every few days. Freya spoke to Ysabeau, and then Matthew's mother relayed the information to her grandson. So far, Phoebe was doing brilliantly. There had been a few hiccups, Freya acknowledged, but nothing that wasn't expected during a vampire's first weeks. The stalwart Françoise was supporting Phoebe every step of the way, and I knew from my own experience that she would be dogged in her pursuit of Phoebe's success. Still, Marcus couldn't help worrying.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Marcus hasn't been himself since he told you about Obadiah, Matthew said, attributing his son's anxiety to a different cause. Obadiah's violent end had been the subject of many whispered conversations between me, Agatha, and Sarah. Over the past few days, Marcus had returned to the events of 1776, adding new details, worrying if there was some way he could have avoided killing his father and still have protected his mother and sister. The threads that bind him to the world have changed in color, but they're still tangled and twisted, I admitted. I've been wondering if a simple charm would help, one woven with the second knot. He's all blue these days. I don't think he's that depressed, Matthew said with a frown. No, not that kind of blue, I said, though maybe that's where we get the expression. Everywhere Marcus rubs up against time, it seems to register in shades of blue. Royal blue, pale blue, purple, lavender, indigo, even turquoise. I'd like to see more balance. Last week there was some red, white, and black in the mix. Not all of them are happy colors, but at least there was some variety. Matthew looked fascinated. He also looked concerned. Second knot spells rebalance energy. They're often used in love magic, I said. But that's not their only purpose. In this case, I could weave a spell to help Marcus sort out the emotions that are tied to his past lives. For a vampire, coming to terms with our past lives is the most important work we do, Matthew said cautiously. I don't think magical assistance is a good idea, mon coeur. But Marcus is trying to ignore his past, not face it, I said. I know how impossible that is. Past, present, future. As a historian, I was intrigued by the relationship between them. To examine one thread required that you study them all. He'll realize that, Matthew said, returning to his paper. In time. Matthew and I were taking the children for a walk when we spotted a convertible approaching the house. It turned into the driveway and wended its way to the house at a crawl. Ysabeau, Matthew said, and Marcus, too. It was a bizarre procession. Alain was at the wheel of the car. Ysabeau de Clermont sat in the passenger seat, wearing dark glasses and a sleeveless dress in a pale primrose color. The ends of the Hermès scarf knotted around her head fluttered in the breeze. She looked like the star of a 1960s film about a European princess on summer holiday. Marcus ran alongside, asking if there was news from Paris. Jesus, grandmère, Marcus said when they finally arrived in the courtyard and Alain switched off the ignition. Why own a car with that much engine if you're going to let Alain drive it at 5 miles per hour like a golf cart? One never knows when one might have to make a getaway, Ysabeau replied cagily. The children clamored for Isabeau's attention. She ignored them, although she did sneak in a wink at Rebecca. How's Phoebe? Marcus was practically dancing in anticipation of the news. Ysabeau didn't answer her grandson's question, but motioned toward the rear of the automobile. I brought decent champagne. There is never enough of it in this house. And Phoebe? Marcus asked, renewing his calls for more information. Has Becca's tooth come in yet? Ysabeau inquired of Matthew, still ignoring Marcus. Hello, Diana. You are looking well. Good morning, Mamma. Matthew stooped to kiss his mother. Sarah and Agatha joined us in the courtyard.
Sarah was still in her pajamas and dressing gown, and Agatha was wearing a cocktail dress. They made an odd pair. "It is afternoon, Matthew. Have you no clocks in the house?" Isabeau looked around for her next target and found one in my aunt. "Sarah, what a strange frock. I hope you didn't pay much for it." "Nice to see you, too, Isabeau." "Agatha made it for me. I'm sure she'd make one for you, too, if you asked nicely." Sarah drew the vivid kimono around her. Isabeau looked askance at the garment, then sniffed. "Are you having a problem with fleas?" "Why does everything reek of lavender?" Isabeau asked. "Why don't we all go inside?" I said, shifting Becca to my other hip. "I have been waiting for an invitation to do just that," Isabeau said, her annoyance at the delay evident. "I cannot just walk in, can I?" "You would know better than me," I replied agreeably, determined not to fight with my mother-in-law. "My vampire etiquette is pretty sketchy. Witches just barge right in and head for the kitchen." Her worst fears confirmed, Isabeau sailed between us lesser beings and into the house that had formerly been her home. Once she was ensconced in a comfortable chair in the parlor, Isabeau insisted everyone have a drink, and then she held the twins on her lap and embarked on a long conversation with each of them. A ringing phone interrupted it. "Oui," Isabeau said, after drawing her bright red mobile phone out of a slender vintage clutch with a distinctive bakelite handle shaped like a running greyhound. Marcus crept closer to listen to the conversation on the other end, during what I and the other warm bloods in the room perceived as a very long silence. "Ah, that is excellent news," Isabeau smiled. "I expected no less of Phoebe." Matthew's face relaxed a fraction, and Marcus let out a shout of joy. "Phoebe!" Becca sang out her pet name for Phoebe. "And she is feeding well?" Isabeau paused while Freya responded. "Persephone? Hein, I was never fond of that girl and her endless complaints." My eyes narrowed. In the not-too-distant future, Isabeau and I were going to have a talk about things mythological. Maybe she would know the average height and weight of a fully grown griffin. "Has Phoebe asked for me?" Marcus demanded of his grandmother. Isabeau's long fingernail pressed into her grandson's chest in a gesture of warning. I'd seen that same fingernail push its way into a vampire's heart. Marcus grew still. "You may tell Phoebe that Marcus is in excellent health, and we are finding ways to keep him occupied until she is returned to us." Isabeau made it sound as if Phoebe were a borrowed book. "Until Sunday, then." She disconnected the line. 2 whole days, Marcus groaned. "I can't believe I have to wait 2 whole days for more news." "You are fortunate to be doing this in the age of telephones, Marcus. It took more than 2 days for news to reach Jerusalem from Antioch when Louisa was made, I assure you," Isabeau replied, giving him a stern look. "You might attend to the Knights of Lazarus instead of wallowing in self-pity. There are so many of them now, all quite young. Go and play." "What are you proposing, Grandmère? That I lead them on a quest to the Holy Land? Have an archery tournament? Put on a joust?" Marcus asked, lightly mocking. "Don't be ridiculous," Isabeau said. "I hate jousts. There's nothing for the women to do but gaze at the men adoringly and look decorative. Surely there's a country to conquer, or a government to infiltrate, or an evil family to bring to justice." Her eyes sparkled at the prospect. "This is precisely how we ended up with the congregation," Marcus said, pointing an admonishing finger. "Think how much trouble that caused. We don't behave like that any more, Grandmère." "Then it must be very dull to be a knight," Isabeau said. "And I shouldn't worry about causing trouble. It seems to find this family no matter what we do. Something will happen any day now. It always does." Matthew and I exchanged glances. Sarah snorted. "Has Diana told you about the griffin?" my aunt asked. Within the hour, Apollo was perched on Isabeau's arm like one of Emperor Rudolph's eagles. Though the griffin was about the same height, I suspected that his leonine hind quarters added considerable weight. Only a vampire could have held him aloft with such elegance. In spite of her modern clothing, Isabeau handled the creature with the grace of a medieval lady going hawking. Akka had elected to have Sarah and Agatha read her a story rather than play with the griffin. The rest of us were with Isabeau to witness the rare sight of a griffin taking to the open air.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Isabeau had a dead mouse in one hand and the griffin's complete attention. When Isabeau lifted her arm, the griffin left his perch and soared above her. Quickly, Isabeau tossed the mouse into the air. Apollo swooped down and caught it in his beak, his tail streaming behind him. He returned to Isabeau and laid the trophy at her feet. "Good boy," Philip cried, clapping for added emphasis. Apollo chortled something in response. "Okay." Philip seemed to understand what his griffin had said and picked up the mouse. He threw it with all his might. It landed about 2 feet behind him. Apollo retrieved the mouse in several bounds and dropped it at Isabeau's feet this time. "I fear that Apollo is not getting enough exercise, Matthew. You must fly him, or he will amuse himself," Isabeau said, picking up the mouse once more. She hurled it across the moat. "You won't like the results." Apollo gambled up to the edge of the water, flew over it, and found the mouse in the reeds on the other side. The griffin took off with it and circled overhead a few times. Isabeau's piercing whistle brought him back down to earth. "You seem to know a lot about griffins, Grand-mère," Marcus said suspiciously. "A bit," she replied. "They were never very common, not like centaurs and dryads." "Dryads?" I said faintly. "Back when I was a girl, you had to be very careful walking through the woods," Isabeau explained. "Dryads looked like perfectly ordinary women, but if you stopped to talk to one, you could be encircled by trees before you knew it, and find it impossible to see your way out." I glanced at the thick forest that bounded the property to the north, uneasy at the thought that the trees might try to strike up a conversation with Becca. "As for centaurs, you can be glad Philip didn't summon one of them. They can be devious, not to mention impossible to house-train." Isabeau crouched down by her grandson. "Give Apollo his mouse. He's earned it." Apollo extended his tongue in anticipation. Philip picked the mouse up by the tail. Apollo opened his beak, and Philip dropped the rodent into the griffin's craw. "All done," Philip said, wiping his hands together in a gesture of completion. "Still think you can weave a disguising spell for him?" Matthew murmured in my ear. I had no idea, but I was going to have to reconsider the knots so that it could include weighted feet to keep Apollo attached to the ground. The creature definitely liked to fly. "I'm sorry Rebecca didn't stay to watch the hunt," Isabeau said. "She would have enjoyed it." "Becca is a bit jealous," I explained. "Right now, Philip and Apollo are getting a lot of attention." Philip let out a mighty yawn. The griffin followed suit. "I think it's time you took a nap. You've had a lot of excitement today." Matthew swung his son into the air. "Come, let's go find your sister." "Apollo, too?" Philip inquired, looking especially winsome. "Yes, Apollo can nap in the fireplace." Matthew gave me a kiss. "Will you join us?" "There was a bucket of cherries on the kitchen counter this morning. I've been thinking about them for hours and wondering what Martha is going to do with them," I confessed, leading the way back into the kitchen. Marcus laughed and opened the door for me, gentlemanly as always. I knew now that it was his mother who had instilled these manners in him. My thoughts returned to Hadley and to Marcus's story. What had happened to Catherine and Patience after Marcus fled? "Diana?" Marcus said, concerned. I had stopped in my tracks. "I'm fine, just thinking about your mother, that's all," I said. "She'd be very proud of you, Marcus." Marcus looked shy.
Then he smiled. In the years I'd known him, I'd never seen such unalloyed joy on his face. "Thank you, Diana," he said with a small bow. Inside, Martha was pitting the fruit by boring one slender pinky into each cherry and popping the seed kernel into a waiting stainless steel bowl with a satisfying pling. I reached into the bowl. Something snapped at my fingers. "Ow! Keep your hands to yourself and nobody gets hurt," Martha said, glowering. She had a new crime novel and was learning all sorts of useful English phrases. Ysabeau poured herself some champagne, and I made myself a cup of tea and cut a slab from a freshly baked lemon loaf to console myself until Martha declared open season on the fruit. Sarah and Agatha joined us. They'd finished Becca's first story and her second and left her in Matthew's capable hands. He would sing songs from his childhood to send the twins to sleep. "Matthew really does have a special touch with the children," Sarah acknowledged. She headed over to the coffee pot. As usual, Martha had anticipated her need for caffeine, and the coffee was hot and fragrant. "The twins are lucky," Marcus said. "They won't have to search for a good father, a true father like I did." "So everybody knows about Obadiah now?" Ysabeau asked her grandson. "Everybody except Phoebe," Marcus replied. "What?" Agatha was stunned. "Marcus, how could you keep this from her?" "I tried to tell her, loads of times." Marcus sounded miserable. "But Phoebe didn't want me to tell her about my past. She wanted to discover it for herself, through my blood." "Blood lore is even more unreliable than a vampire's memories," Ysabeau said. She shook her head. "You should not have let her dissuade you, Marcus. You knew better. You followed your heart and not your head." "I was respecting her wishes," Marcus retorted. "You told me to listen to her, Grandmère. I was following your advice." "Part of growing older and wiser is learning which advice to follow and which to ignore." Ysabeau sipped her champagne, her eyes glittering. "My mother-in-law was up to something, but I knew better than to try to ferret it out. Instead, I changed the subject. What's a true father, Marcus? Vampire family vocabulary could be confusing, and I wanted to be sure I had it right. You mentioned it earlier. Obadiah was your birth father. Is that the same thing in vampire terms?" "No." The colored threads around Marcus were getting darker, the purple and indigo now almost black. "It has nothing to do with vampires. A true father is the man who teaches what you need to know about the world and how to survive in it. Joshua and Zeb were truer fathers to me than Obadiah. So was Tom. I found some letters online about the summer of 1776 and the lifting of the inoculation ban in Massachusetts," I said, determined to find a safer topic of conversation than fathers and sons. "Everything you remember fits into what I discovered. Washington and Congress were panicked at the thought that an epidemic would wipe out the entire army." "Their fears were justified," Marcus replied. "When I finally reached Washington and the army, it was early November. The battles were drawing to a close for the year, but fatalities were destined to increase when the fighting stopped and the army went into their winter camp. Back then, peace was more deadly to the army than war. Contagion, I said, of course. Smallpox would spread like wildfire in a crowded encampment. Discipline was a problem too, Marcus said. Nobody followed orders unless Washington himself gave them. And I wasn't the only young man who'd run away from home seeking adventure. For every runaway who enlisted, though, it seemed that 2 men deserted. There was so much coming and going that nobody could keep track of who was there and who wasn't, or which regiment you belonged to, or where you'd come from. Did you go to Albany, like Joshua suggested? I asked. Yes, Marcus said, but the army wasn't there. They'd gone east to Manhattan and Long Island. So that's when you joined the medical corps. I was eager to put together the fragments of what I knew. Not quite. First, I joined up with a company of gunners. I had been traveling at night for more than a month. I was alone, spooked like a newborn colt whenever anybody spoke to me, and utterly convinced I would be caught and hauled back to Massachusetts to answer for my father's death," Marcus explained.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. The Philadelphia Associators took me in without any questions. It was my first rebirth, but not his last. I had a new father, Lieutenant Cuthbert, and brothers instead of sisters. I even had a new mother of sorts. Marcus shook his head. German Gertie. Lord, I haven't thought of her for decades. And Mrs. Otto. Christ, she was formidable. Marcus's expression darkened. But there were still so many rules, and so much death. And precious little freedom, he continued, before falling silent. Then what happened? I prompted. Then I met Matthew, Marcus said simply. Washington Papers, United States National Archives, George Washington to Dr. William Shippen, Jr., Morristown, 6 February 1777. Dear Sir, finding the smallpox to be spreading much, and fearing that no precaution can prevent it from running through the whole of our army, I have determined that the troops shall be inoculated. This expedient may be attended with some inconveniences and some disadvantages, but yet I trust in its consequences will have the most happy effects. Necessity not only authorizes, but seems to require the measure. For should the disorder infect the army in the natural way and rage with its usual virulence, we should have more to dread from it than from the sword of the enemy. If the business is immediately begun and favored with the common success, I would fain hope they will be soon fit for duty, and that in a short space of time we shall have an army not subject to this, the greatest of all calamities that can befall it when taken in the natural way. 15 dead. January, March, 1777. Marcus looked down the barrel of the rifle he had taken at Bunker Hill toward the head of George III. The image was mounted to a distant tree with the point of a broken bayonet. Eyes or heart? Marcus asked his audience, squinting as he took aim. You'll never hit it, a soldier scoffed. He's too far away. But Marcus was an even better shot now than he had been when he'd taken his father's life. The face of the king transformed itself into the face of his father. Marcus pulled the trigger. The gun cracked into life, and bark flew. When the smoke cleared, there was a hole right between King George's eyes. Take your best shot, lads. Adam Swift walked around the crowd with his cap like an entertainer at a fair. He was Irish, wicked, clever, and a source of amusement to half the colonial army, with his songs and pranks. A halfpenny will buy you a chance to kill the king. Do your bit for liberty. Make Georgie pay for what he's done. I want to go next, cried a 14-year-old Dutch rigger named Vanderslice, who had run away from a ship newly arrived in Philadelphia and joined up with the Associators soon after. You haven't got a gun, Swift pointed out. Marcus was just about to loan Vanderslice his when 2 uniformed officers came into view. What is the meaning of this? Captain Mulder, the nominal head of the Philadelphia Associators, surveyed the scene with disapproval. Lieutenant Cuthbert, a raw-boned man in his mid-20s of Scottish extraction, was at his side. Just some harmless fun, sir, Cuthbert said, glaring at Marcus and Swift. Cuthbert's assurances might have satisfied the captain had Mulder not spotted King George. Did you take that from a picture in the college at Princeton? Captain Mulder demanded. Because if you did, the college would like it back. Swift pressed his lips together, and Marcus stood at attention. Captain Hamilton claimed he damaged the painting, sir, Cuthbert said, diverting the possible blame onto someone better able to withstand it. Shot a cannonball straight through the canvas. Hamilton!
Vanderslice was disgusted. "He had nothing to do with it, Cuthbert. It was the three of us who cut it out of the frame." This was precisely what Captain Mulder had feared. "In my tent, now, all three of you," Mulder barked. Marcus stood in front of Captain Mulder, with Swift and Vanderslice on either side. Lieutenant Cuthbert stood at the entrance to the tent, keeping the rest of the regiment safely out of range of the captain's wrath, though within earshot. Cuthbert was greatly beloved. He refused to put up with any nonsense from the men in his charge, while ignoring most of the instructions given to him by his superior officers. It was an ideal style of leadership for the Continental Army. "I should have you all flogged," Captain Mulder said. He held up the limp piece of canvas with the defaced image of their former ruler. "What on earth persuaded you to take it?" Vanderslice looked at Marcus. Swift looked at the ceiling. "We wanted to use it for target practice." "Sir," Marcus replied, looking Mulder in the eye. He struck Marcus as a bully, and Marcus had some experience with them. "It was my doing. Vanderslice and Swift tried to stop me." Vanderslice's mouth gaped open in astonishment. This was not at all what had happened. At Princeton, Marcus had climbed up on Swift's shoulder and used a British bayonet taken from the battlefield to behead the portrait of the king. Vanderslice had encouraged him every step of the way. Swift shot Marcus an approving glance. "And who the hell are you?" Mulder's eyes narrowed. "Margalen Chauncey." Marcus still tended to blurt out his baptismal name when under stress. "We call him Doc," Vanderslice volunteered. "Doc? You're not from Philadelphia, and I don't remember signing you up," Mulder replied. "No, that was me, Captain." Cuthbert lied with breezy assurance, the mark of someone skilled at fabrication. "Distant cousin, from Delaware. He's a good shot. Thought he could be useful manning a musket in case the cannon were overrun." This tale of Marcus's origins was complete fiction, but it served to quiet the captain, at least about how he'd become a part of Mulder's regiment. Mulder spread the piece of canvas wide. There was little left of the face of George III. The eyes were gone, the mouth was nothing more than a gaping hole, and the monarch's powdered hair was peppered with shot. "Well, at least one thing you've told me is true," Mulder admitted. "The boy is a good shot." "Doc saved my life at Princeton," Swift said. "Put a ball right through the eye of a British soldier. And he doctored the lieutenant's hand when he burned it. Useful boy to have around, sir. And these." Mulder picked up 2 brass semicircles, finely engraved, that had been found in Marcus's haversack when the captain searched it for other spoils of battle. "Don't tell me they're medical instruments." "Quadrants," Swift replied, "or they will be when we're through with them." In addition to the head of George III, Marcus had taken the 2 pieces from the orrery that stood outside the room where he'd found the king's portrait. Other soldiers had smashed the glass and part of the fine mechanism that marked the passage of the planets across the sky. He had pocketed what remained because it reminded him of his mother and home. "General Washington is bound to hear about this target practice of yours," Mulder sighed. "What do you propose I tell him, Swift?" "I'd let him think Captain Hamilton did it," Swift replied. "That popinjay likes to take credit for everything, whether he's responsible or not." There was no denying it, and Captain Mulder didn't even try. "Get out of my sight, all of you," Mulder said wearily. "I will tell the general that Lieutenant Cuthbert has already disciplined you, and I'm docking your pay." "Pay?" Swift guffawed. "What pay? Thank you, sir. I'll see to it that nothing like this happens again." Cuthbert took Swift by the scruff of the neck. "Enjoy your lunch, sir." Outside the tent, Vanderslice, Swift, and Marcus were greeted by silence. Then the pats on the back started, the offers of swallows of rum and gin, the proud smiles. "Thanks, Doc," Vanderslice said, relieved that he was not going to be beaten. "You lie like an Irishman, Doc," Adam Swift said, clapping his hat on his head. I knew I liked you." "The associators take care of their own," Cuthbert murmured in Marcus's ear. "You're one of us now." For the first time since leaving Joshua and Zeb in Hadley, Marcus felt that he belonged. Several days after being hauled before Mulder, Marcus and Vanderslice were sharing what qualified as a fire in Washington's winter encampment, a pile of damp logs that smoked and gave off very little heat. He had no feeling in his fingers or toes, and the air was so cold that it seared the skin before burning a pathway into his lungs. The frigid temperatures made conversation difficult, but Vanderslice was undeterred. The only topic that the boy refused to discuss was his life before he became part of the Philadelphia Artillery Company. This was the root of the friendship that had sprung up between Marcus and Vanderslice. While most of the soldiers talked about nothing but their mothers, the girls they'd left behind, and male relatives who were fighting for Washington in other regiments, it was as though Marcus and Vanderslice had been born in November and only remembered life with the associators, their retreat from Manhattan following the loss of Fort Washington, the battle at Trenton at Christmas, and the most recent battle near the college at Princeton. Two angels came down from the north, one named Fire, the other Frost. Frost said to Fire, "Go away, go away. In the name of Jesus, go away," Vanderslice said, blowing on his cold, reddened fingers. He had only one glove and kept swapping it back and forth between his hands. "Wonder if we could expel the cold if we set it backward." Marcus burrowed into the woolen muffler he'd taken off a dead soldier after the battle at Princeton. "Probably. Prayers have power," Vanderslice replied. "Do you know any others? Frostbite in January, amputate in July." It was more of a prophecy than a prayer, but Marcus shared it anyway. "You can't fool me, Yankee. You didn't learn that in church." Vanderslice reached into his pocket and pulled out a small flask. "Want a nip of rum? It's got gunpowder in it to give you courage." Marcus took a precautionary sniff. "You'll shit your brains out if you drink any more of that," he said, returning the flask to Vanderslice. "It's castor oil." Lieutenant Cuthbert strode toward the fire, attracting the attention of the other associators who gathered around to see what was afoot. "You're in a hurry," Adam Swift remarked in his decidedly Irish drawl. He had been one of the first to sign up when the associators were established, and was Cuthbert's de facto second in command. "We're going home!" Cuthbert quickly hushed the cries of relief. "I heard it from one of the whores, who learned it from one of Washington's aides, who heard the general talking to the other officers." Conversation burst out between members of the regiment as they began making plans for what they'd do once they were back home. Marcus shivered as the cold whistled through his coat. Philadelphia was no home to him. He would have to find another regiment to join, and soon. Maybe he would have to change his name again. If Washington was breaking up their winter camp and sending everyone back home, Marcus would need somewhere to go. "You coming with us, Doc?" Swift elbowed Marcus in the ribs. Marcus smiled and nodded, but there was a cold knot in his stomach. He didn't have any skills that would be useful in Philadelphia. There wouldn't be farm work until spring. "Of course Doc is coming. He's going to hang a shingle outside German Gertie's and sell his medical services," Cuthbert said. "I'll stand outside and testify to your skill." He held up his thumb. "Let me see that." Marcus stood, his cold joints creaking at the change in position. What he wouldn't give for some of Tom Buckland's liniment to soothe the ache in his bones. Obediently, Cuthbert offered his hand to Marcus. Marcus looked at it closely, pushing up Cuthbert's sleeve to examine the arm as well. At Princeton, Cuthbert had grabbed the wrong end of a gun brush, and some of the wire had become embedded in his thumb. It was still angry and red, but not nearly as swollen as it had been. No red streaks. That's good. No infection. Marcus probed the skin around the wound. There was a bit of discharge, but not much. "You must have the constitution of an ox, Lieutenant." "You there. A small, elderly man in a wig that was at least 40 years out of style pointed in Marcus's direction. "Who are you?" "Galen Chauncey," Marcus said as confidently as he could. Cuthbert cut him a shrewd glance. "You are the regimental surgeon for these men?" The longer the man's sentences, the more evident his German accent became, all the THs turning into soft Ds. Sensing a potential crisis, Cuthbert turned on his considerable charm. "How can I help, mister?" "Dr. Otto," the man said, planting his feet wide. "This is a Pennsylvania company, ja?" "Yes," Cuthbert admitted. "I am chief surgeon for the Pennsylvania companies, and I do not know this man." Otto sized up Marcus from head to toe. "He does not look like one of us. That shirt is very odd." "Doc's not odd. He's a Yankee, that's all," said Swift. Marcus glared at him. That was not something he wanted officers to know. "Doc?" Otto's voice rose. "Not exactly," Marcus said hastily. "I learned some tricks of healing from a friend back home, that's all." "Tricks?" Otto's voice was now as high as his eyebrows. "Skills," Marcus corrected himself. "If you are so skilled, then what are the healing properties of mercury?" Otto demanded. "Treating lesions on the skin," Marcus said, happy to remember some of what he'd learned from Tom's medical books. "And why would you administer calomel and jalap?" "To purge the bowels," Marcus replied promptly. "You know of Dr. Rush's methods, I see." "And what do you know of Dr. Sutton?" Dr. Otto's dark eyes fixed intently on Marcus. "I know he charges too much for ordinary people to afford his services," Marcus said, tired of the inquisition. He pushed up his sleeve. The puckered scar from his own inoculation was still visible on his arm, and likely would be for his whole life. "And I know his method works. Any other questions?" "No," Otto blinked. "You will come with me." "Why?" Marcus asked warily. "Because, Herr Doc, you are going to work for me now," Otto said. "But I belong to them." Marcus looked to the men in his company for support, but Cuthbert just shook his head. "It will be months before we're on the battlefield again," Cuthbert said. "You can do more for the cause of liberty with the doctor than you can drink the winter away with Vanderslice and Swift." "What are you waiting for, Herr Doc?" Dr. Otto demanded. "I gave you an order. Get your pack and bring your blanket. All of mine are on the sick soldiers." After Hadley, Marcus' life path had been twisted and dark as a forest trail. It had led him through New England and into New York, skirting the edges of battle while constantly afraid of being captured as a deserter, a spy, or a murderer. Then the Associators had let him join their ranks, and Marcus had been able to see a few miles ahead into December and now January. But the Associators were all returning to the comforts of home. His life was taking another strange turn, thanks to this odd little German doctor who was plucking him out of the crowded, smoky conditions of the camp, only to thrust him into the bloody world of what passed for hospitals in Washington's army. For Marcus, it was a chance to escape even further from what had happened in his past. He remembered what Sarah Bishop had told him at Bunker Hill, that the army was going to need healers more than it needed fighters. Still, Marcus hesitated, standing at this unexpected fork in the road. "Go on," Swift said, tossing Marcus's heavy haversack to him. "Besides, if you don't like it, you can find us at German Gertie's Tavern most days. It's down on the Philadelphia docks. Anyone can point the way." When he left the Associators' fire, Marcus finally saw Washington's army laid out in all its confusing squalor. This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story.
Until today, he had not explored the rest of camp for fear that he might see someone from Massachusetts, but that seemed unlikely given the fact that it had a population to rival some big towns, and the layout was just as confusing. Dr. Otto seemed to know every alley and byway, however, and moved with assurance through the troops, their smoking fires, and the torn and stained flags that proudly flew at the center of each company, to identify which patch of frozen ground belonged to Connecticut and which to Virginia. "Fools," Otto muttered, slapping away a standard for a New Jersey regiment that was snapping in the cold wind. "Excuse me?" Marcus was struggling to keep up with the old man's pace. "So busy fighting each other, it is no wonder the British have been winning." Otto noticed a soldier sitting on a fallen log, his leg blackened and oozing. "You there, have that leg seen to by your surgeon, or you will lose it, ja?" Marcus shot a quick glance at the suppurating leg. He'd never seen anything so gruesome. What had the man done to cause such an injury? "Burned with powder, then marched through the cold on poor rations, and no shoes," Otto continued through the camp, his accent growing thicker with each step. "Idiocy, sheer madness. Soon the big man will have no army left." Marcus assumed the big man was Washington. He had seen the general 3 times. Once on his horse overlooking the Hudson River as fraught Washington fell to the Hessian troops, again at Trenton when he climbed into a boat to cross the Delaware, and a 3rd time in Princeton when Washington had nearly been shot by one of his own cannon. Washington towered over the rest of his men on foot, but on a horse he was like one of the heroes of old. One army, one camp, one medical service. "This is the way to win a war," Otto muttered. "Connecticut has medicine chests, but no medicines. Maryland has medicine, but no bandages. Virginia has bandages, but no chests to store the men, so they have been ruined. Around and around we go. Madness." Dr. Otto stopped abruptly, and Marcus ran into him, almost knocking the doctor off his feet. "I ask you, how are we supposed to heal these men if Washington will not listen?" Otto demanded. His wig tipped to one side as if it too were considering the question. Marcus shrugged. Otto sighed. "Exactly," he said. "We must do what we can, in spite of the lunatics." "That's been my experience, sir," Marcus said, hoping to soothe the irascible German. Otto looked sour, but they had at last reached their destination, a large tent on the outskirts of the encampment. Beyond it was Morristown. Marcus had noted the town's prosperity and the hum of business that surrounded it, even in the depths of war and winter. Around the tent, men loaded boxes onto wagons and unloaded more boxes from carts coming in from the countryside. A troop of local boys was splitting an enormous pile of logs into wood for the fires. Women stirred cauldrons of steaming water filled with sodden blankets. A tired-looking man in a blood-stained apron was sitting on an overturned bucket, smoking a pipe. "This is my new surgeon's mate, Dr. Cochrane," Dr. Otto said. "His name is Marjolaine McChauncey. Doc, it sounds Scottish, ja?" "Scottish? No, I don't think so, Bodo," Dr. Cochrane said, with a thick burr that reminded Marcus of his grandfather MacNeil. "Where are you from, boy?" Philadelphia." Marcus caught himself just in time. A slip like that could cost him his life if someone with an active curiosity were to hear it. "He sounds foreign to me," Otto said in his thick accent. "Some boys from Philadelphia said he was a Yankee, but I do not know whether to believe them." "He might well be." Cochrane studied Marcus closely. "Yankees do have very strange names. I've heard some called Submit and Endeavor and Fortitude. Does he have any experience? He looks too young to know much, Bodo." Marcus bristled.
He is familiar with the methods of Dr. Rush, Otto said, and how to empty a man's bowels most forcefully. Humph, Cochrane replied, drawing on his pipe. We don't need any help with that, not in this army. The boy has heard of Dr. Sutton, too. Dr. Otto blinked like one of the owls that roosted in their barn in Hadley. Is that so? Cochrane's tone was speculative. Well then, let's see if he knows something more useful than one of Dr. Rush's extreme cures. If your patient was complaining of rheumatism and pain in the joints, how would you induce a sweat, boy? More questions. Marcus would rather be back among the associators than be grilled and scolded like a schoolboy by the army surgeons. I'd have him examined by a committee of medical officers, Dr. Cochrane, Marcus retorted. And the name is Mr. Chauncey, if you please. Cochrane bellowed with laughter. What do you think, Dr. Cochrane? Did I not find us a suitable replacement for that frightened young man who ran off at Princeton? Otto asked. Aye, he'll do. Cochrane tamped down on the tobacco in his pipe and slipped it into his pocket. Welcome to the Army's Medical Corps, Doc, or whatever your name is. For the second time in his short life, Marcus shed one identity and adopted another. Time passed differently in the medical corps than it had on the farm in Hadley, where nothing seemed to change except the seasons, or in his life as a fugitive, where every day was different, or the brief period among the associators when time passed so quickly that you didn't have the opportunity to think. In the Army's temporary hospital in Morristown, time passed in a never-ending stream of wounds and illnesses that flowed among tables and cots, crates of bandages, and boxes of medicines. No sooner did a new patient arrive than a former patient left. Some left in pine boxes, destined for the graveyard dug on the outskirts of town. The more fortunate were sent home to convalesce from broken limbs and gunshot wounds or cases of dysentery. Others languished on the wards, poorly fed and poorly housed, unable to die, yet equally unable to heal. As the newest recruit, Marcus had first been posted to the part of the hospital reserved for men with minor injuries and ailments. There, his jobs were menial, requiring no medical knowledge whatsoever. His duties did provide a way for him to learn the rhythms of this new environment and to develop his skills. Marcus was learning how to diagnose patients by carefully watching their restless limbs, the pace of their breathing as they dreamed, and the spots of color that often appeared in the middle of the night and indicated that infection was taking root in the body. The moonlit hours also provided Marcus with an opportunity to eavesdrop on the senior medical officers, who would gather by the ancient, inefficient stove to talk when the wards were quiet. Their patients had sunk into whatever troubled sleep their injuries allowed, and only a skeleton crew of low-ranking surgeon's mates like Marcus were present. Cochrane was smoking his pipe, something he did whenever he had an opportunity, even in the midst of a surgical procedure. Otto was rocking slowly in a chair with uneven runners, which made him look like he was riding a lame hobby horse. If we are to remain at Morristown, there must be proper housing, with latrines dug farther away from the soldiers, Dr. Otto said. Dysentery and typhus are more deadly than any British bullet. Watery bowels, like the itch, are fixtures of army life. The smallpox, on the other hand. Cochrane trailed off into silence. He puffed on his pipe, the smoke wreathing his head. We will have to inoculate them all, Bodo, every last one of them, or the whole army will be dead by the spring thaw. There is nothing quick in army life, Dr. Otto observed. Marcus snorted in agreement, then tried to cover it up with a fit of coughing. We are aware that you can hear us, Mr. Doc, Otto said sharply. You are like one of the big man's dogs, always watching and listening. But these are good traits in a doctor, so we'll let you do it.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Washington tells me that I will soon to go into Pennsylvania to open a hospital there. But if the general agrees to inoculate the entire army, as we hope, the burden will fall largely on your shoulders at Trenton, Bodo, Dr. Cochrane said, returning to their conversation. Das ist mir Wurst, my friend, Otto replied. I have my sons to help, unless you wish to take them with you instead. All three of Dr. Otto's sons were medical men, carefully trained by their father to treat a variety of common ailments as well as undertake surgical procedures. They could concoct medicines, suture wounds, and diagnose patient complaints. Marcus had seen them working in the wards, following their father like a flock of devoted chicks, and had been amazed by their quiet competence in the face of the most gruesome injuries. I thank you, Bodo, but my staff did not abandon their patients and go home, as so many others did. I am well served at present. Cochrane angled his head in Marcus's direction. What will you do with him? Take him to Trenton, of course, and see if we can make him a doctor in truth as well as in name, Dr. Otto replied. Marcus had thought never to see Trenton again. He had nearly frozen to death there, waiting to cross the Delaware River with the rest of Washington's troops during the dark days before Christmas, when all had seemed lost. Trenton was a very different place now, where, with utmost secrecy and under direct orders from General Washington, Dr. Otto and his staff were inoculating the entire Continental Army. These days, Marcus's pockets were filled with spools of thread and scalpels rather than ammunition and fuses. Dr. Otto had definite ideas about cleanliness, and the scalpels were boiled in a mixture of vinegar and soap each night. Once a piece of thread was used, it was put into a shallow basin, the contents tossed into the stoves and burned at the end of each day. To keep their clothes from harboring the infection, all of the soldiers were stripped naked and wrapped in blankets. Mrs. Dolly, that indispensable member of Dr. Otto's staff, had come to Trenton along with all three of Otto's sons, his medicine chest, and the laundress, seemingly bottomless iron cauldrons. It was she who had the job of washing the threadbare clothes and, if possible, returning them to the soldiers once they recovered from the pox. The Trenton barracks housed men from every part of the colonies, all of them undergoing some form of treatment. Southerners with their soft drawls were bedded down next to fast-talking New Yorkers and long-vowed New Englanders. Marcus heard many a soldier's story on those long nights when he was cleaning up after the men. Some were younger than 15 and had signed up for service in place of an older man who didn't want to go to war. Some were hardened veterans who told harrowing tales of their previous service to while away the hours of confinement as they waited for the pox to take hold. All of the men, young and old, Southerner and New Englander alike, were anxious about inoculation. Dr. Otto was a good teacher and patiently explained the process and why General Washington had ordered that the whole army undergo the procedure. These explanations might have been medically sound, but they did little to ease the soldiers' minds. As the smallpox spread, fear grew alongside it. While many of the Continental soldiers knew of at least one person who had undergone inoculation and survived, most also knew someone who hadn't been so fortunate. Dr. Otto kept careful records of the soldiers he inoculated, noting how the fever progressed in each, how severely they contracted the smallpox, and whether they lived or died. If a soldier refused to be inoculated, Dr. Otto shared his accounts of successful inoculations. If that didn't convince the soldier, he barked that he was following General Washington's orders. So far, Dr. Otto hadn't lost a single patient through inoculation, though men were dying in the hospital from smallpox they'd caught in the camps. By the end of February, Marcus had been promoted from performing menial tasks on the wards at night to undertaking inoculations on his own.
It was evening at the end of a long day, and Marcus had only one more soldier to see to before he could leave the hospital for a few hours of sleep. "What's your name?" Marcus asked the newest man on the ward as he sat down at his bedside. He was about Marcus's age, smooth of face and wary in his expressions. "Silas Hubbard," he replied. Marcus drew out a small knife and tin box. The soldier looked at them with barely controlled fear. "Where you from, Silas?" "Here and there. Connecticut, mostly," Hubbard confessed. "You?" "New York, mostly." Marcus lifted the tin lid. Inside the box were whirls of thread, all of them dampened with fluid from the sores of inoculated smallpox patients. "Is this going to kill me, Doc?" Hubbard asked. "Probably not," Marcus said. He showed Hubbard the scar on his left arm. "What I'm about to do to you, someone else did to me last summer. And here I am, freezing to death in Washington's army not 6 months later." Hubbard gave Marcus a tentative smile. "Give me your arm. I'll give you a small case of smallpox in return. That way you can survive the winter and get a fierce case of the itch come spring," Marcus said, employing soldier's humor to lighten the atmosphere. "And what are you going to do for me when I'm tormented with itching?" "Nothing," Marcus said with a grin, "unless Washington orders me to scratch it for you." "I saw Washington at Princeton." Hubbard settled back against the pillows and closed his eyes. He held his arm out obediently while Marcus examined it for a good place to make the shallow incisions. Marcus found a spot between two old scars that were puckered and twisted. He wondered how or from whom Hubbard had received them. "I wish he was my pa," Silas said, his voice wistful. "They say he's as fair as he is brave." "That's what I hear, too," Marcus said, drawing the lancet through Hubbard's flesh. The boy didn't even wince. "God didn't give the general sons of his own. I reckon that's why he gave Washington an army, so that he could be father to us all." A draft brushed across Marcus' shoulders. He turned, expecting to see the surgeon's mate who was replacing him on the wards. Instead, he saw something that made his hackles rise. A tall man in the deerskin hunting shirt and leggings of a Virginia rifleman was stalking silently through the beds. His feet made no sound, though Marcus knew the springy floorboards creaked under the slightest pressure. There was something in the way he carried himself that was familiar, and Marcus searched through his memories, trying to place him. Then Marcus remembered where he'd seen that wolfish face before. It was the dead New Hampshire rifleman from Bunker Hill. Except this man was alive, and dressed like he came from Virginia, not New England. Their eyes met. "Well, well, I know you," the man cocked his head slightly. "You stole my rifle at Bunker Hill." "Cole?" Marcus whispered. He blinked. The man was gone. The Pennsylvania Packet, August 26, 1777, page 3. $16 reward. Was stolen out of the pasture of the subscriber in North Milford Hundred, Cecil County, Maryland, on the night of the 3rd of July last, a light dun mare, about 14 hands high, black mane and tail, a natural trotter, newly shod, has a small ace on her forehead, and a remarkable white piece of hair above her foretop, which extends across to the root of her ears. Whoever takes up the mare and thief, so that the owner may have his mare and the thief be brought to justice, shall have the above reward. And for the mare only, $8, paid by Peter Baldwin. $20 reward. Deserted last night from Captain Roland Madison's company, the 12th Virginia Regiment, commanded by Colonel.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. James Wood, in General Scott's brigade. Joseph Compton, 18 or 19 years of age, 5 feet 8 inches high, brown complexion. And William Bassett, of the same age, 5 feet 6 inches high, fair complexion, has 2 of his 4 teeth. They carried with them a blanket and other clothing usual for soldiers to wear, and a quantity of cartridges.
Whoever takes up said deserters and takes them to camp at headquarters, or secures them in any of the state's jails and gives information thereof, shall have the above reward and all reasonable expenses, or $10 for each. Roland Madison, Captain Freehold, Monmouth County, New Jersey, August 11, $10 reward. Deserted from Captain John Burroughs' company in Colonel David Foreman's regiment of Continental troops on the 6th of July last, a certain George Shade, about 24 years of age, 5 feet 8 inches high, has light-colored hair and blue eyes. One of his legs thicker than the other, occasioned by it being broke. It is supposed he is on one of the vessels of war in the Delaware River. Whoever will apprehend the said deserter and secure him so that he might be had again, shall receive the above reward and all reasonable charges. John Burroughs, Captain. 16. Lame August, 1777. Gertie's Tavern was quiet now that the merchants had finished their midday trading, and the men had not yet come off the Philadelphia docks at the end of work to share a drink with friends. It was sweltering at the busy intersection of Spruce and Front Streets, the strong sun casting shadows of the masts of the ships at the wharves. The temperatures would not peak until 3 o'clock. By then, Marcus suspected Gertie would be able to fry bacon on her doorstep, and the city would be uninhabitable due to the stench coming from the tanneries and the filth in the streets. He sat in the corner by the open, deeply casamented window next to the articulated skeleton of a man that Gertie had won from the medical students in a game of cards. It had been propped up in the front room ever since, festooned with broadsides and notices tied to his ribs, a pipe clamped between his teeth, clutching used tickets to the anatomy lectures in his bony fingers. Marcus was reading the Pennsylvania Packet. It had become a part of his routine to thumb through the papers Gertie kept on hand and scour them for news from Massachusetts. At first, he had done so out of fear, looking for mention of Obadiah's murder. But nearly a year had passed, and there was still no accusation against a blond young man answering to the name of MacNeil. Now he did so out of a more nostalgic hunger for news of home. But there was little of it. These days the papers were filled with rewards for anyone who would turn in an army deserter or return a lost or stolen horse, and news of the latest British maneuvers off the coast. "Afternoon, Doc." Vanderslice plopped himself on the bench opposite and stacked his feet on the window-sill. "What's going on in the world?" "Everyone's running away," Marcus said, scanning the columns of print. "I'd run from this heat if I could." Vanderslice mopped his forehead with the tail of his coarsely woven shirt. Even for Philadelphia, it had been a prodigiously warm summer. Why hasn't Dr. Franklin invented a way to stop it? I hear he can devise a way around anything. "Franklin's still in Paris, probably eating iced berries from a spoon," Marcus replied. "I don't think he has any time to worry about us, Vanderslice." "Iced berries? I feel cooler just thinking about them." Vanderslice plucked a card from the skeleton's hand and fanned himself. "And that spoon is probably held by a fine French lady." A blousy woman of indeterminate age with pockmarked skin and orange hair that defied nature came to the table. Her dress was parrot green, stained with wine, and strained over her bosom. "You'll need to be spoon-fed yourself if you don't get your filthy boots off my wall," Gertie said, knocking Vanderslice's feet to the ground. "Aw, Gert," Vanderslice gave her a piteous look. "I just wanted to see if I could feel a breeze on my legs. Give me a shilling and I'll blow on them for you." Gertie pursed her lips, ready to do just that, but Vanderslice didn't take her up on her offer. "When do you get paid, Clays?" "I am owed money." "You'll get it," Vanderslice promised. "You know I'm good for it." Gertie knew no such thing, but she liked the young Dutchman. "I have windows to fix. If I'm not paid by Friday, you will be up on ropes and working off your beer." "Thanks, Gert." Vanderslice resumed his fanning. "You're a gem." "And thanks from me as well, Gertie." Marcus put a copper token on the table. I have to get back to the hospital. Did you get extra provisions in? Water and fuel, in case the British do come? Ah, you worry too much." Gertie dismissed his words with a wave. "Now that General Washington has all these handsome Frenchmen to help him, the war will be over before Christmas. The ladies of Philadelphia were all in love with the Marquis de Lafayette, a 19-year-old beanstalk with red hair and a minimal grasp of English. Your Marquis brought only a dozen men with him. Marcus didn't think that would be enough to turn away the king's troops based on what he'd seen on the battlefield. La la. That was Gertie's answer to anything annoyingly factual. The Marcus is so tall, we could divide him in two and still be left with someone more fit for battle than most of my customers. Just remember what I told you. Keep your patriotic opinions to yourself if the British come. Serve anyone who has proper money. Survive." Marcus had been trying to drum this message into Gertie since the Trenton barracks had been emptied of their inoculated troops and Dr. Otto and his staff removed to Philadelphia. I will. Now give Gertie a kiss and be on your way." Gertie pursed her rouged lips and waited. Marcus gave her a perfunctory kiss on the cheek instead. "Tell Dr. Otto that Gertie is always here for him if he is lonely," Gertie continued, unfazed by the lack of enthusiasm in Marcus's embrace. "We will speak our mother tongue and remember old times." Marcus had met Mrs. Otto, a buxom woman who spoke little and commanded the entire family and medical staff with nothing more than frowns and her heavy step on the wards. Dr. Otto would no more seek solace from German Gertie, even if he was sorely in need of it, than impale himself on a bayonet. I'll pass that along. Marcus clapped his hat on his head, waved his farewell to Vanderslice, and headed out into the summer sunshine. Marcus's route to the hospital took him across most of the crowded, chaotic city. In only a few months he had grown to love Philadelphia and its inhabitants, in spite of the filth and the noise. The brick market house was filled with produce from nearby farms and rivers, even in wartime. Every tongue was spoken in the coffee houses and taverns, and the whole world seemed to pass through her docks. In spite of the August heat, which seemed destined never to break, and the imminent threat of British invasion, which seemed never to come, Philadelphia thrived. The streets were packed with carriages and horses, their wheels and hooves making a racket on the cobblestones. Every inch of space that wasn't a residence or a tavern was taken up by someone making and selling something: saddles, shoes, medicines, newspapers. The air rang with the sound of hammers and the whir of lathes. He walked west into the quieter residential streets where the rich merchants lived. The heavy summer air further muffled the sounds of servants tending to children in walled gardens, the drone of insects sipping at blossoms, and the occasional call of a delivery boy as he dropped off his wares.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Marcus had never crossed the threshold of such a grand house, but he liked to imagine what it would look like. Black and white polished floors, a curved banister reaching toward the second floor, high windows with sparkling glass, white candles in brass sconces to beat back the twilight, a room full of books to read, and a globe for imagining a voyage around the world. One day, Marcus promised himself, one day I will have such a house. Then he would go back to Hadley and collect his mother and Patience and bring them to live in it. Until then, Marcus enjoyed the pleasures associated with simply being near such luxury. He drank in the honeyed scent of the chestnut trees and the tang of coffee that escaped through the windows of elegant drawing rooms. Dr. Otto had bought him a cup of the dark elixir at the city tavern when they arrived in Philadelphia. Marcus had never tasted anything like it, having drunk only tea and the black sludge that was served in the army. The feeling of elation that accompanied the tiny cup stayed with Marcus for hours.
He would forever associate coffee with witty conversation and the exchange of news. Sitting for an hour in the city tavern with Philadelphia's merchants and businessmen was, in Marcus' estimation, the closest he was likely to get to heaven. As Marcus walked, the fine houses gradually gave way to the tall brick buildings where more ordinary Philadelphians lived and worked. He traveled a few blocks farther, and the outlines of the city's 2 hospitals came into view, both topped with cupolas. The Pennsylvania Hospital was attached to the city's college and was where the university-trained physicians performed dissections and gave medical lectures. Dr. Otto, his family, and his staff were in charge of the other hospital, Philadelphia's bettering house for the indigent, criminal, and insane. When Marcus stepped into the bettering house, the entrance was filled with boxes of every size, several large wooden apothecary chests, and more doctors bearing the surname of Otto than any army should have to endure. All 4 men in the Otto family, Bodo, his eldest son Frederick, Bodo's second son and namesake called Dr. Jr., and his youngest son, John, who was usually called Boy, were busily checking their inventories. Nurses and orderlies rushed around fulfilling the doctor's requests. Mrs. Otto alone remained serene, winding strips of bandage into tight rolls despite a hospital cat's determination to play with them. "There you are," Dr. Otto said, peering over his spectacles at Marcus. "Where have you been, Mr. Doc?" "He's been in a tavern reading newspapers," Dr. Frederick said. "His fingers are black, and the smell of beer is overwhelming. You might have at least rinsed out your mouth, Doc." Marcus bristled, his lips pressed firmly closed. He said not a word, but picked up a box of stoppered bottles and took it over to Dr. Otto. "Here is the camphor. I asked you for it 3 times, boy. How did you not see it? It was at your elbow this whole time," Dr. Otto exclaimed. John, who had recently married and was often thinking about more pleasant matters than apothecary chests and jalap, heard his name and looked around in confusion. Dr. Otto muttered in German, clearly irritated. Marcus' knowledge of the language was growing. He caught the words for idiot, lewd, wife, and hopeless. John heard too, and turned pink. "Where will you go first, Bodo?" Mrs. Otto packed her rolled bandage away in a basket and picked up another length of cloth. "To the hospital in Bethlehem to wait for the wounded?" "I leave such decisions to the big man, Mrs. Otto," the doctor replied. "Surely we will be going straight to the battlefield," Junior said. "They say the whole British army is at the mouth of the Elk River and marching north." "They say many things, most of which turn out to be false," Frederick observed. "There is one thing that is for sure," Dr. Otto said, his tone sober. "Wherever we are going soon. The battle is coming. I can feel it, pricking at my soles." Everyone within earshot stopped to listen. Dr. Otto did have a preternatural ability to anticipate the orders that Washington handed down. No one had realized Dr. Otto was getting his intelligence from his feet, however. Mrs. Otto looked down at her husband's shoes with new respect. "Don't stand there gawking, Mr. Chauncey." After her husband's prognostication, Mrs. Otto was seized with anxiety and spurred to greater efficiency. "You heard the doctor. You are not pulling a cannon any longer. There is no time for idleness in the hospital service." Marcus put down the box of camphor and picked up another. Not every tyrant, he had discovered, was a man. Some wore skirts. When at last the battle came, at a small town outside Philadelphia on the shores of the Brandywine, the chaos was unspeakable. Marcus thought he knew what to expect. He had been with Dr. Otto since January, had inoculated hundreds of men, and had seen soldiers die of smallpox, typhus, camp fever, wounds acquired during foraging expeditions, exposure, and starvation. But Marcus had never been behind the advancing army with the medical service, waiting for the casualties to arrive after the orders to fire had been given. From the rear, it was impossible to tell whether the Continental Army was inches from victory or if the British had routed them. The Medical Corps set up their first hospital in a mercantile just outside the battle lines, where the surgeon's mates transformed the dry goods counter into an operating table. They stacked the dead in a small room where extra flour and sugar had once been stored. Those awaiting treatment lay in rows on the floor, filling the hall and the porch outside. As the battle commenced and the number of wounded and dying men rose, Dr. Cochrane and Dr. Otto decided that a dressing station should be set up closer to the action to evaluate the wounded. Dr. Otto took Marcus to his new field hospital, leaving Dr. Cochrane in charge at the store. "Dressings? Why are there no dressings? I must have dressings," Dr. Otto repeated in a low mutter as they set up the treatment areas. But the dressings and bandages that Mrs. Otto had so assiduously rolled and packed had all been used. Marcus and Dr. Otto were forced to use blotting paper and soiled dressings from dead men instead. The blood wrung out into buckets that attracted the summer's black flies. "Hold him there," Dr. Otto said, directing Marcus's attention with a shift of his eyes. Underneath their hands, a soldier writhed in agony. Marcus could see crushed bone and raw muscle. His stomach tightened. "The patient may faint, Mr. Doc, but not the surgeon," Dr. Otto said sternly. "Go out to the porch and take 6 lungfuls of air and then come back." Marcus bolted for the door, but was barred from leaving by a stranger who cast a long shadow in the hall. "You," the shadow pointed at him. "Come." "Yes, sir." Marcus wiped the sweat from his eyes and blinked. A man came into focus, one so large he filled the doorway. He was wearing a dark blue coat with a standing collar, few buttons, and no gold braid. French. Marcus recognized the cut and style from the parades he'd seen on Market Street in Philadelphia. "Are you a doctor?" The Frenchman spoke perfect English, which was unusual. Most of his countrymen got by with hand gestures and the occasional English word. "No, a surgeon." "I'll call—" "There's no time. You'll do." The man reached out a long arm and caught Marcus by the collar. His hands were crusted with blood, and his white breeches were smeared with splashes of red. "Are you wounded?" Marcus asked his captor. The Frenchman seemed robust enough, but if he were to fall down, Marcus wasn't sure he would have the strength to lift him to safety. "I am the Chevalier de Clermont, and I am not your patient," the Frenchman replied, a sharp edge to his voice. He pointed again, his arm long and his fingers fine and aristocratic. "He is." This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Another French soldier lay on a makeshift stretcher, nearly as tall as his friend and covered with enough gold braid to draw the notice of even the most discriminating Philadelphia maiden. A French officer, an important one by the looks of him. Marcus rushed to his side. "It is nothing," the fallen officer protested in a thick French accent. He struggled to sit up. "It is a very little hole, une petite éraflure. You must see to this man first." A young private from a Virginia regiment was slung unconscious between 2 friends. Blood poured from his knees. A musket ball went through the Marcus's left calf. "It doesn't appear to have hit the bone," Marcus' captor said. "His boot needs cutting off, and the wound needs cleaning and dressing." God help me, Marcus thought, staring down at the stretcher. This is the Marquis de Lafayette. If Marcus didn't call Dr. Otto immediately, Mrs. Otto would hold him down while Dr. Frederick beat him senseless. General Washington doted on Lafayette like a son. He was too important for the likes of Marcus. "Sir, I'm no doctor," Marcus protested. "Let me fetch—" "That you, Doc? Thank God." Vanderslice was helping Lieutenant Cuthbert hop in his direction. Cuthbert's eyebrows were nearly singed off, and his face was the color of boiled lobster. But it was his bare, bloody foot that captured Marcus's attention. "Doc?" The tall Frenchman's eyes narrowed. "In de Benin." Vanderslice whistled as he watched a ball pass overhead. He gauged its trajectory with the quizzical attitude of a seasoned artilleryman. "They're getting closer, or more accurate. If we don't get out of the line of fire, we'll all be beyond Doc's help." "Very well, Mynheer Kaskopper." The French soldier's bow was mocking. "Cheesemonger?" Vanderslice bristled and loosened his hold on Cuthbert. "You take that back, Cocker. Carry the Marquis to the front parlor, now." Marcus's voice cracked like a gunshot. "Put Cuthbert on the porch, Vanderslice. I'll see to him after Dr. Otto examines the Marquis. And for Christ's sake, get that Virginian to the kitchen." "What's his name?" "Norman," one of the Virginians shouted through the rising din. "Will, can you hear me, Will?" Marcus lifted the Virginian's chin and squeezed gently, hoping to rouse him. Dr. Otto didn't believe in striking senseless patients. "The Marquis takes priority." The Chevalier gripped Marcus's forearm with a bruising hold. "Not with me, he doesn't." "This is America, Cocker," Marcus retorted. He had no idea what it meant, but if Vanderslice felt this fellow deserved the name, that was good enough. "The Virginian," the Marquis said, trying to rise from the stretcher. "I promised him that he would not lose his limbs, Mathieu." De Clermont's head angled slightly toward one of the Marquis's stretcher-bearers. The man looked miserable, but nodded abjectly before punching Lafayette in the chin. This knocked the French aristocrat out completely. "Thank you, Pierre." De Clermont turned and strode into the farmhouse. "Do what the Yankee says until I return. I'm going to find another doctor." "Was ist das?" Dr. Otto demanded of the Chevalier de Clermont, who had plucked him off his patient and was dragging him toward Lafayette. "The Marquis de Lafayette has been wounded," de Clermont said brusquely. "Attend to him, now." "You should have taken him to the Mercantile," Dr. Otto said. "This is a dressing station. We do not have—" Dr. Cochrane arrived with Dr. Frederick in tow. "John, thank God you're here," de Clermont said with visible relief. "We came as soon as we heard, Matthew," Cochrane replied. Behind them were Dr. Shippen and Rush, followed by an anxious flock of aides who usually didn't leave General Washington's side. "Where is he?" Dr. Shippen demanded in panic, his nearsighted eyes scanning the darkened room. There were two things on which you could rely with Dr. Shippen. He always chose the most aggressive course of treatment, even if it killed the patient. And he never had his spectacles with him. "At your feet," de Clermont said. "Sir, that boy needs both legs taken off," Dr. Rush said, pointing at the Virginian. "Do we have a saw?" "There are less barbaric alternatives." De Clermont's expression darkened. "Perhaps this is not the best time to discuss them," Dr. Cochrane warned. But it was too late. "We are in the midst of battle," Dr. Rush exclaimed. "We must take the legs now, or we can wait and take them after gangrene has set in and the flesh is putrefied. In either case, the patient is not likely to live." "How do you know? You haven't even examined him," de Clermont retorted. "Are you a surgeon, sir?" Dr. Shippen demanded. "I was not informed that Monsieur de Marquis was traveling with his own medical staff." Marcus knew that when doctors fell out over cures, the patients were forgotten. For the moment, at least, Norman's legs were safe. While the rest of them argued, he could at least uncover the Marquis de Lafayette's wound. "I know my way around a human body," de Clermont said evenly, in his perfect English, "and I've read Hunter. Amputation in battlefield settings is not necessarily the best course of treatment." "Hunter, you overstep yourself," Shippen exclaimed. "Dr. Otto is extremely fast. The Virginian may well survive the operation." Marcus examined the Marcus's brute. Its leather was soft and pliable, not tough and weather-hardened. That would make it much easier to cut through, though it would be a shame to ruin such a fine item of footwear in this army, where so many went poorly shod. Here." The man called Pierre held out a small knife. Marcus glanced around. Other than this French orderly, no one was paying him any notice. Dr. Cochrane was trying to soothe Dr. Shippen, who was threatening to throw de Clermont out of the house for impudence. The Chevalier had switched to Latin. At least Marcus was fairly sure it was Latin, since Dr. Otto and Dr. Cochrane often conversed in the language when they didn't want their patients to understand what they were saying, and was probably continuing his lecture on Hunter's reluctance to amputate. One of the aides was staring at de Clermont with open admiration. Dr. Otto spoke in low tones to Dr. Frederick, who disappeared into the kitchen. Meanwhile, the surgeon's mates quietly exchanged bets on the outcome of the argument between de Clermont and Shippen. Marcus took the knife and neatly sliced the boot from cuff to ankle. He peeled the leather away from the wound. It had clean edges, and there was no sign of protruding bone. No compound fracture, Marcus thought. An amputation would have been necessary had that been the case, no matter what the Chevalier said or Dr. Hunter believed. Marcus probed the wound with his fingers, feeling for the telltale bump that would indicate that the musket ball was still in the wound, or that the bone had been chipped and a piece was lodged in the muscles. No lump, no resistance. That meant there was nothing in the wound that would aggravate the nerves, tendons, or muscles, and no foreign body that might cause the wound to fester. The Marquis stirred. Marcus's touch was gentle, but the man had been shot, and the pain must be intense. "Shall I hit him again, Doc?" Pierre whispered. Like de Clermont, his English was flawless. Marcus shook his head. His examination had confirmed what he already suspected. The only thing about the Marquis's condition that warranted immediate treatment was his aristocratic blood and high rank. The Marquis was a fortunate man, far more so than Will Norman. Marcus felt eyes on him, heavy and watchful. He looked up and met de Clermont's stare. Shippen was sputtering about surgical methods and patient outcomes. The man had an unholy fondness for the knife. But it was Marcus and not the esteemed doctors who held the Chevalier's attention. "No," the single word from de Clermont cracked through the room. "You will not treat the Marquis de Lafayette, Dr. Shippen. Ruin the life of the man in the kitchen with your knives and saws, but the Marquis will be seen to by Dr. Cochrane." "I beg your," Shippen blustered. "It is a minor wound, Dr.
Shippen," Dr. Otto interjected. "Let your poor surgeons, Dr. Cochrane and me, see to the Marquis. Your greater skills are needed elsewhere. I believe the boy with the bad knees was recruited from General Washington's estate." This got Shippen's attention. "My son is cleaning his wounds and is waiting to assist." Dr. Otto stepped aside and swept a shallow bow. "Indeed." Shippen pulled on the edge of his waistcoat and straightened his wig, which he had worn to the field in spite of its impracticality. "A Virginian, you say?" "He is one of the new riflemen," Dr. Otto said, nodding. "Let me take you through." As soon as the doctors were clear of the room, everyone who remained swung into action. Cochrane asked for lint, ointment, and a probe while he examined the Marquis's leg. "You know better than to bait a quarrelsome animal when he has his dander up, Matthew," Cochrane said. "Hand me the turpentine, Doc." "So you are a doctor, just like the Dutchman said." De Clermont studied Marcus with unblinking eyes. "He could be," Cochrane said, swabbing at the Marquis's wounds, "were he given your education, taught Latin, and sent to medical school. Instead, Mr. Chansey has absorbed more knowledge than most of Dr. Shippen's students through an occult means that he will not divulge." De Clermont looked at Marcus appraisingly. "Doc knows his anatomy and basic surgery and has a good grasp of medicinal simples," Cochrane continued, as he carefully cleaned the hole in Lafayette's leg.
His artillery company gave him the title Doc after the army withdrew from New York. Botto captured him at Morristown, and Mr. Chansey re-enlisted for a 3-year term in the medical department. "So you're a New Yorker, Mr. Chansey," de Clermont said. "I'm a man of the world," Marcus muttered, trying not to sneeze as Cochrane applied fluffy lint to the wound. Man of the world, indeed. He was a cat with 9 lives, and nothing more. "We must get the Marquis to safety, John," de Clermont said. "The future of the war might depend on it. Without him advocating for the Americans, it will be hard to get the arms and supplies that you will need to beat the British Army." Marcus's job here was done. There were sick and wounded men outside. And Vanderslice was right. The battle was drawing dangerously near. He headed for the door. "You'll stay with the Marquis, Chauncey," de Clermont ordered, stopping Marcus in his tracks. "I must see to Lieutenant Cuthbert," Marcus protested. Cuthbert was still waiting for treatment and would not be left behind, even if Marcus had to carry him. The Marquis de Lafayette stirred. "The Virginian? Where is he?" Dr. Otto and Dr. Frederick appeared, carrying another stretcher bearing the wounded soldier from Virginia, still with both legs and still unconscious. "Do not trouble yourself, Marquis," Dr. Otto said cheerfully. "Dr. Shippen and Dr. Rush have gone somewhere out of the range of the British guns. For the better preservation of the wounded." "For the better preservation of the wounded," Dr. Frederick solemnly repeated, though his lips twitched. "If we remain here, our next operating theater will be inside a British prison," Cochrane warned. "Load those we can transport onto the wagons, Doc." "Which way did Shippen and Rush go, Botto?" "Back to Philadelphia," Dr. Otto replied. Marcus wondered how long they would remain there. Les Revenants, Letters and Papers of the Americas, No. 2. Matthew de Clermont to Philippe de Clermont, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, 23rd September, 1777. Honored Father, I am with our friend, who has been shot in battle. He tells me that it was the most glorious moment of his life, to shed blood for liberty. You must forgive him his enthusiasms. If you could tell his wife, Madame the Marquise, that her husband's spirits are high and that he is in no discomfort, I know that it would ease her mind. She will have heard every sort of account, that he is maimed, that he is dead, that he will die from infection. Assure her that none of these are true. The medicine is savage here, with few exceptions. I am overseeing Lafayette's care personally to make sure that they do not kill him with their cures. I have passed your letters on to Mr. Hancock, who is here in Bethlehem, along with most of the Congress. They were forced to leave Philadelphia when the British took the city. Washington needs supplies, ammunition, guns, horses. More than that, he needs experienced soldiers. I must go and see to a controversy. The people of this town are very pious and do not welcome the army and its soldiers. In haste, your devoted son, Matthew. 17. Name, September 1777. No, Mr. Adams, it will not do, the Chevalier de Clermont said, shaking his head. Marcus, along with the rest of the medical corps, was standing aside and waiting for the politicians to make a decision about the expansion of the hospital. Congress had decamped north from Philadelphia to the town of Bethlehem to avoid being captured by the British. A flock of women in dark clothing, each one wearing a white ruffled cap on their head, watched the proceedings with open hostility. So, too, did the leader of Bethlehem and its Moravian religious community, Johannes Etwein. We must make sacrifices in the name of liberty, Chevalier. Each one of us according to our station. John Adams was as sharp-tongued as Etwein, and just as quick to anger. There are 400 sick and wounded soldiers occupying the house belonging to the single brethren. Etwein was puce with irritation. You seized our wagons to transport supplies. You are eating the food from our tables. What more must we do?" As they stood at the corner of Main and Church Streets, Dr. Otto said something in German. One of the women snorted, then quickly disguised it with a cough. De Clermont's lips twitched. The more time Marcus spent with Lafayette, the more he became fascinated by the Chevalier de Clermont. There seemed to be no language the man didn't speak. French, English, Latin, German, Dutch, and nothing he could not do, from taking care of horses, to examining wounds, to conducting diplomacy. But it was his air of calm authority that made him indispensable at the moment. "You cannot displace so many women, many of them elderly, Mr. Adams," de Clermont pronounced, as if the decision were up to him, and not Dr. Otto, the medical officers, or the members of Congress. "We will have to find another way to house the ill and the wounded. It does not seem chivalrous to discommode the ladies, Mr. Adams," the Marquis de Lafayette said from the wheeled chair he called La Brouette. The Chevalier de Clermont had constructed it out of an ordinary wooden chair he'd found in the single brethren's house when it became necessary to move from the Sun Inn. De Clermont had prescribed rest and a good diet for the Marquis, neither of which could be found at the tavern, which had been utterly taken over by Congress and couriers ferrying messages. The Chevalier had found everything the Marquis required, a few doors away from the Sun Inn, at the house of the Bokel family, including skilled nurses in the form of Mrs. Bokel and her daughter Liesel. When not in use, La Brouette was parked by the fire in the Bokel's parlor, where it received more visitors than Lafayette. "Chivalry is dead, sir," Adams declared. "Not while Gilles breathes," the Chevalier de Clermont murmured. "We are fighting a war to loosen the grip of tradition, not to be enslaved by it further," Adams continued, undeterred. "And if the Moravians of Bethlehem will not fight with us, they must prove their loyalty in other ways. But it is our duty to protect these women. Imagine if it were your own dear wife, Mr. Adams, or my Adrienne." Lafayette looked genuinely pained at the prospect. He wrote at least one letter a day to his distant spouse, who, though not yet 18, was already the mother of 2 children. Mrs. Adams would not hesitate to take in 4,000 wounded soldiers if it were asked of her. Adams, like Edwine, did not like to be challenged. This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story." Hancock, who had a formidable wife of his own by all accounts, looked doubtful. "If I may," Dr. Otto interjected, "would it perhaps be better for the surgeons if the soldiers were kept closer together? Already we are stretched too thin and running all through town for supplies. Perhaps we might use the gardens and put up tents for the patients who are convalescing so that they might be in the fresh air, away from the fevers that are already spreading." "Fevers?" A man with the distinctive drawl of the southern colonies frowned. "Not the smallpox, surely?" "No, sir," Dr. Otto hastened to reply. "The general's orders last winter have spared us from that. But camp fever, typhus—" His words drifted into silence. The members of Congress looked at each other nervously. Edwine's eyes met de Clermont's, and the two exchanged a meaningful glance. "These common illnesses threaten the health of the entire community," de Clermont said. "Surely the brethren and sisters must not suffer unduly. Why, Brother Edwine's own son is nursing the soldiers and risking his life to care for them. What greater form of patriotism can there be than to put one's own child at risk?" Marcus eyed the young man standing next to him. The younger John Edwine was far more amiable than his father, but otherwise resembled him closely, with his upturned nose and wide-set eyes. Though John was indeed a skilled nurse, Marcus suspected that Edwine's son had been seconded to the hospital to make sure that the brethren's house was not harmed during the army's occupation. "Let us adjourn to the inn," Hancock said, "and deliberate further." "You know how to handle a hoe as well as a lancet, I see," said young John Etwine. Marcus looked up from the patch of herbs that they were cutting in anticipation of the tents that would soon spring up on the hillside overlooking the river. The apothecary, Brother Eckard, had ordered the two of them to harvest every medicinal simple they could before the soldiers destroyed the gardens. "And you don't sound like you're from Philadelphia," John continued. Marcus resumed his task without comment. He pulled a mandrake from the earth and put it in the basket next to the snake root. "So what's your story, Brother Chauncey?" John's eyes were bright with unanswered questions. "We all know you're not from around here." Not for the first time, Marcus was glad he had been born on the frontier and not in Boston. Everybody knew he was from somewhere else, but no one could place his accent with any precision. "You needn't worry. Most people in Bethlehem came from elsewhere," John remarked. But most people hadn't killed their fathers. Marcus had barely spoken a word around the delegates from Congress for fear someone might recognize that he was from Massachusetts and ask difficult questions. "Cat still got your tongue, I see." John wiped the sweat from his brow and peered down at the riverside road. "Mein Gott, wagons!" Marcus scrambled to his feet. As far as the eye could see, there were wagons. "They've come from Philadelphia. There are hundreds of them," John said, thrusting his hoe into the earth. "We must find my father. And the Chevalier. At once." Marcus abandoned his basket of roots and leaves and followed John toward the Brethren's house. They had not made it more than a few yards when they ran into de Clermont and Brother Etwine. The two men were already aware of the invasion from Philadelphia. "There are too many of them," Brother Etwine was saying to de Clermont, his eyes wild. "We have already unloaded 70 wagons in just 2 days. The Scottish prisoners are in one of our family houses. Their guards are living in the pumping house. The army stores have filled the lime kilns and the oil house. The single brothers are displaced. And now more locusts descend. What are we to do?" The wagons from Philadelphia pulled to a stop in the fields on the southern bank of the river, one after another, flattening the buckwheat planted there. A troop of horse accompanied them. "So much for our peaceable village," Etwine continued, his voice bitter. "When Dr. Shippen wrote, he said the army would be an inconvenience, not drive us out of hearth and home." Still the wagons came. Marcus had never seen so many at one time. The drivers unhitched their teams and led them to the water. The wagon train's guards dismounted, allowing their horses to graze. "Shall I speak to them, Johannes?" The Chevalier de Clermont looked grim. "There is probably little I can do, but at least we will know their plans." "We settled in Bethlehem to avoid war." Etwine's voice was low and intense. "We have all seen enough of it, Brother de Clermont. Religious war, war with the French, war with the Indians, now war with the British. Do you never get tired of it?" For a moment, the Chevalier de Clermont's composed mask slipped, and he looked as bitter as Etwine sounded. "I am more tired of war than you know, Johannes," de Clermont said. "Come, Chauncey." He beckoned to Marcus. Marcus scrambled down the hillside in de Clermont's wake, trying in vain to keep up. "Sir," Marcus struggled to regain his footing, "Chevalier de Clermont." "Are you sure?" De Clermont wheeled around. "What is it, Chauncey?" "Are you sure you should be interfering in this matter?" Marcus asked, adding "sir" again as an afterthought. "You think the citizens of Bethlehem will fare better if John Adams argues their case?" The Chevalier snorted. "That man is a menace to international relations." "No, sir." "It's—" Marcus stopped and bit his lip. "Those are Virginians, sir. I can tell from their clothes. They're wearing buckskin, you see. Virginians don't like being told what to do." "Nobody likes to be told what to do," de Clermont observed, his eyes narrowing. Yes, but they have rifles, very accurate rifles, sir. And swords, Marcus continued, determined to avert disaster. We're not armed. And the Marquis is alone at Brother Boco's house. Sister Liesel is with Jill, de Clermont said curtly, resuming his blistering descent of the hill. She is reading to him about the Moravian missions to Greenland. He says he finds it soothing. Marcus had seen the fervent glances that the Marquis had bestowed on the Bocals' charming daughter, and was glad that Lafayette was married, as well as that Sister Liesel was a paragon of virtue. Nevertheless, sir— "For God's sake, Johnsy, stop calling me sir. I'm not your commanding officer," de Clermont said, wheeling around to face him once more. "We need to know why these wagons have arrived. Has Philadelphia fallen to the British? Are they here on Washington's orders? Without information, we cannot determine what must be done next. Are you going to help me or hinder me?" Help! Marcus knew this was his only real option, and followed de Clermont in silence the rest of the way. When they reached the southern bank of the river, all was confusion. A man in buff breeches and a blue tunic rode toward them on a horse that was probably worth as much as the MacNeil farm. A long Kentucky rifle, the kind used by woodsmen on the frontier, was jammed through a loop on his saddle, and a fur-trimmed helmet was strapped to his head. Marcus thought his brains must be baking inside it on such a warm day. "I am the Chevalier de Clermont, servant to the Marquis de Lafayette. State your business." De Clermont motioned Marcus to stay behind him. "I am here to see Mr. Hancock," the man replied. "He's at the inn." De Clermont jerked his head toward the ford. "In town." "Doc," a voice cried out across the clearing. "That you?" Vanderslice was in one of the wagons, perched atop a pile of hay. He waved. "What are you doing here?" Marcus said as he approached the wagon. "We've brought the bells from Philadelphia so that those British bastards don't melt them down and make bullets out of them," Vanderslice explained, launching himself from the pile of hay with a mighty leap. He landed on his feet like a cat. "I didn't expect to see you here. Still with that French cocker and his friend, I see." "Washington sent the Marquis here to recover, and the rest of the army with him, it seems," Marcus replied. He looked over at de Clermont, who was deep in conversation with a knot of cavalry officers. The Chevalier wanted information, and Marcus had pledged to help him. Marcus had to at least try to keep his bargain. "Where are you all headed?" "Some town west of here," Vanderslice said vaguely. "We've brought along everything we could haul out of Philadelphia, even Gertie." He looked up at the town of Bethlehem and whistled. "What kind of place is this, Doc? It seems awfully grand to be filled with religious folk. I hear the women are all unmarried, and the men live in one big room, together." "It's like nowhere else I've ever been," Marcus replied honestly. "Is the food good?" Vanderslice asked. "Are the girls pretty?" "Yes," Marcus replied with a laugh. "But Congress has ordered us not to disturb the women, so you best keep your fingers in the pies." That evening, John Etwine led Marcus and Vanderslice on a tour of his town. Instead of starting with the large, imposing stone buildings in the center of Bethlehem, John headed straight for the warren of structures that were built along the Monocacy Creek. "This is where our people first settled," John explained, standing before a small, low structure made of logs. The land sloped down to the water, giving a clear view to the west over the Moravians' mills, tanneries, butchers, and waterworks. Etwine pointed at one of the buildings. "There's the spring house. The water never freezes, not even in winter, and it turns the wheel that sends the water up the hill and into the town." Marcus had been amazed to discover that water flowed into the apothecary's still room, and that he didn't have to run up and down the hill to fetch clean water for the Marquis's medicine. "I'd show you inside," John continued, "but your guards have taken it over." Some of the colonial soldiers quartered there were congregating outside and watching while stores of ammunition were unloaded into the nearby oil mill. John showed the millworks instead. As they neared the workshop, a black couple came into view, climbing the hill from the river. They were about Brother Etwine's age, and their arms were linked at the elbows. Both wore the dark, simple clothing of the Moravian brethren, and the woman wore one of their crisp white caps, this one unadorned with ruffles and tied with a blue bow, the sign of a married woman. Marcus regarded the pair with curiosity, as did Vanderslice. "Good evening, Brother Andrew and Sister Magdalene," John called to them. "I was showing our visitors the millworks." "God sends us too many visitors," Sister Magdalene said. "God sends us only what we can handle," Brother Andrew said, giving her a comforting smile. "You must forgive us. Sister Magdalene has been hard at work for many hours, washing the sick soldiers' clothes. They were crawling with vermin," Sister Magdalene said, "and worn nearly to shreds. There is nothing to replace them with. If God wants to help us, He should send us breeches. We must be thankful for His mercies, wife." Brother Andrew patted her hand. He opened his mouth to speak again, but his body was racked with a deep cough. "That sounds like asthma," Marcus said with a frown. "I know a tea made of elderflower and fennel that might help your breathing." "It is only the hill," Brother Andrew replied, stooped over with the effort to clear his lungs. "It always brings on my cough. That and the cold mornings." "Doc can fix you up," Vanderslice said. "He healed all of the associators last winter when we were fighting together." Sister Magdalene looked at Marcus with interest. "My Andrew's back aches after a coughing fit. Do you have something that might ease it?" Marcus nodded. "A liniment, applied with warm hands. The ingredients are all in the apothecary's shop." "There is no need to concern yourself with me when you have so many patients," Brother Andrew said. "All I need is rest." Brother Andrew and Sister Magdalene preceded them through the open door into the millworks. The scent of wood shavings filled the dusty air, and Brother Andrew's coughing resumed. "You shouldn't be sleeping here," Marcus protested. "This air will make the cough worse." "There is nowhere else," Sister Magdalene said, sounding weary. "They took our house from us to accommodate the prisoners." "I could go to the sister's house, but that would mean leaving Andrew, and we are used to being together now." "Magdalene does not trust the visitors across the river, or the guards in the waterworks," Brother Andrew explained. "She fears they will take me from the brethren and sell me to a new master." "You are not free, Andrew," Sister Magdalene said fiercely. "Remember what happened to Sarah. The brethren sold her quick enough." "She was not a member of the congregation, as I am," Andrew said, still wheezing. "That was different." Sister Magdalene did not look convinced. She helped her husband to a chair by a tiled stove. A small mattress was in the corner behind the stove, neatly covered with a clean blanket. A few personal items, a cup, 2 bowls, a book, were placed nearby. "I will take care of my husband, Brother John," Sister Magdalene said. "Go back to the hospital, to the sick soldiers." "I will pray for you, Brother John," John said. "I am already in God's care, Brother John," Brother Andrew replied. "Pray for peace instead." Marcus was working alongside Bethlehem's apothecary, Brother Eckhart, in the small laboratory behind his shop facing the town square known as Der Platz. Today, the army's wagons were moving from their riverside camp and through the town to their next destination, transforming an already busy thoroughfare into a public highway. When he returned last night from the mill, Marcus had been told he would be staying with the Etwines and sharing a room with John. De Clermont and Dr. Otto had undertaken a lengthy negotiation with Brother Etwine to get Marcus removed from the single brother's house and away from the soldiers so that he didn't unwittingly carry some contagion to the Marquis's bedside. Marcus's new hosts were a pious family, and Brother Etwine was not only the chief intermediary between the Moravians and the colonial army, but also the town's minister. This meant that the rafters echoed with both prayers and complaints. Marcus found the peace and quiet of the apothecary's house soothing in comparison. He stood at a clean wooden table before him with an array of pottery jars before him. Each one was labeled, with its contents, mallow and almond oil and sal ammoniac. A bottle of spirit of lavender was at his elbow. "That is not for Brother Lafayette," Brother Eckhart observed, studying the medicines on the table. He was a tall, elderly man with spindly legs, spectacles perched on a beak of a nose, and stooped shoulders, which gave him the look of a strange marsh bird. "No, this is for Brother Andrew," Marcus said, mixing some more oil into the brass bowl. "He was coughing last night. Put some nightshade in it, too." Brother Eckhart handed Marcus another pot. "It eases spasms." Marcus took the pot, grateful for the advice, which he filed away for future reference. He had known Brother Eckhart for only a few hours, but there was no doubt the man had a prodigious knowledge of medicines. "A bit more mallow, too, I should think," said Brother Eckhart, after giving the contents of Marcus's bowl a good sniff. Marcus added more dried pink flowers to the mortar and pounded them with the pestle. "I will make some salve for Sister Magdalene's hands, and you can take that to the mill when you go," Brother Eckhart said. "The bleach and soap she uses are very strong, and her hands crack and bleed. I noticed." Marcus had seen the evidence of hard labor on the woman's skin. "Sister Magdalene doesn't seem happy washing for the soldiers." "Sister Magdalene is often unhappy," Brother Eckhart said mildly. "She has been since she arrived, I am told." "She was a girl then, and sent here from Philadelphia by her master, who later freed her." "And Brother Andrew?" Marcus asked, his mind as busy as his hands. "Andrew belongs to the Brethren," Brother Eckhart replied, "and is a member of our congregation. He and Sister Magdalene were married some time ago. They are part of our community and live and work alongside us under God." "Alongside you," Marcus thought, going back to his work, "but still not fully among you." Marcus was troubled by the distance between the community's language of brotherly love and equality and the fact that the brethren owned slaves. It had bothered him in Hadley, too, and in the army, that men could espouse the ideals of liberty and equality and common sense and yet still treat Zeb Pruitt or Mrs. Dolly like they were lesser beings. Shouts and a huge crash punctured the quiet of the laboratory. "What was that?" Brother Eckhart said, pushing up his spectacles. He ran outside, Marcus following. A wagon had broken down outside the Sun Inn, just where the road began its descent toward the creek. The brethren streamed out of houses, workshops, and barns to see what the fuss was about. The last remaining members of Congress stood outside the Sun Inn, surveying the damage. Even the Chevalier de Clermont and the Marquis de Lafayette were there to witness the spectacle, thanks to La Brouette. As Marcus and Brother Eckhart drew closer, one voice could be heard above the noise of the crowd. "I told you this would happen." John Adams waved his arms in the air as he approached the listing wagon. "Did I not say you would need a team of oxen to safely move the State House bell down the hill and stouter chains to stop the wheels? No one ever listens to me." "Should I take the Marquis back to the Boycles?" Marcus asked de Clermont. "All of this excitement could not be beneficial for their patient." "I fear that not even Adams and his oxen could pull Gil away," the Chevalier replied with a sigh. "Wait here. I'll go see to the wagon. It will draw all the traffic to a halt if left where it is." De Clermont joined the throng around the broken wheel. Marcus could see the chain that had done the damage, a length of it wrapped around one of the spokes and the rest of it lying in the road. "I fear this is a bad sign," Lafayette said mournfully. "First the crack, now this. Do you believe in omens, Doc?" "I do," said a soft voice. Marcus turned to find Brother Andrew standing at his elbow. "I was taught to watch for them when my name was Ofodabendo Wuma, and I was still in the land of my fathers," Brother Andrew continued. Lightning and rain and the wind, these were all signs that the gods were angry and must be appeased. Later, when my name was York and I lived with a Jewish master on the island of Manhattan, he planned on selling me to Madeira in exchange for some wine. I prayed for deliverance, and one of the brethren bought me instead and brought me here. That was a sign, too, of God's love. Lafayette listened, fascinated. But I do not think this broken wheel should be counted among them, Brother Lafayette, Brother Andrew said with a shake of his head. God does not need to send his poor servants a message that we misjudged the weight of the bell. The broken chain is sign enough. That is what Matthew said, the Marquis said, watching his friend arguing with John Adams. Over by the wagon, tempers were fraying. Fetch Brother Etwine, Brother Eckhart murmured to Brother Andrew. Then go back to the mill. They will have need of you before this day is done. It was twilight before Marcus had an opportunity to take the medicines to Brother Andrew and Sister Magdalene. The area beside the creek was a hive of activity, even at this late hour, and the lamplight spilled through the windows and illuminated Marcus' path. The door to the millworks was ajar, and Marcus craned his head around it, wanting to see what was going on inside. The sight that met his eyes was astonishing. The Chevalier de Clermont was working alongside Brother Andrew. His shirt sleeves were rolled up, displaying muscled forearms, and his dark breeches were covered in wood shavings. De Clermont's skin was pale and smooth, unmarred by the marks of battle common to the soldiers Marcus treated. Not for the first time, Marcus wondered exactly what kind of knight the Chevalier de Clermont was, with his craftsman's skills and preference for the workshop rather than the tavern. The Chevalier was a hard man to know, and an even more difficult one to understand. I think that's straight, the Chevalier said, handing a spoke to Brother Andrew. What do you think? Brother Andrew weighed the spoke in his hand and looked down the length of it with a practiced eye. He coughed as he drew the air of the mill into his lungs. That will do, Brother Matthew. Shall I take them to the wheelwright? Let Doc do it. The Chevalier de Clermont turned and motioned Marcus forward. I brought the liniment, Brother Andrew, and the tea, Marcus said. Brother Eckhart made something to treat Sister Magdalene's hands. She is still down at the laundry, Brother Andrew said. I told her not to walk home unaccompanied. I will go and escort Sister Magdalene home, de Clermont said. The hill is too much for your lungs at present. Doc will make you some of his tea, and then come straight back from the wheelwright and put some liniment on your back. By the time I return with Sister Magdalene, you will be as hale and hearty as the day you married. Brother Andrew laughed, but the laughter soon turned to spasms of coughing. Marcus and de Clermont waited in silence until the fit passed and the man was able to breathe again. I thank you, Brother Matthew, Brother Andrew said, for your kindness. It is nothing, Brother Andrew, de Clermont said with a bow. I will return soon. Marcus poked at the fire and put the dented kettle on the stove to boil water. Once it was piping hot, he shook out some of the dried herbs from the packet of tea and set it to steep. He made sure Brother Andrew was comfortable and breathing more easily before trotting off with the bundle of wheel spokes. Marcus was saved from having to take them into town by some of the single brethren who were wheeling a metal hoop in that direction, no doubt to go around the new wheel that would carry the State House bell out of Bethlehem. When Marcus returned to the mill, Brother Andrew was still coughing, but the fits were less severe. Marcus poured some of the tea into the cup he'd noticed earlier. Brother Andrew sipped at it, and his coughing abated further. This tastes better than most of what Brother Eckhart makes, Brother Andrew commented. I put mint in it, Marcus explained, just like Tom taught me. And this Tom? He was your brother? Brother Andrew eyed him over the cup. Just someone I knew once. Marcus turned away. I think you are someone who has traveled far and been known by many names, Brother Andrew commented. Like me, like Brother Matthew. The Chevalier de Clermont, Marcus was surprised. I have never heard him called anything else except for his Christian name, Matthew. And yet today he answered to Sebastian when one of the German soldiers called out to him. Brother Andrew sipped at his tea. What other names do you answer to, Brother Chauncey? Somehow, Brother Andrew had divined that Marcus was not who he seemed to be. I answer to Doc, Marcus replied, making for the door. The liniment is on the table. Have Sister Magdalene warm her hands before she applies it. 2 or 3 times a day will help to ease the spasms as well as the tightness in your chest. Once my wife answered to Beulah. Before that, she had another name, one her mother and father gave her. Brother Andrew's eyes were unfocused, as though he had forgotten Marcus was in the room. When we were married, I asked for that name, but she said she no longer remembered it. She said the only name that mattered was the name she took when she was made free.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Marcus thought of all the names he had gone by in his life. Marcus and Galen, Chauncey and MacNeil, Doc and Boy, and once even Son. If he ever married and his wife asked him his true name, which one would he share with her? The next day, Bethlehem had returned to some semblance of its normal routine. Congress had left town, and the windows of the Sun Inn were flung open to air out the rooms. All of the wagons, save one, had moved on, along with most of the guards and the camp followers, except for Dirty, who had decided to stay in Bethlehem. Marcus had seen her outside the bakery, talking non-stop in her native language. Some of the brethren were already at work in the fields to the south of town, replacing the fence posts the soldiers had burned in their campfires and raking the manure left by the horses in the trampled buckwheat fields. In Der Platz, a small group of men were lifting the State House bell out of the broken wagon. The spokes that Brother Andrew and the Chevalier de Clermont had been working on last night were not for a new wheel, but a whole new wagon. How the brethren had managed to construct it so quickly was a mystery. It stood next to the old one, waiting for its cargo. Marcus watched as the men strained and struggled with the heavy load. Only one man seemed oblivious to the weight, the Chevalier de Clermont. His grip on the bell never loosened, and no groans or complaints issued from his lips. But it was not only the men who were participating in the work taking place in Der Platz. A few of the sisters were assisting the process, adjusting ropes and darting to place another block under the wagon's wheels to keep it steady. A group from the children's choir stood nearby while their teacher explained what was happening, highlighting the mathematics and engineering that had been used to figure out the best way to transfer the bell from one wagon to another. Brother Andrew kept a close eye on the new wagon as the State House bell was placed inside and the blocks were removed to allow its slow descent down the road to the creek. The brethren and sisters broke into spontaneous applause when the wagon started to move. Marcus joined them. "Perhaps you will stay here, Liebling, and learn German." Gertie smiled at Marcus, exposing the gaps where she was missing teeth. "I think you might enjoy life among the single brethren for a time. Then perhaps you might court Sister Liesel and start a family." For a moment, Marcus considered what life would be like were he to leave the army and stay in Bethlehem, working alongside Brother Eckhart in the laboratory, spending more time with John Etwine, reading the books in the Gemeinhaus. To join the brethren, you have to tell your life story and how you found God. The Chevalier de Clermont was standing only a few feet away, listening to every word. A sense of danger surrounded the French soldier, as though de Clermont knew Marcus's true name and what had happened in Hadley.
La, Gertie waved her hand. Doc will make something up. Something so full of sin it will satisfy even the bruder gemeine. I will help you, Doc, by sharing some of my own life history with you. Gertie gave him a salacious wink and strolled away. Stay with Dr. Otto and the army, Doc, de Clermont advised. They're family enough. For now, Marcus thought. For now. Part 2. 'Tis time to part. Male and female are the distinctions of nature, good and bad the distinctions of heaven. But how a race of men came into the world so exalted above the rest, and distinguished like some new species, is worth inquiring into, and whether they are the means of happiness or misery to mankind. Thomas Paine, 1815. 18 May. When Phoebe awoke on her 15th day as a vampire, she discovered that the world was somehow more sensual than it had been only the day before. The touch of silk on her skin was so arousing, so provocative, that she sought refuge in nakedness, shedding her nightgown so quickly that the straps broke and the seams tore. That had been a mistake. The breath of air that caressed her bare neck reminded her of Marcus. The feel of cool sheets took her back to his bed. But the softness of the pillow where she rested her cheek was a poor substitute for his familiar body. Phoebe had taken a shower to cool down her heated thoughts, but it only made the throbbing between her legs worse. Her slippery fingers had dipped into her cleft to ease the pressure, but her mind would not be still, and her touch brought no relief. She picked up a bar of soap and threw it at the porcelain wall in frustration, unsatisfied. It had been a very long day. Françoise delivered a tray to Phoebe's room shortly before midnight. On it was coffee, dark chocolate, and red wine, the only substances she could stomach at this point in her development besides blood. "Soon you will have to feed," Françoise said, as she slowly plunged the mesh filter down into the glass carafe. Phoebe was riveted by the suggestive slide of metal against glass. It reminded her suddenly, sharply, of Marcus and sent a ripple of need through her body. Memories flooded her mind. She was in her flat in Spitalfields. It was the first night Marcus had made love to her. He had been so gentle, never breaking the connection with her eyes as he slowly, so slowly, entered her. They hadn't made it to the bed that first time, or the second. Phoebe closed her eyes, but the heavenly scent of coffee set her mind racing down another of memory's paths. It was a warm, languid New Orleans morning in Marcus's house on Coliseum Street. The aroma of chicory and coffee beans was a darkly bitter note in the bright air. Ransom had left them alone after regaling them with tales from last night's business at the Domino Club. Marcus was still chuckling over one of the stories, a cup of steaming liquid before him, his fingers cool in spite of the heat. One hooked into the waist of the pajama bottoms he'd found in the chest of drawers. They were softly worn, the legs rolled up so that she wouldn't trip on their length. Marcus added another finger to the first, both moving in a sinuous pattern on her lower back, and pressed a kiss to her damp neck in a promise of the afternoon pleasures to come. Phoebe's mouth watered. She swallowed, shifting in her chair. "You need blood." François' blunt voice broke memory's spell. "That's not what I want." Phoebe's whole body was a single focused ache. It originated in her core, from an empty place that could only be filled by another creature, by Marcus. "These feelings you are having, they are a sign that you are ready to take human blood," Françoise said, lifting Persephone from her nest in the remains of Phoebe's nightgown and depositing the cat on the armchair. Françoise picked up the tattered silk and tossed it in the laundry basket hidden in the wardrobe. "Insatiable lust is the sign that you've graduated to two-legged food?" Phoebe's dark eyes narrowed as she considered François' words, which usually carried hidden meaning. Vampires are nothing but desire, you see. Francoise returned to the tray and poured some coffee. Can you not scratch what itches yourself? Your mate cannot always be around, after all. But Phoebe wanted Marcus's deft fingers, his soft mouth sucking at her flesh, the nip of his teeth when he wanted her attention, the way he teased her until she was insane with longing and only then gave her the heart-shattering climax she craved. And what Marcus whispered as he brought her to that precipice, over and over until she was mad and begging. Phoebe wanted those intimate, dark, seductive words most of all. No, Phoebe said shortly. She eyed the top of the wardrobe. If you call him, it will make everything worse. Francoise sighed. Call him? Phoebe tried to look innocent. Yes, with one of the telephones in the bag on top of the armoire. Francoise's expression held disdain, understanding, and a touch of humor. She clapped her hands briskly.
Milady Freya is dining out tonight, so I suggest you be quick about it. I don't think I'm in the mood. Phoebe had no intention of whispering sweet nothings to Marcus, which always turned into very sweet somethings on someone else's timetable. Give it a few minutes, Francoise said as she departed. You'll be in the mood again in no time. Francoise was right. Her footsteps had barely faded before the throbbing between Phoebe's legs returned. Before she was consciously aware of formulating a plan, Phoebe had gone to the armoire, leapt for the phone, a surprisingly easy feat, she discovered, and dialed Marcus's number. Phoebe? The effect of Marcus's voice on Phoebe's raw nerves was electrifying. She pressed her legs tightly together. You didn't tell me everything. Phoebe's voice was breathy and rough. Just a minute. There was a conversation, muffled and indistinct, and then footsteps. Then Marcus's voice came clearly through the speaker once more. I take it your vampire hormones have kicked in. You should have warned me, Phoebe said, irritation mounting along with her desire. I told you quite explicitly about the pleasures and problems associated with a vampire's sexual awakening, Marcus said, lowering his voice. Phoebe racked her brains for the details of this conversation. Dimly, she recalled a few particulars. You told me it was dangerous, not that I was going to feel an insatiable need to. You know. Tell me. I can't. Pillow talk was not her department. Sure you can. What is it you want, Phoebe? Marcus was teasing, but only in part. Most of him was deadly serious. I want to... Phoebe's words drifted into silence, replaced by startlingly clear images of just what she would do to Marcus if he were to walk through the door. One encounter took place in the shower, where Marcus slipped inside her while the water flowed over their bodies. Another involved pinning him to the wall, dropping to her knees, and taking him in her mouth. And then there was the stunning image of Marcus taking her from behind, fully clothed, while she was splayed, face down, across the end of his dining room table, which had been set for a romantic meal, complete with flowers and a Georgian silver candlestick. I want you in every way imaginable, Phoebe whispered, her cheeks red with honesty. There was nothing tender in her first wave of vampire fantasies, just pure, raw hunger. And then what? Marcus's voice turned to gravel. Then I want to make love, slowly, for hours, in a bed with white sheets and curtains that blow in the breeze from the open windows. Phoebe's imagination was now captured by an altogether different image of their coupling, one driven not so much by lust as by longing. Then I want to swim together and make love in the ocean. And again, in a garden under the stars with no moon. Summer? Marcus asked.
She was pleased by his request for further details. It showed he was paying attention. "Winter," Phoebe said promptly. "The snow melting underneath us as we move." "I've never made love in the snow," Marcus said, thoughtful. "Have you made love in the ocean?" Phoebe's erotic dreams were carried away in an undertow of jealousy. "Yes, it's fun." "You'll like it," Marcus said. "I hate your previous lovers, all of them." "And I hate you," Phoebe hissed. "No, you don't," Marcus said. "Not really." "Tell me their names," she demanded. "Why? They're all dead," Marcus said. "Not Veronique," Phoebe retorted. "You already know Veronique's name, and her phone number, and her address," Marcus said mildly. "I hate that you're more experienced than I am," Phoebe said. "You keep talking about our equality, but in this? I sure as hell hope you aren't intending to level the playing field." Marcus's voice held a sharp edge. Phoebe was slightly mollified. She was not the only one in the relationship who experienced a pang of jealousy when other lovers, real or imagined, came up in conversation. "I feel like a teenager," Phoebe confessed. "I remember that phase well," Marcus replied. "I was hard for a solid week in November of 1781. And I was on a ship full of men, all of whom were jerking off at night when they thought the rest of us were asleep." "It sounds dreadful," Phoebe said with mock sympathy. "But being with your aunt and Miriam is no pickin', I assure you." "Tell me what it will be like when we're together." "I've already told you," Marcus replied with a laugh. "Tell me again," Phoebe said. "It will be like a very long honeymoon," Marcus said. "Once you're sure it's me you want, we'll be allowed to go off together." "Where will we go?" Phoebe asked. "Wherever you want," Marcus's response was swift. "India." "No, an island. Somewhere we won't be disturbed," Phoebe said. "Somewhere there are no people to bother us. We could be in downtown Beijing, surrounded by millions, and we wouldn't care." Marcus sounded very sure. "It's one of the reasons Yesabo wanted us to wait a full 90 days. Because it's easy for newborns to get lost in their mates." Phoebe recalled the conversation that had taken place in Yesabo's apartments as Tours, on stiff-backed chairs. Yesabo's grandmother had recounted horrifying tales of young lovers who had starved to death in their houses, so intent on the pleasures of the flesh that they forgot to feed. There were tales of jealous rages, too, in which one mate killed the other over a sidelong look at another creature passing by the window, or the mention of a former lover. In such fraught emotional situations between newly mated vampires, even the simple word no could bring about death and destruction. "So they tell me," Marcus replied. It was a reminder that he might have been in love before, but that was very different from what would happen between him and Phoebe once they were together again. Just like that, her mood shifted. "I wish it were August," Phoebe said wistfully, her heart kicking up a notch in excitement. "It will go by quickly," Marcus promised, "far more so than your first 2 weeks. There will be so much to do, you won't have a chance to think about me." "Do?" Phoebe frowned. "Francoise says I will have to feed from a human. She hasn't mentioned anything else." "You're growing up as a vampire," Marcus said. "You'll feed from a human, go hunting, meet other members of your new family, choose your names, even spend some time outside of the nest." So much time had been spent getting Phoebe ready for the first weeks of her life as a vampire, Miriam and Freya had never ventured much beyond that point. It was as if, did they expect me to die? Phoebe had never seriously considered this outcome. No, not really. But vampire children can be unpredictable, and sometimes there are complications. The slight pause Marcus took before his final words spoke volumes. Remember how sick Becca was after she was born and she refused any food other than Diana's blood. Rebecca had been a wan, frustrated creature. While Philip had thrived on breast milk, Diana's daughter had needed richer food. Blood sickness is rare, but it can be fatal, Marcus continued. Most vampires develop a broader palate after a few weeks, but not all. So that's why they put out so many different kinds of blood. Phoebe had thought it was just Miriam being her usual overzealous self, but now her thoroughness took on a new, more nurturing tone. We all want this to be as smooth and painless a process as it can be, Phoebe. Marcus sounded sober. Not all of us had that kind of upbringing, but for you, I wanted it to be different. Phoebe was curious about Marcus's life as a warm blood in the 18th century and his younger years as a vampire. But she also wanted to see them from a vampire's perspective, through Marcus's own memories. So Phoebe kept her lips pressed together, and only when she was sure she had the resolve to ask any questions, she spoke. "It's not long now," Phoebe said, her tone brisk. "No, not long," Marcus repeated, but he sounded frustrated. "Just long enough to feel like forever." They said their goodbyes. Before the call ended, Phoebe dared to ask one final question. "What was your mother's name, Marcus?" "My mother?" Marcus sounded surprised, Catherine. Catherine! Phoebe liked it. It was timeless, as common today as it had been when it was bestowed on a baby daughter in the first half of the 18th century. She repeated it, feeling how it sat on her tongue, imagining responding to it. Catherine. "It's a Greek name, and it means pure," Marcus explained. More importantly, it meant something to Marcus. That was all that mattered to Phoebe. After they hung up, Phoebe took a sheet of paper from the desk drawer. Phoebe, Alice, Catherine, Taylor. She looked at the paper critically. Her mother had chosen Phoebe when she was born. Alice was her paternal grandmother's name. Catherine belonged to Marcus, and she wanted to retain Taylor in honor of her father. Satisfied with her choices, Phoebe returned the paper to the drawer for safekeeping. Then she returned to bed to daydream further about her reunion with Marcus. 1921, to June. For Phoebe's 21st birthday as a warm blood, her parents had given her a small key-shaped pendant encrusted with tiny diamonds and a party for 100 friends. The key was to unlock her future, her mother explained, and Phoebe had worn it every day since. The party, which included a sit-down dinner under a marquee and dancing in the garden, was to launch her into her adult life and give her a memorable day to look back on when she was older. For Phoebe's 21st day as a vampire, she got another key and a much more intimate dinner celebration. "It's a key to your room," Frasier said when she gave the small brass item to Phoebe. Like many of the gifts Phoebe had received from vampires thus far, the key was symbolic, a sign of trust rather than a way of ensuring any real privacy in a household where any door could be broken down with a single push. "Thank you, Frasier," Phoebe said, pocketing the key. "Now, when you lock your door, we will know that you wish some time alone, and we will not disturb you," Frasier said, "not even Francoise." Francoise had walked in on Phoebe while she was in the bathtub, thinking of Marcus and trying to satisfy one of her more persistent itches. Francoise had put down the clean laundry and disappeared from the room without saying a word. Phoebe would prefer to avoid more moments like that one if she could. "Miriam is waiting for you downstairs in the kitchen," Frasier said. "Don't worry, everything will be completely fine." Until that moment, Phoebe had been unconcerned about whatever her maker had planned for her 21st. But the combination of Freya's words and the location of their meeting suggested this was no ordinary present. Her first glimpse of Miriam's gift confirmed Phoebe's suspicions. Sitting by the chopping block, a glass of champagne before her, was a middle-aged Caucasian woman. Miriam was with her. They were talking about E. coli. Vegetables. I wouldn't have thought they were the culprit, the woman said, reaching for a carrot. I know. The cases in Bordeaux came from contaminated sprouts, Miriam said. Exciting times for epidemiologists, the woman replied. Shiga toxins in an EAEC strain. Who would have imagined it? Come in, Phoebe, and meet Sonia, Miriam said, pouring another glass of champagne and offering it to her. She's a colleague at the World Health Organization. Sonia is joining you for dinner. Hello, Phoebe. I've heard so much about you. Sonia smiled and took a sip of her champagne. Phoebe looked from Sonia to Miriam and back to Sonia again. Her mouth was as dry as dust. Sonia and I have known each other for more than 20 years, Miriam said. 23, to be exact, Sonia replied. In Geneva, remember? Daniel introduced us. Sonia was old enough to be Phoebe's mother. I'd forgotten you've been with him so long, Miriam said. She turned to Phoebe. Daniel Fisher is a Swiss vampire and a very good chemist. He put me through graduate school, Sonia said, in exchange for feeding him. Oh, Phoebe didn't know where to look. Her wine? Sonia? Miriam? The floor? There's no need to feel awkward. This is all quite normal, at least for me, Sonia said. Miriam tells me I'm your first. Phoebe nodded, unable to speak. Well, I'm ready when you are. Sonia put her glass down and rolled up her sleeve. The anticipation is worse than the doing of it, or so I'm told. Once you latch on and get your first taste, it will be instinctive. I'm not hungry, Phoebe turned to go. That's no way to treat your guest. Miriam barred her way. She gave Phoebe a stern look. Phoebe turned back to Sonia. She could smell the woman's blood pulsing warmly through her veins, but it wasn't the least bit appealing. Still, she would try. If she couldn't manage it, she would try another time. She waited for Miriam to leave. I'm not going anywhere, Miriam said. You will not become one of those vampires who drinks alone, bolting down your food, ashamed to be seen. That's how problems start. You're not going to watch? Phoebe was horrified. Not closely. There's nothing much to see, is there? But I am going to stay here with Sonia until you're finished having dinner, Miriam said. Feeding is a normal part of vampire life. Besides, you've never done this before. We don't want there to be any accidents. Phoebe had managed to feed off Persephone without any mishaps, but there was no telling what might happen once she was exposed to the richer blood of a human. Fine. Phoebe just wanted to get it over with. As soon as she got near Sonia, however, her composure dissolved. First, the scent and sound of Sonia's blood was distracting. Second, Phoebe could not imagine how the act could take place, logistically. Sonia was sitting on a tall stool. Phoebe would have to stoop to take the woman's bared elbow into her mouth. Was Sonia supposed to stand, or was Phoebe supposed to sit? Or was some other arrangement of limbs advantageous? Reclining is easiest, Miriam said, but not always desirable, nor practical. Traditionally, the vampire knelt. It was considered a sign of respect, as well as gratitude, to the one who gave them nourishment. It wouldn't be the first time Phoebe had knelt as a vampire. Something told her it wouldn't be her last, either. Before her knees could hit the floor, however, Miriam had kicked a low, square stool out from underneath the counter. Françoise used it to reach items on high shelves. Apparently, that was not its only use in a vampire's kitchen. Once she had knelt down, Phoebe was at the ideal height to take blood from the soft skin inside Sonia's elbow. Blue veins were close to the surface. Phoebe's mouth watered. Sonia rested one hand palm up on her knee. She picked up her champagne with the other. "Did you hear the latest about Christoph?" Sonia asked Miriam. The adults were going to continue their conversation while she ate. Feeling like a toddler on her low stool, Phoebe waited for some gesture of permission, an acknowledgement of what she was about to do. It didn't come. "He's taken up with Jed again." Sonia took a sip of her wine. "Can you imagine?" No, Miriam sounded shocked. "But she sold his house while he was away on business. That's not the kind of thing a vampire forgets or forgives." Phoebe could hear Sonia's maddening pulse and smell the tang of minerals in her blood. She could wait no longer. "Thank you," she whispered before closing her eyes. She lowered her mouth and blindly bit down. Phoebe's sharp teeth cut into Sonia's skin, releasing the fluid of life into her mouth. Phoebe moaned, the taste intensely pleasurable. This was nothing like sipping blood and wine from a glass. Feeding straight from the vein was intoxicating. She sucked as gently as she could, but the pull was insistent. Someone would surely stop her before she'd had too much. "And his possessions, too," Sonia said. "Perhaps Phoebe could help him reclaim some of what he's lost. Baldwin told Daniel she is quite good."
Normally, the prospect of dealing in fine art would have had her complete attention, but Phoebe could think only of feeding. "I'll give Christophe a call. It would give Phoebe something to do until her 90 days are up," Miriam said, as though Phoebe were not there. "Poor thing, it's a long time to wait. Daniel was shocked that you were being so traditional. It's not like Marcus to take the old-fashioned route." Sonia laughed. Phoebe's skin prickled and her hackles rose. What right did Sonia have to second-guess their plans? It was Phoebe's decision, Miriam said. Isabeau had a lot to do with it, of course. "Still at Septours?" Sonia tried to sound casual, but there was no disguising the curiosity in her tone. "Yes, she is. Not that it's any business of yours," Phoebe said as she licked the blood from her lips, making sure to get the drop that was pooled in the corner. She bit her thumb and swiped it across Sonia's arm to help the teeth marks heal. "I meant no offense," Sonia said mildly. "Sonia's a warm blood, Phoebe, not a vampire," Miriam reminded her. "And your guest. The usual rules about personal information don't apply. And Isabeau is my mate's grandmother." Phoebe's veins were thundering with fresh blood, and she felt a bit tipsy. She eyed the champagne bottle. It was nearly empty. "She's loyal, I see, as well as polite." Sonia rolled her sleeve down. She said thank you before she took a bite. And she was able to stop herself from feeding. I'm impressed. Phoebe stood and poured the last of the wine into the waiting glass. Once again, she had passed some kind of test. She felt that a drink was in order. After that, Phoebe sincerely hoped there would be an offer of dessert. 2 bottles of champagne later, Miriam put Sonia in a cab. There had been dessert, thanks to Sonia's generosity and due in no small part to the excellence of Frasia's wine cellar. Frasier returned home shortly after Sonia left. She cast an eye over her upholstery, saw Persephone was purring by the fire, and let out a sigh of relief. "It all went according to plan," Miriam assured her, looking over the lid of her laptop. "Just as we thought." Frasier smiled. "And the other matter?" "What other matter?" Phoebe said, still glowing from drinking blood laced with champagne. "Must there really be 5 names, Frasier?" Miriam wondered. "It seems a bit excessive." "It is common among de Clermonts," Frasier said, "not to mention useful. We are a long-lived family, and it saves trouble later. This way, there is no last-minute legal scramble if property needs to change hands." "I've already picked 4, Phoebe said, scrambling in her pocket for the slip of paper. She had anticipated that this all-important matter of names would be sprung on her without warning. "Phoebe, Alice, Catherine, Taylor. What do you think?" "Alice?" Miriam frowned. "But that's German. What about Yara?" "Taylor?" Frasier looked shocked. "I don't think that's appropriate, Phoebe dearest. People will think you are in trade. I've been wondering if Marin would suit you. I had a great friend named Marin, and you remind me of her." "I like Taylor," Phoebe said.
Frasier and Miriam took no notice of her and continued to argue for the relative merits of Illy and Gudrum and Agnike. As a matter of fact, I like all of my names. So does Baldwin, Phoebe said, raising her voice slightly. Baldwin? Miriam's eyes narrowed. I wrote him last week, Phoebe said. But it's not up to Baldwin, Miriam said, her voice purring in her throat. You're my daughter. Naming you is my job. Wisely, Phoebe kept silent. A few moments passed. Miriam sighed. The de Clermont family will be the death of me one day, she said. Keep your names then, and add Najima. Phoebe, Alice, Najima, Catherine, Taylor, de Clermont. Frasier considered the string of names. That's settled then. Phoebe pressed her lips together to keep from smiling. She had won her first battle against her maker. Now she just had to tell Baldwin in case Miriam suspected she was lying and called to check up on her story. Phoebe felt sure Baldwin would cover for her. And how was your 21st day as a vampire? Frasier asked. It had become part of the household ritual and part of her education for Phoebe to share how she had gotten on that day. Perfect, Phoebe said, finally able to smile openly without showing her maker any sign of disrespect. Absolutely perfect. 20. As the twig is bent. 5 June. It was 10 days before Matthew's rebirth day, and we were in the library reviewing the arrangements for this summer's party. Although I'd promised him there would be no large event like last year, I couldn't let the day go without some kind of celebration. We had finally settled on having a small family affair. Just Sarah and Agatha, Marcus, Isabeau, Marthe and Alan and Victor, and Jack and Fernando, in addition to me and the children. That's 9 other people, Matthew said with a scowl, looking at the guest list. You promised it was going to be small. 10, if you include Baldwin, Matthew groaned. I couldn't very well leave him out, I said. Fine, Matthew said hastily, wanting to stem any additional invitations. When are they all coming? Just then a tow-headed young man with long, gangly legs and wide shoulders walked in. Hi, Mom, he said. Hey, Dad. Jack, I said, surprised. We didn't expect you so soon. Jack was, in many ways, our first child. Matthew and I had taken him into our household in Elizabethan London, hoping to give him a life that was not filled with terror, homelessness, and hunger. When we left in 1591, I had put him in the care of Andrew Hubbard, who ruled over London's vampires, then and now. We had not expected to see Jack again, but he had chosen to become a vampire rather than succumb to the plague. Something wrong, Jack? Matthew's expression registered unease as he picked up on unspoken signals of distress coming from Jack. I'm in trouble, Jack confessed. The last time Jack had been in trouble, he ended up in the newspapers as the mysterious vampire murderer who drained his victims of blood before abandoning their corpses. Nobody's dead, Jack said hastily, guessing the direction of my thoughts. I was feeding on Suki, Dad, not some stranger. I took too much blood too quickly, and she ended up in hospital. Father Hubbard told me to come straight here. Suki was the young woman the family employed to watch over Jack in London and provide him with sustenance when he could no longer make do with animals and bagged human blood. Vampires needed to hunt, and there were humans who were happy to oblige them, for a fee. It was a dangerous business, and one that I thought the congregation should be regulating. My proposals on the subject had been met with resistance. Where is Suki now? Matthew's mouth was grim. Home. Her sister is with her. Father Hubbard said he'll check on her twice a day. Jack looked and sounded miserable. Oh, Jack, I wanted to give him a hug and comfort him, but the tension in the air between Matthew and our son made me reconsider wading into something I didn't fully understand. Suki is your responsibility, Matthew said. You shouldn't have left her in that state. Father Hubbard said I'm not really interested in what Andrew said, Matthew interrupted. You know the rules. If you can't put Suki's well-being before your own, your relationship will have to end. I know, Dad, but I wasn't. I'm still. I don't even know what happened. One minute I was fine, and then Jack trailed off. When I left her with Father Hubbard, I thought I was looking after her. There are no second chances, Jack. Not with blood rage. Matthew looked regretful. I'll settle things with Suki. You won't have to see her again. Suki didn't do anything wrong, and neither did I. Jack's eyes got darker and his tone more defensive in response to Matthew's disapproval. This isn't fair. Life isn't fair, Matthew said quietly. But it is our obligation as vampires to do what we can to take care of creatures who are weaker than we are. What will happen to her now? Jack asked, miserable. Suki will never want for anything.
This is fantasy and young adult fiction. Bring a sense of wonder and magic through your gentle, engaging delivery. Sound like you genuinely enjoy telling this story. Marcus and the Knights of Lazarus will see to that, Matthew assured him. This was the first time I'd heard that some of the Brotherhood's accounts covered payments to humans for services rendered. It was undeniably creepy, but it certainly explained why there weren't even more sensational stories out there about vampires feeding off warmbloods. Let's get you something to eat, Matthew said, putting his hand on Jack's shoulder. And you'll want to meet the newest addition to the family. You got Mom a dog? Jack brightened. He loved his four-legged